it took me years to actually understand that's a real thing.
Looking at the odds here, Cloud9 favored. So our sponsors here really do like their draft. How do you feel about the drafts, right? We haven't really discussed who do we think is going to win.
But I still want to be convinced. I still feel like they, even with the poor drafts, they have not performed to the level I expected. So yeah, I still think it's gonna be G2 IG favored, but the draft on Cloud9 looks solid.
I think I'm going with Cloud9 though, right? Because if I look at G2IG and the way that they want to play Dota, throughout the tournament, it has been pipe and then get together. But when I look at Cloud9, their ability to shove out the waves, to go for pickoffs, to just be fast around the map, to me is unparalleled. Plus, vision is on the side of Cloud9 because of Nighttime Luna, right? And even maybe now Nighttime Spirit Breaker if he goes for the talent. And for that reason, I think this Tiny in particular won't be able to get the right jumps.
To me, it's all about how this lane ends up going for the Timber. Like, if he gets a good lane, gets a good timing on the pipe, you really don't need anything else, but because this Kotl is going to be enabling you. So, JT, to me, pretty much dictates how this game is going to go. Sure, Nothing to Say has a lot of power in this game as well. If he gets a good lane, gets the Blink Dagger, could be able to mitigate the bad laning stage of the Timber. But overall, I agree with you. You know, the healing aspect of Cloud9 that will be strong before IG has the aura items to fight is very scary.
DM is having a bad time. His Ironwood tree and doesn't feel that strong any longer. It seems that that particular type of tree is not that resistant to cold. So.
Yeah, trees, they do not they like tropical areas.
There are trees like in Siberia that are good in cold temperatures, right? But not this one.
Yeah, I mean, just look at it. I guess this set from DM, it is kind of a frosty type tree, but
yep. In
general, most sets I think are very tropical. NP, it's pretty tanned.
Okay, might be Brazilian, as. Looking at that, Nothing to Say, getting poked by the puck. Of course you're going to be losing this lane as a puck. I think there's no doubt. There's just too big of a difference in damage, too big of a difference in animation that you cannot win. Even no one who is always known as a lane dominator is not getting out of this one. Okay, he's actually being crushed.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely expected. It is... once you get more levels, you know, level 2 of any of your 2 spells, it helps with getting CS. But before that, the base damage of Tiny is way too big. And, you know, this Timbersaw, bro, he's actually doing a really good time. I expected the first levels to maybe be an issue, but Fishman wasn't able to deal with a lot of the Illuminates. They did break all of the trees now, and I really like that Watson has that Qualum Blade. But he's been doing his best to break the tree line, prevent the obvious Illuminates. But overall, Boboka, I think the job is done. This Timber is already, you know, he's going to have double Bracer. He will not have a terrible game.
We'll have a good one, right? It's just very hard to shut down anybody who has a Kotl. Maybe they're gonna suffer in CS at some point, but Timbersaw is very good at finishing off creeps with Whirling Death. Have a toss on the puck, no one being annoyed. He will have an orb and a water rune, so isn't really going to die. But when you are getting crushed this much, death doesn't seem like a bad option. Just make it go away.
G2 IG looking solid once again. All of the possible problems, I guess specifically this bottom lane, not really being an issue whatsoever. But, you know, Spirit Breaker is a very annoying hero. Once nighttime comes, you always have to be so scared of Kataomi. This Crystal Maiden, even the Kotl, like, they are very easy prey once the puck is ready to join Kataomi in these fights.
But killing the cores is going to be tough, right? Tiny is not an easy kill, especially not with magical damage when you have that much HP. Timbersaw, definitely magic damage is good versus him, but he still also will have a decent amount of HP that will allow him to survive even the strongest Gants. I think Watson and even DM are gonna be needed in those
OTP
rotations.
from the breaker bottom. They get a nightmare.
There's the charge onto Baboka. Doesn't have the blinding light, and because that your eyes will get gouged out. So a lot of damage from JT. He wants Fishman. Once again,
cut the tree!
What a tree cut with the last angle. It doesn't matter. He gets too close. He thought he was going to be able to juke this guy out. And a very nice Lucent beam from Watson to stop the Timber Chain while he's going to be running away. Watson gets himself a double kill, and this Luna off to a great start.
Yeah, you still have to TP. But at the end of the day, you're happy. Some of the pressure gets relieved, and it's not like they're pressuring the M that much. As I say that, the arrow's slightly off the mark. Yep. They needed level 2 Frostbite for that one.
This is all happening before the M gets his level 6. Once Wrath of Nature is available, I know NP players, they always just say, big ulti coming bottom, and then you know that you are going to be winning that fight. So I can't wait for him to be able to utilize that.
And I mean, it's a huge buff for Nature's Prophet, right? Now that he bounces infinitely, it doesn't increase the damage. Oh, Baboka. TP from Xnova.
Katomi is taking some damage, and that does look like a Bane that will be going down. Tries to get a kill on Baboka. Very nice takedown of the Nightmare. Xnova understanding that Baboka could very easily die. That increased attack speed on the Bane is no joke.
Watson will live. Having a pretty good game. Going for the standard Mask of Madness build.
Yep.
Time for the runes now. Who's gonna be the lucky one? It is no one.
Because the way that he salvaged this mid lane in terms of CS, he deserved the rune. Nothing to say was crushing at the start, and they want nothing to say. Maybe with the JTTP, I will decide against it. Still very tanky.
All right, so looking at JT, he's not gonna rush that pipe. I guess he's having enough of a good game that he thinks he can get away with a Kaya. Pretty, I guess greedy is not the word, but bold, because he's been all about the pipe in the first couple of series we cast from him.
We'll see if he goes through with it though. Right, maybe the idea is to do more damage at the start of the fight because of the coddle. As no one with an invis rune
no one
scans it. And there's a sentry. They know he's here.
There we go.
Frostbite. He's not an easy guy to bring down. Once the rune,
He
and
got the
does
wisdom.
get it. Coil on all three of them. TP out. Is there a chance? Illuminated going for him. They want him dead, and there's the NP ulti, almost killing both of the supports. Okay, boys. So was that worth it?
I think it is because you force a tiny TP. If the tiny doesn't TP, it's like meh, right? You get the wisdom rune, you deny some experience, but at the end of the day, I don't think the supports on IG really need their level 6 as much. Like, it's fine and it helps, but it's not like you have a, I don't know, Bane, right? Bane really heavily relies on that Nyx assassin. The supports on IG, they're okay with not having their 6s.
Watson with the ulti. JT has been charged. They see him clearly. The vision gain is on their side. There will be another Lucent beam, but the charge at the perfect moment. He was about to go across that river. Not allowed from Katomi. And that's, you know, Bowie, the supports of G2IG, they might not need their level 6s, but Cloud9s do. And they will be getting them earlier because of that play.
That's true. Fishman now, level 4.5. Pretty... He was not doing super well in experience, and now we'll be having a better time. We do see this Mirana though struggling a little bit, like 1,000 gold actually behind Watson. Just not able to keep up initially. You need that Maelstrom to really match the farm of the Luna early on.
They have the same amount of creeps, but the 3 kills on the Luna, they changed the game. It is a game changer, and this is what the Luna does. Now with the Lucent Beam usually being maxed out, or at least a couple of points taken, you participate in kills quite a lot. Haste, from nothing to say, they see a cow underneath the tower who wants level 6, and let's see if that's going to be allowed. Starstorm, only one of it drops, turns around with the charge, won't be escaping. Ulti from the Nature's Prophet, doing a decent amount of damage, not enough to threaten anybody's life. Clean kill.
And they're even Gonna poke this tower. At the end of the day, the Koro being on the bottom side is really good, but Boca makes it really hard for this
They're
team to
getting
do
it.
anything. The miss chance is annoying. The Illuminate kills the creeps.
How is this fair? How is this fair? It's fair because the tower kills it fast, I guess. But as soon as there's a bigger wave, it's a problem. The top tower did fall, nothing to say. Gonna be targeted. They won the tower, moving very quickly around the map, Cloud9. And this is what we kind of assumed that their lineup was gonna be all about.
Yeah, there you go. It's gonna be a mid-tier 1. This is huge here for Cloud9. But, you know, I think G2AG also did get some objectives for themselves. Their timings look good. This is still quite even, in my opinion.
Sure, sure. Opening up of the map. Top tower doesn't give you much. Luna wants to farm the Ancients, but I don't think that's necessarily going to be a problem with how aggressive the rest of the lineup wants to be. So I'd say in terms of towers that Cloud9 are at the moment happier.
Yeah, they definitely are. It's just that I expected the Timbersaw to be having a much worse game, and so far he's gonna have a Kaya. He's pretty tanky because of his Seeds of Serenity, but topside Monet will be
Targeted.
found by Kataomi. Aerial gets
Nice
used.
arrow. They have the imbalance, pushing him super far back. Watson with a lot of damage, and it will be the Wrath of Nature. Usually he wouldn't get targeted, but the extra vision will be taking him out. They're thinking about going for Watson. Speaking of things, Dexter, you guys saw it there on the screen with the banner down below and the promo code. You get yourself 100% bonus on your first deposit, and the charge going in again. Baboka, he doesn't have his blinding, like not getting the skill up on it. You could have been canceling those charges, but it's not going to happen. No one has an arcane rune, doesn't really care. Some heals from the Illuminate, in the end not enough to prevent the puck damage from killing you, and that is another tower that Cloud9 will open up. They are starting to put the foot on the gas.
Yeah, that is exactly what you need. Was a bit greedy from Monet dying there. He could have instantly leaped, but he, as you said, didn't respect the night vision of the Luna. Ends up being targeted by the OT of the Spirit Breaker. But, you know, at the end of the day, I do like that G2IG didn't really take that fight, because nothing to say is very close to his Blink. So all you want to do now is farm this Blink and go for a smoke. Possibly, even if the Timber, maybe rotate to his lane as he baits for Cloud9 to go on him.
He has put the pipe in his quick buy, and not buying the Kaya, I think it's showing us that JT has changed his mind. I think he sees that there
Just by
needs to be
Kaya,
somebody.
literally, as you say that. He is just, you know.
People down quite nicely. Kataomi, not the best target, but you get the kill in the tower. Not gonna be too bad. Solar Bind, a lot of extra damage being done. Kataomi gets demolished by the burst of G2IG.
Very nicely done. They quickly join for this tower. No reason, I think, for Cloud9 to defend. You do need the Spirit Breaker if you want to take those fights, and with this Kotto OT, they're way too sustainable on the side of G2AG. Very nicely done.
How is the Morana looking? Still kind of struggling in terms of farm. Finally has a Maelstrom, so maybe this starts to change in the next couple of minutes. But for now, the Luna is still ways ahead of anybody else. And this is the hero that you need to be ahead in almost every game. Luna, now that he has been changed again, I think she is again in that category of you fall off later on in the game.
I mean, I think hero taking long fights against Luna is pretty hard now, but the outranging aspect of the Mirana is annoying. Luna does not like heroes that outrange her, and Mirana is definitely one of those. Oh, speaking of that, smoke
Run,
from
Mirana.
Cloud9.
Oh, Monet, they saw him. They can't do
No
anything
charge,
about
though.
it. However, Timbersaw just appears. While Timbersaw appears to give us a kill. And a lot of those Ancients did go into the hands of Cloud9. So not only do you get a big Timber kill, but also quite a lot of farm on top of that.
Very nicely done. They will also get this bottom tower. So the last tier 1 falls here for D2IG. Not too shabby. Both teams really trying to pressure a lot in this mid game. And as you said, Cloud9 is just easier for them. They have so many global heroes, so much mobility, that connecting to each other is really easy.
Cloud9, 2k gold lead, all of the tier 1s are dead. This is the thing that their lineup is very good at. Now shoving out the waves, getting them deep into enemy territory is going to be easy. And nighttime is coming, Bowie. So the real scary part is only just going to begin.
Yeah, I think that the question is whether Watson is going to be joining these fights if it's not a smoke, because he doesn't still have his Manta. I feel like it is a bit scary for him to join fights where there's vision, maybe for G2IG. But yeah, regardless, this just buys a lot of time for Watson. The map is all his, as they will find a little Fishman. Charge cancelled.
That's a nice pickoff. What you need to do on G2IG is consistently get even support pickoffs just to keep Cloud9 off the map. If they are missing even one hero, it's not an easy. We'll try to go for him. That should be a puck that survives. Still has an AD rune, however, so probably wanted to use it aggressively. We'll see if that's going to be a possibility now.
Tower though, okay, they're not gonna force this, but they will go for a smoke, knowing that this puck has to go base. This is not bad in Watson. Oh, they don't go for the triangle. I think they're expecting Watson to go to the lane, right?
And he will. He will if JT pushes it to Swan out, but unfortunately it is a siege creep. Yep, it's gonna take a long time. That scan Watson doesn't. He's greedy. Shield rune, saving it for the puck. We'll get it. Has an AD rune as well. Gets the coil onto the Coddle. Will instantly break it. Avalanche. They want to kill the puck. That shield rune is really making a difference. And with the pipe being used, DM will be protecting his teammates. Phoenix Grip onto the poor Tiny. He cannot move. And a nice bash from Kataomi. Needs to be very careful. Could take a lot of damage. Nothing to say. Too tanky. You only killed the CM. Where's your damage? There it is with the Luna coming in. Bringing in the Knight. For the side of G2IG, 4 of their heroes get taken now, just small pokes until the real damage dealer appeared.
I mean, really unlucky. You engage, you don't know about this shield rune. I guess they knew when they Crystal Nova, but it was also fast. And once your supports get engaged, you kind of decide to take that fight. And like Tiny did 0 damage, no one. That was very unfortunate. You end up going for the right hero, but he is twice as tanky.
This pipe on DM making a difference. I think one of the games where I really wanted JT to get a pipe, he just didn't do it in time.
I agree. If you had a pipe there, this fight is very different. Even the Mirana would be maybe a bit more confident joining. You know, there's still a lot of scaling on the side of G2IG. Tiny with Solar Flare is always going to be scary to fight into, but it does look like Cloud9 is severely ahead. They finally got a convincing lead. And yeah, we'll see if they're gonna be able to keep it up. The global pipe, let's say, from this NP has a lot of value, but it also means he's not scaling as much, right? It's just gonna be an eggs and a pipe. He will right click wise, he's not gonna be doing that much. And I think what G2IG needs to understand is until they have a pipe, they should not be going for these big fights. It's all pickoffs, get in, get out, and only then, when you have your own pipe, you can maybe try to sustain the team fight of Cloud9.
He's close though, right? Because he's gonna have it in no time, and then maybe you can do it. I just don't know. It seems to me like a 13k net worth Luna can now go through it, even with the pipe. This Timbersaw and the rest of his team, they look dead.
Yeah, but it really depends who they burst to, right? That was also a nighttime fight. If you go for that smoke, daytime. You find a puck, you know, Avatar's arrow. The Mirana wasn't there. Like, Avatar's arrow is supposed to be really strong, and that's why I don't like it as much when you have both Tiny and Mirana as cores, because this combination just gets online much later, because the Mirana just doesn't have that much incentive to be following the Tiny around everywhere. They don't really have another hero that truly combos with the Avatars to kill someone.
We're talking about this pipe timing, but there is a much bigger timing that is happening on the Cloud9 side, and that is Watson finishing his BKB. 1500 gold away from it, and also half a level away from his level 18. The amount of damage this guy is going to be doing in the next fight, be it daytime, nighttime, it doesn't matter. He will be ripping through everybody.
Yeah, got to be very careful. But, you know, Monet is also getting his own BKB, so he will not be needing the pipe necessarily. We'll have a way to maneuver most of the spells besides the Fiend's Grip, besides the Spirit Breaker OT. Shadow Blade is going to be up for Kataomi no time as well. That's very annoying for the Mirana showing in the lanes.
It's annoying for everybody because you do have solid ways of canceling the charge. Now it is gonna be much tougher to do. Also, DM finished his Ags. It's being delivered to him as we speak. The next item, he wants a shard. So with the Curse of the Old Growth, even more vision. I really like what Cloud9 are doing. With better vision in a fight versus a lineup like G2IG's that supports die very easily, it is a problem. Of course, if you guys want your life problems to go away, subscribe to our official channels here and on YouTube so that you can watch Dota even if you're having a hard time in life. Dota is something that always brings a smile to everybody's face. That's true,
Crystal
Bowie,
Clone on CM. Very good against the Breaker. What did you say?
Is it really true that Dota brings a smile to everybody's life? Or
Not
maybe,
really.
you know, you come over, you play a game of Dota, and then you're like, yeah, my problems are not that big. Screw this.
Well, I guess if you go, if you're with what you mean is like, oh, look at all of these degenerates just screaming. My life is so much better than theirs. Maybe you're right. I don't know which pubs you're playing though. Smoke from Cloud9 is not gonna land, but it means they could maybe poke Roshan with the BKB you talked about. Watson's level 18. He is so big.
Yep. Going in on the Roche. If we look at G2IG, they are not even aware this is happening. Even if they were aware, Bowie, let's say they are. Do they go to fight? Probably not.
I don't think so. I think you need BKB or nothing to say. He's probably gonna disassemble his Echo to have it sooner. If Cloud9 takes the fight to them, which they should. They definitely should. Drums on X-Nova, huh? Interesting. I expected 4 staff to be the item I was gonna go for.
Nothing to say. Running away. He is being charged. That's just for the extra vision.
Yeah. JT going for a U-Scepter. Pretty good this game as well. He doesn't have a cancel for Finn's Grip, so it will help him deal with that.
What's up next?
Not that big of a lead any longer for Cloud9. So if something, G2IG have managed to stop the bleeding, which is a big deal. But looking at the Aegis right now, Cloud9 in the next 5 minutes are going to be looking to, if not increase the lead, at least increase the map control that they have.
Yeah, I mean, the lead is pretty much the difference between Monet and Watson, which should happen. Luna just farms faster. They were playing from ahead the whole time. I think this is how you expect an even game to go when you have Moran on one side, Luna on the other. As you said, though, they have all of this pushing power. I wonder how many tier 2s G2AG is willing to give, because in 2 minutes it's going to be nighttime. So you either take a fight now, or they probably get harder, actually.
Well, we'll see if that's the case. Nobody looking like they're too eager to fight. The tier 2 did fall. Glyph refreshed. G2IG probably not going to be using the Glyph again if Cloud9 go for another push. The game is completely slowed down. Okay, but you wanted to see a fight. Who forces it out? When do they do it? Because none of the teams seem like they're going for it. Watson, he's alone here.
I mean, he's not alone, right? You have NP and Spirit Breaker and Pluck. The speed that they can connect is really fast. And G2AG, they know you don't go on this Luna. You go for whoever is behind her. You're gonna try and find a good angle with a rune spawning at the same time. It's on the left side. That's a big one. Amplify damage.
They want the AD rune. Luna sees it. This is a problem. You're already doing massive amounts of damage. They might give it to somebody else. Watson doesn't care much about it. Give it to the Puck.
Alright. Smoke doesn't really accomplish anything on both sides, but finally The push is ready. Oh, I think they know where JT is. They have a ward on the right side.
But Will Fit
Oh,
focusing
no.
out on the Tiny who pops the BKB. The Luna is trying to finish him off, breaking the coil. He'll be fine, protected by the pipe as well. Monet into the backlines, also the supports. Kataomi still alive, and with the Fiends Grip, they're
Oh, no.
controlling the Mirana.
Fiends Grip.
Watson is keeping everybody at bay. Everybody is still living and breathing. There's the silence of the Mirana. The AD Puck trying to finish him off. Monet still alive. And
What
first,
albatross.
it is gonna be the Luna that loses their Jaegers, but no one finally hunts down the Mirana without your big damage deal. This is very dangerous. No one is trying to play around. He's gonna have a blink, and there's the chakra. Not good enough. Goes to the side. EM coming forward with the charge. X Nova. They see clearly where he is. That is Spirit Breaker coming from the base. Puck still not caught. Somehow gets out of that very sticky situation.
Yeah, the fight was very close. I like what G2IG did, right? They took the fight before nighttime, and they just used the BKBs. This Tiny, he had the Echo Saber disassembled, uses his body, forces all of the spells. They take the Aegis on the Luna. It does feel like Cloud9 still eager to take tier 2s though, despite not having it. But I think, you know, at least they tried. Like, they used the BKBs. Sure, they don't win the fight, but they don't lose it either. And at the end of the day, they're gonna keep this tier 2 bottom alive.
Did kill the Mirana though on the side of Cloud9, and I think that's the biggest issue. Look at now Monet, he has to go for a Lincoln Sphere. It's not ideal. You want to have more damage.
Yeah, you definitely do. But it is what it is. And at the end of the day, though, Lincoln Sphere is not bad for Universal Heroes. Out of the types of heroes in the game, Lincoln's is, right-click damage-wise, is best on Universal Heroes.
It is solid. Tiny is built building into a lot of damage, right? And I think nothing to say, he did quite a lot in that fight. So we saw a Tiny Mirana yesterday, and the Tiny wasn't half bad in contributing to the damage department.
Yeah, especially when you have the Solar Flare. It definitely scales at some point. In that fight, obviously, nothing to say. Didn't even have his Echo Saber, so his goal there was just to
X
be
Nova.
a ward. As X Nova will be a ward here, saving G2IG from Doom. Oh, instant smoke. They still want to use this nighttime, and I think they're definitely correct.
The top lane
Oh,
is
look at
pushing
top lane.
in.
Yeah. There's going to be a Treant.
Coming
Big boy
in.
Treant. One,
That tower is gonna
two.
get smacked quite a lot.
3.
Only got 3 hits. Coil. JT has been found. Breaks the coil instantly. They have the Fiends Grip. He's dead. This was such a good move. You had a couple of heroes in the top lane that they needed to react to the Ironwood Treant, and Cloud9 are just way too fast in their movements around the map. Watson is gonna be finding another one. Monet. Okay, the fighting between the two servants of Sally. Maybe you didn't think that was the real one, Monet. You should have known. Has been charged. They see him clearly. There could be another Lucent Beam coming in. You should get into the base. Kataomi, he's going for it. Gets stopped by the avalanche, and you might have gone too deep. Underneath the tier 3, you will most definitely die, especially with the tier 2 still being alive. Not for long.
Yeah, they get it. Should be a Wisdom Rune as well, which G2IG is trying to stop. Nothing to say in a good position. You're going to get vision from that Illuminate.
You have
Oh, Eva.
No BKB on the
He got it.
on the Mirana. Okay, nothing to say. Got the rune. Is it
He's
worth
stuck.
it? This BKB, what? No, you didn't cut the right tree. You couldn't cut all of the trees in the coil to be keeping in place. Luna, being too scared to go forward. The stray arrow, when you don't have a BKB, can very easily kill you. And there's a stray arrow, almost connecting. Just not good enough in the end.
All right. Very courageous of G2IG here, despite all that pressure. They set up that fight really well. Vision from the Illuminate. Still, though, they're not getting a lot out of this. I think it's nice to see that they are not afraid to make moves, even though they are being pressured heavily by Cloud9. They need control. This puck from no one, it doesn't feel like it's being countered by this Tiny at all. And the big part, in my opinion, is that even though they picked this Tiny, the Mirana being carry means that they don't have the follow-up stun to really do anything, right? This Frostbite doesn't do anything about the puck. He can still just orb and phase shift away and eventually get out. So I guess now it starts to become a bit harder for no one, but he's already so farmed that the kills are hard anyways.
What I'm seeing, they're mostly ignoring the puck, though. They are trying to kill everybody else. The Murano wanted the Lincoln Sphere, and now Monet bought himself a Crystallis. I think the idea is he told the Tiny, you have one job. Keep the Bane off of me.
Yeah, no Glimmer Cape, nothing that could make it harder for the Tiny to cancel the Fiend's Grip. The problem is that, in general, though, all of the Spirit Breaker, the puck, they create so much chaos in the fights that it's hard for Nothing to say to find the Bane, especially nighttime fights. But it is going to be daytime soon, so this is probably a big incentive here for G2IG to get out in the map, especially because Roche is also spawning, and it is on the Radiant side. They have to start getting some map control around the area.
Avalanche. He's not at bay. Gets the shield rune. Gets rooted. Slept as well. He will be waking up fairly soon. It's 12.
Awesome.
My friend, you cannot sleep until noon.
Alright. Watson already having his Skanda ready. Doing a lot of damage with the level 20 talent.
I really like the way that lore-wise we can set up this game, right? Mirana with the Solar Flare, no longer serving Selemene, and then we have Luna, and really G2IG are waiting for daytime. So it's like day versus night. I feel like I'm in a Batman v Superman movie.
That is true. Have you watched that? What is the name of that anime?
Do you bleed? Of course I watched. As Avalanche
no,
toss
no,
the
I'm
Bane
talking about-
will bleed quite a lot with two of these giants of damage coming towards you.
Pride is called. The One.
No.
He has Escanor. He's like this guy that gets
Oh, I know.
stronger.
I know.
Yeah. Oh, no one.
7 deadly sins.
Hello.
And let's see the one if you have sinned. Arrow flying
That's a
through. He blinks to the
BKB
other
from
side.
Monet.
Very early BKB. He expected more heroes to be there. It's time to run. You might have just forfeited the Roche, and it is during daytime. I will be bringing down JT as well. Without that buyback, you got no shot at defending this Roche. Oh, they got spooked by no one.
Yeah, and the buyback, right? You see the Bane buyback, like, oh, goddamn, what's happening? This puck is so hard to catch. It has 2.2k HP. They just don't have the control, and in all these fights, the Tiny by himself can't really deal with the puck. It is very bothersome here for IG. Aegis, they are ready to poke high ground, I think. Cloud9, they have everything they ever wanted.
Do you go now? At least to force out the glyph while JT is dead? Oh, Arcane Rune. When you control this much of the map, these runes are so huge.
I think you can definitely go now if you want to. You can wait nighttime if you think it's more appropriate. You can control this area, get the Tormentor for yourself. But looking at timings here, there's nothing. I guess the eggs on no one could be very good. Maybe that's what they're waiting.
They have a BKB on the Spirit Breaker. That is a huge one. Being able to control the Mirana. Spirit Breaker has always been this type of a hero. You sit on a high damage dealer and you just bash him and annoy him, and he cannot do what he's supposed to do. So now you aren't even only afraid of the Bane to be a problem to you. The Spirit Breaker can sit on you for a very long time and actually not die.
Yeah. And now this game becomes very hard. It's only Monet that can farm outside of the base, and even then he has to be very careful because he doesn't have that Lincolns. Everyone else has to camp the base.
At least he's at the mines farming. You know, you can find a lot of gold in a mine.
Yeah, hopefully it's not going to be warded with some annoying heroes from Cloud9, but there was no wards there, so he's going to be okay.
Has his level 20 as well. Pretty solid.
Yeah.
Also, Tiny is approaching his level 20 as well, so the amount of damage that both the Tiny and the Mirana will be doing is insane. And going high ground versus the Tiny is never easy. The toss back is just a real pain in the backside. But I guess that's why you don't push the mid lane. You push the side lanes, and then he can't really get you into the tier 4s.
Yeah, it's much harder. They do have some good wards, though. I really like that one from IG. Sometimes people forget about that one, and could give the vision and nothing to say needs to go for this move despite the nighttime approaching, which is when I think Cloud9 is gonna go for the move. 500 gold, even less than that for no one's eggs, and it's gonna coincide with nighttime.
They found the Mirana
Really?
with the charge. There's the imbalance pushing him back. Does have two leap
no.
charges. The amount of damage he took in a second, that is just between the offlane duo of Cloud9. Watson was there just to finish the job.
Unfortunate. Look what Bo3 is doing though. Looks like he's trying to cut the wave. Oh, never mind.
Avalanche tossed. He's not tossing him back. Wants to fight. There is a buyback on Monet. Fiend's Grip still connecting on the Tiny. They're keeping everybody at bay. Luna doesn't really do enough damage to finish him off. He will wait out the coil. Magnum Scepter, JT, will be fine. Watson tossed away. Still has the Aegis.
No,
If he dies, not gonna be that big of a deal. Doesn't have that much mana. Fishman will be losing his life. That is gonna be a dead Luna for the first time. They have protected their base. I'd say long enough for the Mirana to come back. Cloud9 are not going for another push.
Okay. This ends up being much better than I think G2IG expected. They don't have to use the Mirana buyback. As you said, the Fiend's Grip, were not really doing that much damage to the Tiny. They're still gonna poke the high ground, it looks like. Eva toss onto the puck. He
still alive
100
somehow. He's
HP.
always surviving on 0 HP. Tiny pushed into his base, nothing to say. He wants to go forward, not sure now. With the BKB expiring, but Monet is back to the world of the living. The Solar Flare was instantly used as Watson TPing out with the BKB. He will be successful, nothing to break that one. The rest of his team also quite speedy on the escape.
still looking pretty hard here for Cloud9 to take this fight despite the huge gold lead. I don't mind that they poke there, and at the end of the day, you only lost your Bane. But it looks like slowly but surely, nothing to say is reaching a point where the puck has to be careful.
So
that's a 3k HP puck.
Yep. I think at some point this Tiny bursts you down, and that's not a good position to be in.
5 on Watson with AD Rune. Are they willing to go again? It's still nighttime. Maybe they are.
He's still not choosing his talent. I kind of thought Lucid Beam hits an additional target was just 100% something that you get.
Yeah, it is.
There it is. He finally has chosen that one. But he was waiting for a long time. I've been looking at him for 10-15 seconds.
He was taking his sweet time. As people say, Dota favors the patient.
Yeah, sure. That's why smokes and playing fast is what usually wins the game. Because you need patience.
Oh, that's how you think you win games, but Watson is 14k MMR for a reason. I'm sure he knows what he's doing. Especially with the smoke here, they find X-Nova.
Still clone, arrow, connecting onto the Luna. I had no turnaround. G2IG weren't ready.
There is a Lincoln's on Monet. I think it was spotted, so I don't think they're gonna randomly Fiend's Grip her. But they have this buyback onto the CM. You need to use Scepter, this Luna. Cancel this AD Rune. Where's the Timber? JT,
there he is.
This is your goal.
Short time, imbalanced. Onto the Tiny. He is stuck there with the Fiend's Grip not moving. Somebody needs to cancel it, and nobody is canceling. They don't even care about the Mirana. Watson, the backlines, destroys everybody while no one keeps them in place. Monet is the only one left alive, and he cannot fight the Luna, even with the Solar Crest. From the Crystal Maiden buying back, we all know what happens when an AD Runa gets in your base. Everything just dies. Going for the throne. They want to end it right now. What? GG? They don't even want a buyback. 2 buybacks were available without the Solar Flare, BKB, and no Tiny. You really cannot fight.
Yeah, I think what they figure out is that when they Fiend's Grip the Tiny, it's so impossible for them to cancel the Fiend's Grip. Like, the Mirana doesn't have any vision for the arrow. The Timber has used Scepter, but it's so awkward, especially in that position for him to find the Bane. They had no Blink Dagger on the Timber either. At the end of the day, though, I think you just ban NP. I think this hero is just too broken. Like, you lane against anything. They had drafted 2 counters, and you still lost all tier 1s by minute 12. And you had Tiny into Puck, which would be a good lane. You had a really solid safe lane as well. And still, this hero just gets all the towers. He gets farm because of it. He builds a pipe, shows up anywhere. And that's not only the only playstyle. He can go right-click too. That hero, you just gotta ban it.
Yep, he contributes too much. He can lane on all 5 lanes. He is very easy to draft with and very hard to draft against. And for all the reasons that you just mentioned, he just made G2IG's game impossible. But, you know, we live and we learn. I think G2IG have learned their lessons. So going into the second game of the series, how do you think they approach it? Are they going to be going with the play-in type G2IG, slow and steady, taking their time? Or are they going to be going with the G2IG that we have been seeing in the main tournament thus far, where they are playing a bit of a faster paced Dota?
I think they can play both pretty well. Honestly, it's mostly about taking away these broken heroes. I think the NP is a big one. It will also make this kind of global playstyle they were trying to accomplish harder, right? There's no other easy substitute for a hero like NP when you have Spirit Breaker on top of it. So when you have these global heroes, like they scale. Having one global hero is fine, but when you have 2, it feels like anywhere in the map they could be together. In Cloud9, they were all farming, but still very tight because everyone could connect. So I think that's the first thing you should address going to game 2.
And we even saw Monet in the later portions of the game get charged, and then the Wrath of Nature connects, and you are left with 200 HP. That, exactly, I think cannot be allowed. This draft from Cloud9, I really liked what they had. They came prepared today, and like a 180 turn completely from what we saw yesterday. I like this type of adjustment, because with this type of gameplay, Bowie, they might have the power necessary to defend their title here at the FISSURE universe.
Yeah, it was very refreshing. Also, straying a little bit from the meta we saw in this tournament, right? With the support snipers and Nagas and Leshreks and all of this weird stuff. They went for comfort, and it still worked out. The draft made sense. Sure, I think the centerpiece of that draft is all about the Nature's Prophet. So they're going to have to find another way to enable DM. But, you know, he does have a very wide hero pool. I don't think that's necessarily a problem. I would be surprised, though, to see NP being given away. I don't think Cloud9... After this game, Cloud9 understands how good the hero is. And G2IG... Like, they drafted really good counters. I don't know what else you could have done about that.
Yeah, they had decent heroes versus it, right, in the laning. Though, I think people are focusing too much on the Ironwood Treant rather than focusing on the classic counters of the Nature's Prophet, like let's say a Spirit Breaker. Spirit Breaker is a classic NP counter. He might not do well versus him in the laning stage, but your split push capabilities, your capabilities to control the map, they're gonna be offset by this.
Yeah, I guess so. The Caudal, it felt like the Caudal was gonna do more, and it did okay in the first couple of minutes, but eventually, like, you just get doved, right? This puck, whenever they get vision of you, it's charged into the puck. And to me, dude, I know the stats of Watson look amazing, but the MVP for me is no one. I think he had a tough matchup. He itemized to be tanky. He was incredibly annoying, only died once. Sure, Watson can get it, but you cannot underestimate how well no one played.
And he also did well in the lane versus Tiny. He did lose the lane, but maybe it was at 10 minutes a 200 gold difference between the two, which is hella impressive for the puck, right? Sure, later on in the game you had a lot of the heroes shoving out the waves, and he could play around, but those fights where he survives on a sliver of an HP, gets out, keeps everybody at bay, allows the Luna to deal this massive amount of damage, it was the winning recipe. Yeah, I do agree with you that his impact might have been bigger than that of Watson.
I think that's a problem in general with Cloud9. Like, you just have Watson, and he's a high player for a long time, right? Very high MMR. Finally found a team where everyone has cohesion, and it feels like no one sometimes is left to the shadows a little bit. And I just like to hype him up because he's been very consistent this year.
And what is also hype is that we are still giving away those Arcanas with the exclamation mark 1xgive in the chat. You find out how to participate, and you can do that while we are on a break before the game 2 starts.
No one should know about the esports in your pocket.
A swift game in favor of Cloud9. They win the first one versus G2IG. That was a very nice performance, Bowie. They understood their draft. Their draft was also something out of the box, something different than what we have been thus far in the tournament. And that will be granting them the victory, only one game away. I would have wanted to say to go through the groups, but no. To get a chance to play another best of 3 that will allow them to go through the groups.
Yeah, well, they're gonna have to win this one to go through, and we'll see if that's gonna happen. The odds now looking way better for Cloud9 after all they did take that game 1, and I do love what G2AG has here. Just take away the NP. Cloud9 pretty much keeping the same strategy, but they get the Enigma, huh?
Okay. I'd still rather play versus the Enigma than the Nature's Prophet. Is this just now straight up gyro pick and then you force it into a 5 and then you deal with it in some different ways?
I don't know. I think it could be a debate because this could be Enigma 5, and I don't like gyro that much. I wouldn't pick gyro actually. I would actually be happy if they banned gyro against me. So I would pick Monkey King. I would pick a soft counter in the lane that can flex as well.
Okay. That's nice. We saw a Mirana being played versus the Enigma, it just didn't work out. Are there supports that really deal well with this hero?
And she's fine, right? You steal one, you right click the others. It's not hard. And there's no support hard counters in the lane, I would say, because most of them actually struggle to trade against the 801s.
That's true. Maybe somebody with a lot of armor, like a Naga.
That's actually not half bad. You have a way to dispel the Malefice yourself. But yeah, that's one, right? Tech speed's low, very good against the babies.
Solid. That does leave the Naga for Cloud9 to take if they want to, because the Nagas that we have seen are very strong in the 5 position. I don't know if I would like it if it's anywhere else.
Yeah, there's a lot of 4s playing Naga too, but I get what you mean. I also wonder if picking Jakiro here forces G2IG into picking or banning Rubik. You know, even though I like it as a lane, as addressing the Enigma in the lane with this Jakiro, having to now, like, only have one ban, having to pick Rubik feels bad. Having to pick it this early, it makes your draft so obvious.
Why Rubik hater, man? It's not too bad. It can
exactly.
work.
We have a patch full of the most absolutely broken heroes, and Rubik is like 30th on the list, 40th maybe. Like, it's just, he's fine. That's what he is. But do you want to win with fine, or do you want to win with 60% chance of winning?
I want to win with fine, because then I'm undoubtedly the better guy, right? That's what I do.
Yeah, but that's why you're casting. That's why you're here, and we
Yeah,
have
it's
two
unfair.
very good coaches.
You're right. It would be
helping
unfair.
these teams. Yes. Oh, I see. Because you're too good. Yes. You're so good that you're here. But no matter what, they actually bend the gyro, huh? So they really want to play this on the end.
I'm happy with my position, Bowie. You haven't hit a nerve with me never getting to play in the big tournaments.
I'll keep trying. Don't worry.
There's the Naga, man. They still go with it.
Okay. I guess that could be Monet's hero, right? Just playing. Even if it is Carry Naga, I think Song is amazing against Black Hole, right?
Yep.
It's quite annoying. Even if you don't cancel the Black Hole, you're still healing through
Yep.
the Black Hole, which is like it's probably the best heal you can have for that short period of time.
For sure, for sure. So let's, banning the Rubik or picking the Rubik. Which one is it going to be? Or, I mean, there's a third option, ignoring the Rubik. That's what Bowie would do.
I would do that, yes. I would probably. I think you can Monkey King here.
Yeah, you could. They ban out the Spirit Breaker. It does open potentially for a Monkey King, and no, it will be a Sniper. That is now actually a very good Spirit Breaker ban. No heroes that have Arcanas in this game, unfortunately, but there are quite a lot of them that we are giving away! Exclamation mark 1x give in the chat. But also, guys, we have an amazing app from our sponsors, and you just saw it there on the screen. You can get all of the stats that you need if you want to get in on the action. It is the best place to be.
I like this. You would love to have a roamer type hero for Cloud9, and you ban the Spirit Breaker. Sniper definitely a hero that would struggle against it. But you Pudge here. Definitely a hero Katami plays. Watson is no stranger to it. No one plays it too.
Yep. This is a team that can flex the Pudge the most, I think. And I've been longing to see it. With the Bane, it does look like this could be their safe lane.
Interesting. Yeah, good combo. Very annoying. They don't have... I guess if you go for this Shrapnel build, it's not enough slow duration for you to disengage from the Pudge sometimes. So you have to like use multiple Shrapnels for your offlaner to disengage, assuming this is Sniper 4. What do you Timber here? Is that what you do?
Into a Pudge? Isn't that dangerous?
I mean, it's you destroy the Eidolons, you still have Whirling Death into the Pudge, you can Timber Chain away from the Rot. Oh, wow.
Is this a support Alk? You're picking that into a Pudge? Into one of the guys that
I don't think
reduces
it's
your
support Alk.
heal quite a lot?
I think it's support Sniper, actually. With carry Alk for the Enigma, right? You just Acid Spray in the Eidolon struggle.
Is there a chance to flex this Enigma now when the Bane has been picked up? Was that a mistake from Cloud9 to get a Bane that early?
Maybe. The thing is, I don't think they want to flex it. I think they're so confident in DM's Enigma. Like in the last 3 months, he has not lost a single Enigma game out of 9 games. So they're very confident on the hero. It is one of the highest pub win rates as well. I just think they think this hero is broken, which it could be on par with NP. You know, it doesn't work the same way. I think it's more like the ceiling and the floor for Enigma are higher than NP. But yeah, it's definitely one of DM's favorites.
They're just gonna feed this Alchemist, dude. And though this is a good game for all of those auras Enigma, I don't think we're gonna be seeing a blink in this game. It just doesn't rub me the right way. But if you get a pipe, if you get a Guardian Grease, this Pudge could become unkillable. And we all know what happens when an Aghanim Scepter Pudge runs into everybody and he's just buffed by everything. Still a chance for no one to get a hold of this Pudge if he wants to.
You're gonna need a hard counter to Pudge here. And I wonder what the plan is. Like, what do they perceive as the hardest carry counter?
That could be a 4 or a no one hero. Still very much flexible. Kataomi doesn't play it much in pubs at least. And neither does no one. Huh.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I think this is a Watson Pudge, right? They don't have 24. They don't have incentive to pick a core on 23. So probably gonna be a no one mid ranger, Watson Pudge, DM Enigma. They're gonna get a support here. They do take away the Shadow Demon, interestingly enough. I guess it is very good against Pudge, right? Against tanky heroes. Having that Disseminate is quite powerful.
That is going to be the Ember taken out by G2IG. So they don't want to be playing versus a no-one hero. They are thinking this is a... Maybe they're thinking this is a support Pudge. You know, Pudge laning with the Enigma isn't half bad. Especially Jakiro. His turn rate is much better now than what it used to be, but it's still bad. And while you're focusing on the Eidolon, some hooks could come out in that lane that kill you. So I could see it happening.
What's the hero for nothing to say, right? Pudge is very bad. Storm is very bad against Pudge. Because tanky heroes in general are not great if you're Storm. And that's a hero probably his favorite hero of all time.
You have a Shaker, so if you see an opening, if it is a mid lane hero that is a melee hero, I think you go Shaker. But they banned out the Shadow Demon. Really doesn't look like a good sniper game if you think about it in the mid lane. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, but what if it's a Monet hero?
I mean, sure.
Support Alk.
I'm saying just that it's not a bad nothing to say hero in this one at all.
Ah, okay. I got what you mean. They take away Puck. I did not expect that ban. What are they picking here?
I think it's very hard to guess for both teams.
Yeah.
Even whatever they pick, there is still a chance for a flex, even once we see all 5 heroes.
G2, like, they need damage. I look at their draft. I look at Pudge. I think the biggest priority is the damage because the Enigma is addressed with the Roar, with the Sniper LT pre-BKB. Oh, they get the Storm. So the Sniper now, Sniper in the mid lane, definitely harder. You can win the lane, but...
Sniper crushes the Storm in the lane, though, right?
Yeah, but then he kills you 70 times.
You buy Atos, first item. I don't know, man. I wouldn't hate a Sniper mid.
I don't think that's how it works, bro.
Really? Why not? You go for the Gleipnir anyways.
You do, but it takes a while, and
There's the Shaker.
Yeah, this one, I definitely like this one much better. Now you have a win condition on the Storm. You have a way to cancel the Fiend's Grip, which is very important. A way to cancel the Dismember from afar. A way to cancel Black Hole from afar. This is a perfect Shaker game. I really like what they give it to. Nothing to say. I'm going to G2AG. I like their draft more. I think this is a carry Wind Ranger, sure. But both the Storm and the Wind Ranger struggle with this problem. I guess the plan now is to have this Pudge as a save, right? You go in with Echo. He blink, dismember someone. You have the Nightmare also to save whoever Nothing to Say initiates on. I like the little flex that they had. Very smart from Cloud9, but I think G2AG seems to be in a more comfortable type draft now.
I agree with you, but there's just one problem I have. Yesterday, I watched a game where a Shaker played versus a ranged hero in a lane, and he just looked really, really bad, right? And I think that's where you could lose the game. Even you yesterday told me a matchup in the mid lane can make or break a Shaker. And I think Storm wins this one. Like, he annoys you, he pushes you out, he's very good versus melee heroes in general. That's the only fear I have for this G2IG lineup.
Well, I have nothing to say to you.
Yep, I'm still gonna go with G2IG. I think they've...
I get what you mean. I think the
Shaker
here definitely doesn't dumpster the Storm. But it is such a good matchup against Storm that I think it's worth it, right? I think it's a type of Shaker game where the lane doesn't offset all of the benefits you're gonna get. Because as I said, Fissure is amazing this game. So many things that you can do with it. In terms of follow-up
Fissure is
damage,
amazing always, right? That's why you should follow their channels here on Twitch and on YouTube.
Very nice, very nice. Good segue. The only thing I'm a little bit afraid of is follow-up damage. Because until the Beastmaster and the Alk are online, unless, I guess, if you have Macropyre, the Shaker doesn't have that much damage to follow up with. You need the level 6 on the supports so that the Shaker is enabled. And this might be a game where you're very interested in stealing Wisdom Runes, because nothing to say, even if he has a good game, he could actually not have a good mid game if he doesn't have anyone to play with.
Okay, so we've gotten in with our predictions. Cloud9, their favorite to win the entire series. X-Nova, can we get into the game? Because X-Nova is dying and we won't get to see it. The overwhelming right click off a Pudge takes him out. This is just the power of a level 1 hook.
Yeah, very, very powerful ability. And first blood for the Pudge. Very good hype start.
Yep. No one. Trying to see if there's a ward. Nothing to say. Comes forward a couple of times. Any interesting facets? Not really. Everything within expectations here in the game too.
Yeah. Slugger seems to be the preferred one for the mid lane, especially against range heroes as well. And you know, this one, I haven't seen that many Shaker into range hero matchups, but I think this is one timer. Oh, wait a second. Watson.
Watson okay.
Has
He
power
doesn't look
shot.
okay.
He might be dead.
This shrapnel is just so dumb. Look at, he's laughing. He knows that it's stupid. He knows that this shouldn't work this way. That you just kill somebody from 100 to 0 with 2 of your heroes.
Yep. That's Ice Frog for you. You know, he gives and he takes.
Yeah, you know, Cloud9, they come over, they have to connect with the Pudge hook, skill shot, and then this sniper like, oh, haha, I get a kill because I said so.
Exactly. Well, at the end of the day, this is looking at the side lanes, because I guess we didn't really talk about that too much. I do like having Pudge in the bottom side, right? It's Kataomi playing here, and just having the vision of that ward is really what kind of dictates this game. I do like that IG has a ward in that position, or else the Pudge can be very annoying to deal with.
Pudge is generally better in the safe lane, and he is much better on the Radiant side. The Radiant side, safe lane Pudge, is the best place you can play this hero. And no, you cannot now pick it in your pubs and say, but Casters in the Fissure Universe episode 3 said that it's so good, there's nothing to say, in a little bit of trouble. He has a fairy fire, will survive that static slide. He's coming in. Look at the pose of the storm. Ha! I'm crushing you.
Well, he definitely is doing pretty well. I think the bottle... Wait. Okay, he took a while to get that bottle, but should be coming his way.
Well, nothing to say. He's really missing a lot of the creeps under the tower. There's 5 denies on no one.
Yeah, he wanted to get both. He got greedy. He wanted to get both, but Fishman will be taken away. Monet having a really good time, right? We talked about this Alkin to Enigma matchup. Very annoying.
I have a solid amount of armor, so you don't care about the Eidolons. You don't mind them splitting because, well, you do want more farm for yourself. There's the Jewel Breath, one of them taken out. Looking at the odds, favoring G2IG. So I agree with this, right? The draft, in my mind, does look like it is a G2IG favorite.
Yeah, I agree too. I think it's... I don't think it's bad on Cloud9, but I see a lot of good things for G2IG, and it's really on Cloud9 to again stomp the laning stage, which is going to be much harder.
Are we really going up against DM Enigma? I mean, you mentioned it a couple of times. This guy doesn't lose with the hero.
He's very good. Has not lost the last 3 months. X-Nova very low. Concoction will not do that much damage.
Yeah, Monet just continuing to farm still, getting an abysmal amount of creeps. 17 already, and considering he's an alchemist, doesn't matter. Fishman, it was obvious there. He clicked first on the well.
Dude, I hope that gets changed. Like, why is it a clicking competition? Like, I
Why don't they change it on the runes? Why shouldn't it be?
Well, because at least in the runes...
What? How is it different? Okay, I need
to...
No,
in the mid lane, you get 2 runes, right? So the mid laner will not fight for the same rune generally. So that's not really a clicking competition. And later on, it's an actual fight. You're going to have 3-4 heroes. So it's not really about who clicks first. It's about just keep run at them and push them away.
Famous true
in
here.
general...
What a hook! JT
Wow.
will be in trouble. The block grenade is used, and even with those insane shrapnels, it's not going to be enough. It might be enough for Bo3
Quack.
to get himself a turnaround, and there it is. The quacking sounds are going to be haunting you in your sleep.
Oh yeah, Bo3 2-0. Already great start for him. But yeah, I mean, the Shaker recovering actually, tied in CS with the Storm now. Both offlaners relatively even, although, as we just witnessed, the Beastmaster did die. I think this lane actually starts to become hard for no one, because you actually get to annoy him way more with your Ancient Totem. Like you really, like, one Ancient Totem on the Storm is 20-30% of his HP once you're level 5.
I like that Katomi is a Michael Jordan fan, right? You miss 100% of the shots that you don't take. Every single chance that he gets, he just uses a hook. He doesn't care. He doesn't even try to bait out a movement or something. He just comes over hook. That's what he does every time. In the bottom lane, he did it multiple times, and then once you get a connection, you bring down the enemy core.
True, but you know, the whole fandom thing did come at a cost of Watson being pressured here. He's been struggling ever since the TP, but you did also have to help the Storm, so gotta pick your losses.
I still can't believe Katomi didn't reward that ward. Really, it has been a bane of his existence. He sees that G2IG are moving in a weird way when he's hiding in the trees, and he still hasn't addressed that problem.
I mean, there is a sentry there, but I think that something happened that he couldn't really get vision, right? And they don't have... I guess Power Shot could give vision. Maybe it's too short of a time frame?
Give 50 gold. Like, screw your 50 gold. Shackle into a hook. Sniper gonna be caught. Turns around with the shrapnels. Has the healing Lotus. Maybe he can survive a little bit longer. Uses it. And Bo3 still alive. Not for long. Gets taken out at the cost of Katomi. Just every single time that you go for anybody in this bottom lane, the shrapnel just catches you.
Yeah, it's really hard to commit on the Sniper. I feel like the Sniper could have even survived the angle JT went from, kind of blocked the Sniper a little bit. But still, it is JT pretty happy. Every single lane, I think it's quite decent for the heroes on G2IG. There's nothing to say. There's a lot of stuff going on. He can't do it. Ooh.
So close. That one tree that he had to go around because of the
fissure. Yeah, the fissure
is...
block him, yeah.
And he doesn't have a Quelling Blade. This is why I should have a Quelling Blade. Not for farming everybody, but to be able to get kills.
Nothing to say has Echo. I think if it was not for the shield room there, yeah, he would have gone for it.
If there wasn't, I guess no one would be as crazy to stay there. It does leave JT all alone. The TP in from the Jakiro might be enough. JT going to the side. He's baiting. He knows that he can survive longer. Beautifully done.
There we go, and that's gonna be a Helm of the Dominator, Beastmaster. We started seeing that a bit more in the first part of this tournament. Looks like it's getting more popular.
The game is becoming faster, and teams that are going for those late Aghanim Scepters, they get heavily punished. I think that is the main reason why we are seeing this switch up.
And that was one of our worries, right? For IG, you have this Alk and you have this Beastmaster that are a bit greedy, but if you go for this route, then things look much different.
Oh, well, you should be worrying about no one who is rotating with the power shot. JT dropping low.
No off the mark.
Has used quite a lot of his mana. Will have enough left to zip himself into the safety of the tower, but still this is a Storm that needs to go back to the base. Either way, you get yourself a kill.
Yeah, the Ice Path missed. I think it could have actually been different if he did land the Ice Path there, as Monet farming pretty well. 69 creeps. Nice.
We are looking at the net worth, Bowie. Just change it up.
I just wanted to tell you it's 69.
Okay.
Not anymore. It's 70 now.
It is an even game in terms of net worth. The Alchemist is the only one ahead. This mid lane and the bottom lane not going so well, and I guess no one is to blame or praise, depending on which side you're on.
It's expected. I think this is expected.
He's going again.
I don't think he...
JT is gone. That's 2 times in a row. I don't know if this was expected, because it's definitely not good for G2IG. No one, he has a regen rune, he's going for more. You need to stop that regen, and there it is. We'll get slowed down by the Jakiro.
Okay. Wisdom rune trade was even, right? Fishman and Bo3. Yeah, there we go.
Yep.
So, support-wise, The levels are looking okay, but look at no one. Already stealing, getting some intel about the stacks. Zip, mid lane.
As the Echo will be turning around, the Black Hole is ready. If you try to go for it, look at the positioning of DM already threatening them.
Oh, there we go.
Both of the supports will be pulled into nothingness. They are so squishy.
The awareness in this play is crazy. They knew there was no TP on this Beastmaster. They know the Alk doesn't want to join. And DM coming with the Storm after the region room. Very nicely done. And they could even get this tower now with the Eidolons.
I really like that. That at this moment they knew they fucked up. Both of the supports of G2IG, I think they knew they were dead when they saw DM coming up that high ground.
They soaked a black hole for the chorus, right? That's what they
okay.
did.
Cool.
They soaked it like a sponge, and it will help. No one dying for a black hole in the last 3 minutes. That's what they did.
Have you ever praised the support of yours if they die like that and you lose your mid lane tower? You have done it 0 times in your Dota career.
Every time. I'm
yeah.
very pro support rights. All right, I will always advocate.
Haskar player for support rights. You're literally taking away their lives, just like we're giving away the promo code UNVRS3 with the banner down below. You get a 100% bonus on your first deposit. So get in on the action now, as Monet is continuing to farm. But this is a 3k gold deficit while you have an Alchemist lineup. He is farming well, but everybody else, Bowie, is struggling.
Well, yes, but the way I see this game is. Storm is terrible against tanky heroes. And you are fighting into an Aura Beastmaster, an Earthshaker, and an Alchemist. You have a lot of counters that will eventually become available against this Black Hole with the Blink Roar on DM. Maybe C9 is a bit ahead in what I expected at this stage of the game, but I still like IG's chances. I don't think anything too major has happened, especially because Monet, as you said, is still on gear for pretty good timing, and Echo here, Fishman, will be dead.
Yep. Like he baits the Echo, I guess, very deep there, even expected to die.
Yeah, he soaked the Echo like a sponge, like supports should do. Just die for your course.
Okay.
They have the right to die for the course. They should have it.
Yeah, that is what I thought. I knew there was something behind your you pretending to be a nice guy.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's me. You caught me. Now, Blink Dagger wise, I've seen some Shakers struggling and getting Braum boots into Blink Dagger. That's not what Nothing to Say did. So timing wise, it's gonna take a while for him to get online. Although he's probably gonna have Echo once the Blink is ready. So it's gonna be like a 14-minute Blink probably.
He should have a Blink Dagger before the Echo, right? 500 gold is missing. He's getting some stacks. He'll be getting there fairly soon. There's the Dismember with the Shackle Shot. Boca coming in to help. The roar from JT used very nicely. And Katomi does get taken out. G2IG looking towards Watson, who's pretty speedy with the Wind Run. Running like the wind. Very much important here to survive. JT still alive. Big deal. And nice turnaround by the sports.
Yeah, it's on the sniper, right? He doesn't have level 6. I think it was probably enough damage if he had the assassinate there. But still struggling with levels. This bottom lane has been a big problem. Another win for C9 in this lane.
Nothing to say. 30 gold away for the Blink. He's gonna have his Echo. Not at the same time, but very close to it. Fishman is coming. There's the sleep. The rest of the pack is coming from the side. They'll wait for the hook to get him out of position with the Dismember. And now you can't get close for the Ice Path. Nothing to say. Will get taken out. They do have the Feast Grip. Onto another support standing in the center. He'll get the stun off a little bit too late. It won't save his life. And that is going to be another 100 gold that JT will just be sending towards Cloud9.
I think the Jakiro used Ice Path on the cliff to look for a ward, and that's unfortunate. It was on cooldown. Maybe at least the Shaker gets an Echo or something there. But at the end of the day, Cloud9 just bringing the numbers. realizing that they are much stronger. JT, despite not going for the X, you know, you're talking about the game being faster. This Beastmaster has been pretty slow, but I guess he did get ganked 3 times, so he's a bit behind on timings. But finally, that smoke with the blink.
You need a bigger kill. I don't think a Bane is good enough. Fishman, I'm surprised. I guess they didn't see a blink on the Shaker and think he still doesn't have it. Katomi, he's fine dying too. Like, look at him.
Oh.
Glimmer Cape, dusted. Will be an ice path, slow down to a crawl, gets a hook off, and dismember, but in the end, he's just dead.
I don't like the nothing to say actually blinks forward there. Now you pretty much give away your blink. Are you gonna echo this?
The stack?
No. Yeah,
Oh,
I thought it
it's
was gonna echo, but it's just gonna be normal farming time here. Going for a Uceptor, very good. They need more cancels for the Dismember and the Fiend's Grip.
Yep. Even for a black hole, considering that DM at the moment doesn't have a BKB and who knows when he'll get it, but something that the DM does have is a pipe. And next fight, I don't know how G2IG out-damage Cloud9.
They know where he is. No dust though.
And they have the Assassinate, Vision is there, does expire, and Pudge gets sent back from whence he came. I guess that's what you want to do. The smell is just not pretty.
All right, first tower, they get some kills. Echo still available. Not shabby. Finally, some good things happening for G2AG.
That's gonna be their first tower of the game, and the Blink Dagger on the Alchemist. So now with the 2 Blink Daggers, your ability to fight is quite high. It is nighttime though. I'm looking to see if they have any aggressive wards. Not really, so a little bit limited in that department.
I mean, they just got out on their side of the map, so it's gonna take a while, but here in the mid lane, maybe you don't even need those aggressive wards if C9 gives you the fight.
Is that
Look at that
deep?
ward.
Baroka is in trouble. The Malefice keeping in place. Storm going in, dodges on the ice path, and just from afar finishes him off. No one gets the kill. Witchblade damage coming in handy. Monet also reveals his Blink Dagger without any success.
Yeah, I mean, fighting into that vision is really hard. As you said, the sniper gives the nighttime vision, but if he's the first one to be jumped, he will probably die very, very fast.
Nothing to say, breaking the smoke. They know instantly the storm gets away. Sentry being placed. Fishman, of course, you're not going up that high ground if you value your own life. DM.
You say
thinking
they
about
know
it.
the concoction got used.
He stunned himself. Nothing to say. Has been caught in with the Feast Grip. Will be taken out. No way to get
my
out
lord.
of the Midnight Pulse. You already lost 2 of your heroes trying to kill DM. He does have a pipe. Has popped it previously. Will be able to take him out before he uses the Black Hole double buyback. G2IG, they know that now is the time. Maybe the Wind Ranger will be going down. There's the vision. They have the sentries. He is in the middle of them. The hook out. Kataomi saving his carry. Some of the attacks still flying through. Nothing to say. We'll have a blink soon, but Monet has it sooner, and he is ready to kill his carry counterpart.
Okay. I mean, C9, ruthless this game. They see one opening, they instantly go for it. They saw the concoction being used. They jump the Shaker, forcing a buyback here. I guess if you get this tower in the mid lane, it doesn't feel awful.
They won't.
But it definitely stings. You don't want to be using this buyback, this Shaker, struggling to get activated.
Kataomi will have an Ether Lens fairly soon, and then we can expect a shard on the Pudge. Good luck killing anybody on G2IG if Kataomi is pulling them out.
Exactly. The Elk, though, did survive through it all. Already halfway towards the BKB. So Monet is keeping them in the game here. The Beastmaster is going for a pipe now. Did finish his Helm of the Overlord.
Storm will have a BKB, and I'm expecting a Parasma after that. At that point, I don't think anybody is tanky enough to survive the Storm. Parasma really does increase your damage output.
It does, but, you know, still a little bit far away.
X Nova caught, pulled in, Fissure, keeping him at bay, dodges on the ice path, no one. Just beautiful spell usage.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't hate a shard or nothing to say. I know it's very support esque to get a shard this early, but at the end of the day, I think you need more control over the Fissure, and it would allow him to like get more cancels, get more damage in the fights without having to show up, because it feels like when he jumps in the fight, he's almost instantly dying, and they're gonna go Roche here.
I mean, when you get to level 15, if you go for the aftershock damage, the shard is a
nothing
big
to say.
damage item.
You get hooked on the other
It's
side,
fine.
but it's gonna be fine. Alright, 3-row shots. Storm's gonna be pretty happy.
You give it to Storm, right? I guess the goal right now is not to take down towers, but to kill enemies.
Yeah, for sure. I'm surprised he's still going for the BKB, but I guess he already had 2 components. But I think this is one moment where maybe you can get that Parasma we were talking about. Just play extra greedy. Oh, but maybe they can take the ages away
want
here.
him.
Yeah,
Try. There's the stun.
concoction.
Roar is available
Okay.
as well. Will combo
So
their stuns
tanky.
perfectly. He is
All right,
tanky.
get the hell
not
out.
tanky enough. Blunder from no one. That's his first blunder of the game.
Yeah, it's definitely... You wouldn't expect both of them to be there. His team didn't really react too fast. It took a while. Were they out of TPs? No TP on the Wind Ranger, no TP on the Bane. Yeah, I think they were out of TPs. I
Bane
think
had
if
a
you're in the tier
TP.
2 there... Huh?
If Bane had a TP, you maybe save the Aegis.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure if IG was aware of the lack of TPs, but regardless, I don't think the Storm is necessarily wrong being there. It's literally on top of a tier 2.
Also, guys, you are not wrong. If you're watching this tournament, you should subscribe to our Twitch and, of course, to our YouTube channel to know when we are live, as no one gets himself a AD rune scan being used. They know where the alchemy is at, but Monet will not allow himself to get caught. The goal lead is no longer there for Cloud9, but it is still an alchemist lineup. The Storm is somehow keeping up with Monet.
Yeah, very, very farmed on no one. This has been, again, a great series for him. 2 games in a row where he pretty much makes no mistakes, still 0 deaths. But you know how Storms go, right? Especially now the way the galvanized stacks work. You gotta be extra careful with your deaths. And I wouldn't be mad seeing G2AG going for a smoke now. Echo is available. Roar is available.
Storm is going for a Kayasha. I don't know how I feel about that over the Prosma. I think damage is needed, and Kayasha doesn't necessarily give you that much.
Yeah. I guess the bow lightning cast point thing is good. In a way, it works like a pseudo Sanj, right? Like, you would move faster. Not move faster, like bow lightning faster.
Yeah, that is
You
true.
get stunned. But, yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
With the BKB, I don't think it's necessary. Smoke from G2IG. C9, they know that this is happening.
Oh, they
DM will
find
be
the
breaking
EM,
it, and he
great
sends the
position.
Idol to the high ground. Seeing all of them with the Storm jumping in. This is a perfect target. If you can get nothing to say, going towards JT. That is the one that you're afraid of. He's
hook!
trying to roar, and he's not going to be allowed to do it. Also, with the hook, 2 of the cores are already gone. Monet, you need to run. Nothing to say. Will use the Echo Slam, meaning that he just won't have it when he's back to World of the Living, which is going to be in 70 seconds. That is a dieback. X-Nova hoping to get out, but this is a nightmare for Cloud9 that once you get out of, you're going to see 4 of your heroes dead, and the high ground push commences. No buybacks whatsoever.
Oh man, Cloud9, their positioning has been so good this entire series. Clutch, Eidolon usage there, hesitation from G2IG, the smoke broke, but they didn't know exactly where they should jump. And the fight just becomes a nightmare. They've been using like these hooks so well. The Nightmare into hook, Malphite into hook, everything perfect. They find the Shaker. You force the worst Echo Slam of your life there as they are trying to punish this. Another great hook from Kataomi.
Saved by the Glimmer Cape, uses the sleep. Brain Sap as well, should be ticking out to the Radiances. No one is trying to go for Monet. No BKB, the hook is there. Dismember, focus fire, Monet, you've gone too far, and that's gonna be his first death of the game. Now instantly going forward, you know, there is nobody to do damage. He zips straight into the Ice Path. X-Nova is gonna be burning the crowd, but Kataomi, he's just grabbing one after another, be it friend or foe. His hooks are perfect.
They really are. They really are. A little bit of an overextension there for Monet. He was having a pretty solid game. Dude, the cast range on this Pudge is so obnoxious, right? Look at it. Like, these hooks have 15, I guess 1700 range right now. Because it's Yeah, it's 1700 with the Netherlands.
1720 to be exact, because of the weird 1495.
1720. But yeah, like they've been really impactful. And there's not even a shard on this pledge just yet. Once he has Blink and Shard with this Glimmer Cape, good luck locking down on targets. You maybe even need to find this pledge first, but he's been really good. You know, Kataomi, I don't think he had the best laning stage, but overall, this mid game has been incredible. Great hooks all around.
Bowie, I don't sound like that. Okay, everybody, one in the chat if I do sound
Well,
like that.
a lot
Two
of
if,
people-
if Bowie is being a nasty person.
Like, you don't hear yourself the way other people hear you, right? Because you're hearing your voice through your bones rather than hearing yourself through your ears. And if you were me, you would be listening exactly to that.
Okay, I rest my case. Chat will decide, as there will be a shard on Kataomi. Didn't want to buy it himself, so now he will be having a friendly dismember, also 5 seconds off that dismember as well. Quite nice. Does it still give 5 seconds off? Yeah, it does.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, so this Ags is very delayed. You know, it's so hard because in my prediction, when I initially thought of this game, I expected Nothing to Say to have a much better game, not only because of the lane, but even the fights. Like, I think IG has been a bit sloppy with their vision and their positioning, and C9 has been quite the opposite. If you have Ags in that fight, you actually Ancient Totem away from the hook if you're fast enough. But you just use Scepter, the Pudge as you get hooked, and you Ancient Totem. This Ags is so delayed that it makes the fights harder. I think you just spoke the tower here. There you go.
They're gonna get it with the Ancient Creep. Dinosaur is helping.
Free tower. That's totally fine. Maybe even get the top tower as well. Get some vision the triangle. Start applying pressure
That's not gonna be
without
out.
forcing things. Like, if you don't have vision of this Pudge, initiating is dumb, right? They've been together the whole time as C9. You cannot expect them to be, like, for things to be different.
I think they can't push the top lane, right? Because Cloud9 were missing all of them off the map. It would have been too dangerous. Also, boy, yesterday it was you that told me that the laning stage makes or breaks the Earthshaker. You're not listening to your own advice, right? You said that to me yesterday. I saw a game. I was like, man, Bowie's right again. There's just no way that this guy can ever be wrong. And then you don't listen to yourself. You need to believe.
I don't think the lane was that bad, though. I think he just
But
had
it
a lot
wasn't
of
good.
unfortunate.
I think
Yeah,
that's
it
the
definitely
idea,
wasn't good.
right? The Shaker needs a good lane. It's not that he needs an okayish lane. And to be honest, he lost it. Not gonna lie, 10 minutes in, he was 1,000 gold behind the Storm. So that to me is not a great
fine,
position
though.
to be
I think the biggest problem was that every echo was either forced terribly because, like, he gets hooked or something and he knows he's not gonna have another chance of using it, or Pudge saved the person they engaged. This Pudge has really been the difference maker.
Definitely.
And the way that they, like, swap the Pudge around into support, I think Atomi, like, this is one of the best support Pudges I've seen in a while.
Yep, and now also his teammates don't have to be KB early because he has a Blink Dismember. Also with an Ether Lens, so from afar he can do it. You can make sure that any of your cores are getting the BKB off, especially because you have both that and the Nightmare. But G2IG are coming over. They know the position. JT gets caught once again. Malif is keeping in place. There's the stun on the Storm. They're thinking about the roar. Monet jumping in. There's the
Shard
save
on
with the dismember. Kataomi being focused. No one comes out. Monet being focused far. He needs help. But they're not taking that much damage. Now it's time to run. Hook very long. Not long enough. Bean's grip gonna be keeping JT in place. He's tanky. Definitely not tanky enough to survive through it all. He does survive. They wanted to go for the black hole, but can't DM. And he gets smashed by Nothing to Say while Monet is gonna be continuing, but he's gonna get eaten. This dismember is doing way too much. Hook misses Monet. Still breathing and gets out. He could be re-engaging. No more chemical rage. That is a problem. And finally they bring down Nothing to Say. Kataomi, his contribution in this fight has been amazing, but he does get taken out, and no mana. Cloud9 at the moment don't have enough to fight with, so it's best to just let it go. Who's the victor here, Bowie?
Definitely IG. Definitely IG. That was a beautifully taken fight. They bait the Beastmaster. They know he's super tanky. He has all the auras. they were so patient with the roar, right? Because they understand that canceling the black hole is important. But at the end of the day, there's no BKB on the Enigma. It takes so long for DM to appear, and eventually, when finally he shows up, they get a great echo. Sure, once again, it's nothing to say dying. He's being sacked this game. But they might even be able to Roche out of this. Radiance can. They do. Ah, that T1 tower top. That's the problem, right? They
Yep.
could take that one out.
The buybacks are going to be very important on both sides. Hook going to miss. They know that this is happening. Storm going in. No one being annoying. Doesn't want to stay in the midst of it all for a long time. Roche in 30 seconds will be traveling to bottom.
Yeah, you probably want to bait this out, but there's Echo in 10. So the cooldowns on IG are coming back. Unfortunately, though, the Chemical Rage was used, and
They're
you probably
forcing
don't
it.
think you have enough DPS. Yeah, it's going to be a big Roche.
Windranger having the Nemesis Curse. They take it down way too quickly, and no one gets the Aegis. Banner's still in the pit. Nobody cares.
There was another game. I think that the one game you DC'd yesterday, there was a banner on Roshan as well.
Yeah, every second Roche has a banner. Just
Yeah,
like
no,
our viewers are
it
gonna have
was
Arcadas
left
if they
in
use
the
exclamation
floor.
mark 1x give in the chat. Blink away, nothing to say. Does the blink into a wrong position, right? You blink out
Huge
of
zip.
a Bane and you blink into a Storm plus a Pudge. I'd choose the Bane every single time.
And that Storm has a Lincolns now. Very hard to control. Can't roar anymore. You don't have a way to break the Lincolns on the Beastmaster. Maybe you can get a creep that does it. Wait, they know that Monet's here?
I think they just
They're
want
looking
to
for
play
him.
that side. Yeah, they're aware that he might be in the vicinity. This is a push to, I guess, force out the glyph. You're not getting the Raxes now.
Yeah, unless they take a good fight, which they could, right? Still, Black Hole available. Have all of these auras. The long fights are hard for IG to take, despite the auras on the Beastmaster as well.
And it's very easy for the Pudge to save when you are pushing the high ground, right? Because you
Oh, they're
can
gonna
just
smoke,
stay in a
and they're
place.
gonna connect the smoke here in the mid lane. Really good from IG.
They need the backline. No one. Those Eidolons need to be moved. DM, what are you doing? I really like the positioning of no one. He's ready.
They break the
That's it.
Lincolns with the Ice Path.
This is so annoying. You're not going high ground. Range Rax is
Yeah.
the max that you can get at this point. Plus the bottom lane, quite a lot of damage being done to a tier 3. You don't want to allow that.
Yeah, that's true. Damn, that's a lot of damage bottom side. Almost half of the tower's HP. Nothing to say. Will finish his eggs. Now, this is finally a good timing for him. He's been absolutely sacked this game. And I mean, I guess using sacked is not the right word because it was a 24 pick shaker. But just a lot of unfortunate events. This Ags makes the fight so much easier. He can now maneuver around. He can chase the storm. You kill the Eidolon so fast. You can cancel lots of spells. This is big.
It was Cloud9 doing most of the sacking. Of the Earthshaker. Yes. Being able to destroy him throughout it all. It is not that big of a goal lead, but in terms of map control, in terms of heroes, in terms of part of the game that your heroes should be strong in, I think C9 are in a great position. I also think DM at this point should be starting to think about a Blink BKB, right? Because in the late game, especially now when only one black hole was used throughout the entirety of the game, if you bite, it can very easily catch G2IG off guard.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Storm continuing the farm. The moment G2IG having a very hard time leaving their base. Another 2 minutes left on the Aegis. Shackle shot. Only onto the creeps. Monet going for the chemical rage to dodge the shackle shot. That's actually quite nice. They do bring down some sentries, but at the moment G2IG, the only thing they can do is turtle for the next minute and a half. Do they have any smokes ready?
It's alright though, because this gold lead has completely deteriorated and the age is going to expire in 1 minute, right? It's not easy for C9 to force, so if you can just withstand and turn away your base, you're probably happy.
Dude, you have an alchemist with the recipe for gold, and you are not leading. So.
Yeah, but sure, you're not leading, but I'll say this game looks pretty manageable here for G2IG. I don't think they're out by any means.
Okay, yeah, they can still win. Halberd on the Beastmaster, big deal for sure. You're versus 2 range cores. That is the main damage of C9. Of course, that the Wind Ranger is your main target, but also breaking those Lincoln Spheres is going to be a huge deal. But Storm Spirit, Aghanim Scepter. That's a great way to set up a black hole. They're just trying to force out some rotations. Look at how G2IG, the second they see a Nightmare, they're flocking together.
Yeah.
No follow-up.
C9 definitely renting an apartment here in G2IG's head. But it just will expire. So will they actually go for a fight?
It is a good time.
Eggs.
Wisdom Rune and the Tormentor, right? And
Eggs on
Aegis
Storm
expiring.
with Black Hole though. Gotta be careful about that one.
Yep. You get them all together.
Sniper going MKB.
And you need more damage, right? You need somebody to deal with the Wind Ranger. He starts focusing down the Alchemist and he needs to run away. But Baboka, he can still do it. Oh, nothing to say. He jumps. It's gonna be caught. Jordan not gonna be extending his arms in this movie. There will be a remnant waiting for him. He still will be able to jump himself away. Deep in, JT decides against it. He's still very slow. Echo Slam.
Oh, Echo!
The backlines. All the 3 of them, but the Budge.
Holy crap!
The core DM is still surviving. Turns around with the black hole, with the focus fire. No one is keeping them all away. No save for Monet. There is an Ice Path finally from afar. Buyback from the Bane. It is a 1-for-1 with C9 using the buyback, but the Echo Slam, Black Hole, both of the big spells used.
Do you see the difference when the Shaker has the eggs? Like, Storm initiates and he can just disengage. They don't have enough control to kill this Shaker when he has the Enchant Totem to run away.
Yep, it is a big one. Really did change everything. He found a big Echo Slam. If the Pudge wasn't in position and gets caught by that one, I think you just lose 2, maybe even 3 of your heroes from him alone.
Yeah, for sure. Oh no, that's
Monet,
a big one.
No chemical rage. Kataomi once again. It's him coming forward. They get the roar onto the Wind Ranger, breaking the Lincolns. But who is doing the damage? The Shaker being forced to the other side. He has the refresher, so should be able to re-engage.
Oh,
Kataomi! Stop doing it. It's not fair. You're too good. He is just destroying G2IG in this game. It started off in the laning stage. It's continuing throughout the whole 37 minutes that we've been here.
Oh boy. They're gonna try and macro pyre the wave, but quick pipe, you'll protect the creeps. You have buy on the Alk, but no roar or buyback on the Beastmaster. This might be a lane of barracks.
What are they willing to give? There is still none of the melee axes have fallen, so losing 2 lanes quite unlikely, as you will have another glyph once you do lose the first one. No creeps at the moment.
But
They're coming.
they will come. You probably don't want to buy back the Alk nor the Beastmaster, so you give the first lane of barracks. I think that's the goal right now.
Level 25 Storm with the Parasma. Man, this damage output is gonna be insane.
I think this is the moment you fight. There's no black hole in 50, and you have Echo and everyone's gonna be alive. This is one of your best chances to take a good fight.
C9 will go back, right? After this tower, it's time to... They forced out the glyph. It's enough.
Yeah, there we go. You still might need to go for a smoke. Like, you have decent creep wave in the top lane, decent creep wave in the mid lane. If you just... Yeah, you have to force this.
Yep.
If you let this through and reset the fight, DM is gonna be a big problem.
And it is nighttime. They found the Enigma. Storm going in, thinks about it, puts the Lincolns on the Enigma, and now he has it on cooldown himself. TP out, no bashes. It's gonna be DM dead. Roshan 45. I don't think you get it fast enough, especially because Chemical Rage will be up.
Alright, so A little bit of stability here for IG. Oh,
Found
wait,
JT.
never mind.
Focus fire, chakra shot. He's surrounded by trees, not getting out of that one alive. Again, no buyback. 25 gold needed, so he might get it. No one. Very low in mana. Has the arcade, but a save from the punch.
Holy
Kataomi continues to eat him from afar. The range is insane. Nothing to say. He has a lot of jumping range as well. Fishman, that hook will be missed. He does dodge it. No one still having the arcade. 33 galvanized stacks will be
Watson
fine.
stuck though.
Who saves Watson now? Dismember not available. BKB TP out. No one keeping them at bay. It's not gonna be fast enough. He needs to TP out too. And does manage to do so, but this does open up the road for G2IG. They are still in this game, Bowie.
They really are. Roche is up, by the way. It's gonna be on the Radiant side though. So maybe you force C9 to buy back this Windranger. Maybe you force another fight, knowing that a lot of heroes are not up. As Monet finds the Pudge. We'll be stunned here.
That's fine. I mean, there's nobody to follow up. A Storm solo without the Windranger is not killing an Alchemist.
Very true. G2IG though, they have to manage all of these lanes. In the top lane, there are creeps. In the mid lane, they will get scanned here by the Radiant. And dude, that one echo that got dodged by the Pudge save, that was so clutch from Kataomi.
Yeah.
I know that no one has 0 deaths right now. He has 34 galvanized tags.
Yeah, but why? You know, we
But I
know
can't help
why.
but feel like Kataomi is the MVP for me.
For sure, he is. Also, guys, just to remind you that this tournament is brought to you by FISSURE, of course, with collaboration with our wonderful sponsors over at 1xBet. Without them, this wouldn't be possible. Getting all of these teams together and making sure that we enjoy the best Dota currently being played in the world.
Yeah, I don't think there is a single tournament that could come close, because pretty much every one of the best teams in the world are here. And whoever loses here is out of the tournament, right? Maybe we didn't really talk about this too much, but this is a fight for the death. You lose this series, you are out. So IG, such a good campaign through the first stage of the tournament. 1 game away from being knocked out.
Kataomi, he DC'd from Discord, it seems, and they are guessing it's his internet. Bowie, has it ever happened to you that you're playing so good that your internet or your light gets cut off? Okay, obviously it didn't, but it can happen, and you see it's a problem for Kataomi.
Whenever I'm doing well, something happens. You know, I did hear that Valve actually has connections with every power energy in the world, and they make sure the 50% win rate is established, right? Have you heard of this this theory? Everyone is forced to have 50%.
Okay, I hate it when people call facts theories. That is a fact, right?
Yeah.
I've tested it, and only the pro players are exempt from it.
Exactly. Once you become a pro player, once you join the cabal of the pro players, then you're allowed to win. That's tough because I know I'm just as good as them, but I just didn't get in. I don't know the right
Every
people.
single time you get a power outage. See, Kataomi, he didn't listen, right? He didn't perform one of the rituals that was asked from him, and now you're gonna be paying the price. I really do hope that he comes back. Both of the teams have 10 minutes of pause, so we'll see if C9 do manage to get their Pudge back. We are gonna be looking a little bit here on the graphs there, being going up and down. Those are some nice ski slopes.
Yeah, and you know, I think C9 is definitely ahead in this game, but I would give IG like a 25% win rate. With probability. I don't think it's this one-sided. These fights have started to become really close now that the Shaker has eggs. The build that this Enigma ended up going for doesn't really. He will never have like a refresher BKB, or if he does, it's gonna take so long.
Let's look at the dismember save. First, he missed the hook. There
Oh, baby, that was so good.
Imagine.
Best player of the tournament. Not gonna lie, best player of the tournament. Because the play is not even that clutch, but the fact that the echo got wasted is what makes the play.
So the best play of the tournament is not really that clutch. Bowie, I'm hyping this up here to be the best tournament. Nothing even comes close. Let's go, FISSURE Universe Episode 3. And then you find a play that you say it's not even that clutch, and you say it's the best play of the tournament. Like, what the hell?
I'm just being honest. I know there's someone
кто
in
может
chat
меня
like,
победить, это я сам.
play because and I'm just saying, yes, it's easy to press R onto someone, but if you're just saving someone with R, it's very basic. But when the shaker uses the echo at the same time, that's when it becomes hype. That's what I'm saying. The act of using that ability is simple, but the play itself was clutch.
So when I was at my in-laws casting, I think it was the Fisher Universe episode 2, but maybe it was another tournament. Either way, my power went out. Okay, they say they need 5 minutes. My power went out, and then I just packed my PC, got into the car, and drove to the other part of the city that had power. Yeah, he's going PC club. That is the play. Just go wherever there is power.
Okay, let's hope for a PC club. I mean, 6 minutes is very short, man. I hope he's
Maybe it's
fast.
close. Maybe it's close. Don't
What
drive
time is
fast.
it? Oh, okay. Sheesh. I mean, I don't mind going to a game 3, but it definitely is sad that Cloud9 could maybe be eliminated.
Yep, this is, we are also getting confirmations. Of course, we did read the chat, but our production is telling us that Kataomi is going to a PC game club at the moment. He is rushing towards that. Bowie, let's say you're a policeman. You stop a guy speeding. He says, guys, I'm playing a professional Dota game in the FISSURE Universe Episode 3. Please let me go. Are you writing the ticket or not?
Of course not, right? Of course not. Every policeman in the world knows about Dota. Actually, this reminds me of a story. I cast a tournament in the Philippines once, and I have never in my life, like when someone tells you to explain what you do for a living, and you're like, oh, I cast this video game thing, and it's always kind of awkward to explain what it is. But in the Philippines, the guy not only knew what Dota was, but he said all of his, like, he played it with his daughter, and he's like, oh, you're Bowie, I know you are. And I was like, that was the first time in my life someone like a random, I don't know, a taxi cab recognized me. It felt really cool.
That is nice. I remember I was in Ukraine doing a tournament, and me and Lizard are walking down the street speaking Serbian, and there's a guy sitting in the coffee shop or whatever. Oh, guys, I'm Serbian as well. And this is during COVID, right? It's literally, Ukraine didn't really have many lockdowns back then. You had to be home at like 9-10, but basically you were free throughout the day. And we sit down. He asks us what we do for a living. You're like, try to explain him. He's like, I know Dota. Wait. My friend watches it a lot. He calls a guy. He's like, I'm sitting with Harry and Lizard. Oh, I love Harry and Lizard, right? So that was a really cool, interaction we have. That definitely did happen. I swear on my life, Bowie, and I do like myself a lot. I wouldn't do it.
So do you think the guy was more excited about you than Lizard, right?
Actually, yes, because he watched more of Serbian translations, so he knew me more. I did some hosting for some other games as well. I know I'm a cheater. It is a dark part of my history, Bowie. Now I'm exclusively Dota.
Oh, okay. I didn't know about that. So I guess G2IG could. Can they actually give their own pause time? I didn't ask.
Yes, they can, but we don't know if they will, and I just wouldn't want.
No, of course, they are not obligated. I'm just asking. Like, sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. It really is not their obligation whatsoever.
Yep. You give 2, 3, up to 5 minutes just in case that you have some of the problems. Yeah, I'm guessing admins are now discussing what to do if maybe there will be a. I think admins are allowed per the rules to give a technical pause to a team, but I don't think that this counts as that, right? Because you are obliged per the rules, usually in online tournaments, to secure that you have the right connection. If you get DDoS or something attack, it's on you. It's not on the TO or the sponsors to protect you from it.
It's tough because if you don't have a rule like that, then we go back to the dark ages of Dota where series have 4 hours of pauses, right? There has to be a line, and unfortunately, therefore, you know, we actually talk about this, right? They are not boot camping. We could see from the cameras that we're not in the same place, and that usually happens. If you're all in the same place, it's easier to have something set up, right? Some generators or something.
Okay, so they are now discussing it with different admins. No one is just asking for 2 minutes of time. He should be there soon. I guess I don't know where he's stationed, but let's say in my country, in Belgrade, you would be able to get to a PC game club relatively fast. There are quite a couple around. A good one, maybe not that fast, but I mean, I could also go to a friend's house, very close. That wouldn't be an
Exno,
issue.
I love his response there. Yeah, he asked if they could have 2-3 minutes. He just used the Ricky thinking emote. And I mean, they're lucky, right? If this was another Chinese team that didn't have an English-speaking player, how do you even ask for the pause time?
You Google Translate
like, a
and you
manager.
write the signs. What the hell? Like, very easy.
Oh yeah, you just and then by mistake you call them fools and they get angry at you.
And then you sue Google and become a billionaire, dude. You're just making it super easy for me to have an answer. There's always a solution in life. No one. I think he's not happy. I think he's saying I can read lips. Yeah, I'm very good at that. He's saying I cannot believe that he doesn't have his own power source. Like, how can you be that? What was the word? Right, somebody who isn't prepared for bad situations. Let's just go with
Harry freak, not prepared to know what words he should be using.
There's only one man that has ever said me you're not prepared. And that was in the Burning Crusade cinematic when Illidan flies up, but then I killed him. So, jokes on him, Bowie. So I'd suggest not to be doing that.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
What do you have no idea? Okay, cinematic, the Burning Crusade. At the end of the cinematic, Illidan flies into the air and says, "You are not prepared," right? And then he's the final boss of the Burning Crusade. There was another one later on coming out, but generally he's the final boss. And then I killed him. You get it. So don't do it.
So can I confess something?
Sure.
Well, first of all, when I played Warcraft 3, which I know we're not talking about that, I would jump through all of the lore, all of the cinematics. I did not care. I just wanted to fight the little guys. But also, I have not played World of Warcraft. I was a poor kid.
You should watch their cinematics, though. You know, they're
Why would I watch cinematics of a game I didn't play?
Because they are really good. Like, all of their cinematics are good.
I don't know. I never really liked the World of Warcraft graphics, to be honest. Maybe I'm a hater.
The cinematics are not from the game, right? And yeah, it's pretty bad. No one with the water. I saw him drinking. It seems to me like he's in Serbia as well. Good.
Oh, okay.
The game can continue. G2IG are allowed to do it if they want to. No one is not looking happy. G2IG, now when they are not on pausing, it means that they are giving their pause.
So what do you do then as C9? Do you just turtle? You just give them Roche and wait as much as you can, right? Because taking a fight now could be disastrous.
I mean, you can still play, right? Yeah, you try to turtle until he comes back. I think that's the
play. Especially with the Pudge, right? Like the way this hero is supposed to be played, like it's very hard to play your normal game and have this Pudge in the perfect position to... Katomi was having such a good game too. You cannot expect with 50% of your brain power to do nearly as well as he did.
They didn't want to share pause time. So that's fine. Like, you are the enemy. That's the thing. There is no moral obligation to help your enemy. The moral obligation is to punch your enemy in the face, Bowie. And the game does start. Unfortunately, the Pudge isn't here. But somebody could micro him. We'll see if it's going to be DM or Fishman.
Well,
or whomever.
They are definitely microing IG's heroes towards this Roshan pit. Very important. Yeah, this might just be a free Roche.
You know what? This is the biggest caster curse I have ever seen. Where like Kataomi is the definite MVP, blah blah blah. And then he loses power. Oh, just shut up.
Dude, I told you. The Cabal is strong. You don't mess with it. 50% win rate is real. Oh no, they're fighting here. Echo on to two.
The two of them, but Kataomi saves him, or Fishman saves himself, and it will be the sniper that dies first. No one is very mad that they weren't given any pulse time. Kataomi gets the hook. It doesn't matter even when he's not here. He's crushing his shot off the mark. The ice path, keeping it in place. Kataomi somehow still living there with the nightmare being used already. Lost two of your heroes. The Glimmer Cave won't be enough to save you, but an ice path with a macro power will with Mode.
Oh, holy crap.
He still has his ulti going with the roar. Watson gets taken out. No one gets caught by the ice path. X Nova, the MVP of these fights. Here comes. He canceled his TP. No, actually, it was the Hawk that did it. Gets to the low ground. He doesn't have that much mana. The chase will be on with the overwhelming blink, jumping, breaking the ground, and no one with it as well. That's gonna be his first death of the game. And G2IG, they win a fight. They get the Roche. The game is turned.
Oh, I mean, that's so tough, right? They even played well with the punch. That was a really good save initially, and then they killed the Shaker really quickly. But at the end of the day, both... we talked about this. Storm is terrible against tanky heroes, and you just don't have the juice. If you use the Black Hole for just the Shaker, you're not going to have enough damage afterwards, and this is proving to be the case. And, you know, at the end of the day, though, taking that fight's a bit risky. You could have waited for the punch. I don't think giving away these ages really would change things that much. Maybe they know something we don't. Maybe they feel like it's gonna take too long for him, right? We don't know how the conversations are, if there's anything open, if he's too far away from anything. But unfortunately.
Look at Alk level 25. He went for the regen. This is one of those games that you go for it because you just can't die.
There's no Shivas, no Scotty, and there's probably not gonna be any.
Nope. Storm is going for a refresher. That's gonna be the one that he wants. They're smashing the ground. Fishman with it, dead for 50. Yeah, this is the type of thing that can psychologically affect you. Hopefully C9 are gonna be fine even if they lose this game, but it's still not over, Bowie. They have a Rax advantage plus a range Rax. If Kataomi comes back, they can still defend the high ground quite nicely with the hooks.
Yeah. They are gonna get all of these tier 2s. They still have a very healthy Aegis duration. They're gonna have to wait a minute though. J2 just popped a random BKB. Not sure if that was some BM BKB or not, but
yeah, he's a Beastmaster and he popped a BKB. I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, sure. Now this is gonna be the last tier 2 tower. IG. How much are you willing to force? Get the Tormentor, right? I guess they don't know. There's one on the left side, but it is available for C9.
Refresh a shard on the Beastmaster. He's gonna have a double roar now available in 40 seconds. A double BKB, double halberd.
Refresh on the Shaker too.
Yep,
nothing to say. Even
he
solo kill no one.
Yeah, you get the double fissure, and then after the double fissure,
he knows. He knows where no one is.
On him, you just need to use your spells perfectly. There's the fissure, jump in, sniper in the vicinity, one echo, another fissure, and another echo won't even be needed. And this double fissure, with your talents, it is an insane amount of damage. Let me calculate that per aftershock. So 210.
It is a lot of damage. And he had an amplified damage on top of it all, so.
So does your aftershock do 50% of the damage? No, it does full damage and just 50% of the stun duration with the aftershock, right? So it's 420 per fissure. So it's 1,000 damage, just almost 1,000 damage, like 800 from just the aftershock. They'll get the dismember, instantly cancelled out by the fissure. Storm, nowhere in the vicinity. Kataomi can't buy back. You needed to keep him in the base. Now you do not have your pudge.
Very problematic. There's a couple of waves coming bottom. They still have 2 minutes of Aegis duration. This is suddenly a very hard game for Cloud9, and they played so well. It hurts to watch, but it is what it is. They're gonna have to find a way.
This is a part of Dota, an unfortunate part of online tournaments. FISSURE Universe Episode 3. G2IG by the act of God, are gonna be staying in it. It did look like the game was over for them or close to it. But they will be getting a lane of racks. Now they are the ones that are holding the reins of game 2.
Well, if you don't believe in God, maybe it's time to start, because this doesn't happen every day in a series that could put them out of the tournament.
Imagine if they win. Imagine if they win. You can literally say, you know, it was
a difference.
It was fate. It was fate that got us to this. X-Nova, TP out. It will be happening. At least they grab somebody. That will be delaying the ages enough. Will it be delaying the game enough for this Budge to come back? Those 2 minutes are long gone and Kataomi still isn't set up.
Yeah, we're now at... I mean, it actually is better than I thought it would be, right? After C9 took that fight, I'm like, okay, they actually just lost the game. But you still can wait a long time until Roshan, so we probably still have like, what, 5 minutes for... I think as long as Kataomi joins before the next Roshan, they should be okay.
Yep. What does the win probability say? It's still in favor of C9, so...
Yeah.
Gaben thinks it's theirs. Enigma has the money for a BKB, decides against it. This Wind Ranger, I don't know, man. I just don't see the damage. I think Daedalus might be a necessity to be able to kill somebody.
Do you think so? Is it?
Well, he's not killing the Alchemist. Let's put it that way. No one has been found.
What? Shadow Blade. He has a Shadow Blade.
Yep.
Dude, click on the sniper. There's a Crystallis Shadow Blade MKB. Mask of Madness. Boboka is literally a second carry here.
You look at him, he has 17,000 net worth, and you think, just another support. No. This guy packs a punch. He's a problem for the Wind Ranger in general, right? Because the Alchemist doesn't have an MKB, but that's where Boboka kicks in.
He's attacking from super far away. You don't really want to have to commit onto the sniper, because it means you're going to be very deep into the IG side, and that means roars and echoes and fissures and all the garbage. Oh, another amplified damage for IG. Can he be denied by the baby? Oh, it would be, so nicely done.
Yep, Jakiro getting it isn't really the best one. I mean, sure, you look at the Jakiro and you think 115 damage, that's quite low, but he does attack twice, so it's not really that low. Still not really a hero.
Oh, good hook. They find out.
Matter. Monet found. Doesn't have the Aegis. Black hole used with the BKB. They need the roar. JT, he used it already, and he's gonna walk into the black hole as well. Behind, a shaker has been found. That's pretty tanky with the Fiend's Grip. Aghanim Scepter is available of Fishman. There is absolutely no chance that you're canceling that one out, and no one going for more. He's very mad. He's the one who has been hit by this by this disconnect the most, because he hasn't died a single time before it.
Kataomi from the grave, from a different plane, still getting good hooks somehow. Who do you think is actually controlling him? Do you think it's the Bane?
I think it is the Bane. I think it is Fishman, because he's not doing anything until he uses the Fiend Strip.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
Alright, so no buyback of Beastmaster here. C9. What if they win without Kataomi? How much would it sting?
Top tower is under attack.
I think that there's gonna be some tips towards the other side. Refresher down on the Storm. He doesn't really need the buyback because he doesn't have it anyways. This is gonna be mega creeps. G2IG, it's now or never. They have the glyph. Those Islands do a lot of damage. Ice Path, Sniper doing quite a lot. They want to kill him.
Double echo.
Save with the Nightmare. Buyback from the Alchemist. It's time to bail. Didn't pop their glyphs, so that's quite nice. Nothing to stay. Still chasing. Kataomi. Yeah, and now we see that Fishman was controlling both of them. And what's
Wind Ranger
was inside of the Pudge? As the BKB will pop, it doesn't change the fact that he's dead. All three of them have buybacks, of course. Still, the Pudge can't use it.
Oh my god. That was so close. Really good save. I mean, a little bit sloppy from Nothing to Say, but I guess he felt like if he doesn't use everything at once, the Nightmare would save the Storm. So now buyback on the Bane. As you said, the Pudge cannot buy back.
Smoke, G2IG, they're coming forward. How are they looking with buybacks? They don't really have them either, only on the Shaker. Of course, if you get
They
a
have a
couple of
banner
kills, it's
though.
gonna
They want to
change.
plant this banner and force this.
And get the mid lane, top lane. It'll be
find
harder.
ENG.
Enigma caught. 20 seconds for the black hole. Just take
Look
it
at the
easy, 20
sniper.
seconds for the Pudge
He's
as
just
well.
doing so much damage.
Yeah, from afar. Enfeeble on the Alchemist. Man, he's weak. Storm into the back lines. He finds a very nice connection onto the two supports, refreshes it, and he really wants the support. And look at what he did to them. There is a buyback on X-Nova. And
grip.
with the Fiend's grip, Monet's not
Dieback on
moving. He needs
Monet.
help. He needs help right now, and that's going to be a dieback. C9. 4 versus 5. We don't need all of our players to beat you. Don't give us your time. They asked for it, C9. It wasn't given, and they showed that even in a 4 versus 5 scenario, no one very happy that this game is going their way, and G2IG are looking to get eliminated. They need some amazing creep cutting capabilities right now if they
Or
want
an
to
echo
stay.
here. Or an echo.
To all of them? Nah, he's been found. DM, he sees nothing to say. He's gonna be pulling the creeps. Kataomi, even disconnected.
Didn't block the creeps though.
Yeah, but look at the top lane. There is an army in their base.
Has been killed.
Nothing to say with TP back. I mean, this is 80
Sniper has a
seconds of the
buyback.
Alk. Sheesh. No refresher too, so even one refresher, one echo is not gonna matter. They're gonna get megas. They still have glyph on the side of IG. That's what they're counting on.
It's gonna be a mega creeps for them. A9. They have that, those 7 seconds can be enough. Double echo in 25. That is the thing you have to wait for. Sniper is not buying back. 10 seconds. Not everything is gonna die.
I think they're gonna have enough time. I think they're gonna have enough time. Shadowblade bot from Nothing to Say. Do they have a gem?
Dire's middle tower
10 seconds double echo. Sniper is
Yeah.
back. Storm will be jumping into the back lines. There's the first echo. Storm has been caught and taken out, but the focus fire onto the throne. No more
just-
glyph. And they're black holding around Watson to allow him to go for the throne. DM doesn't even need to catch anybody. He just needs to defend his buddy. And there it is. G2IG are out of the tournament. Disappointment on their faces is quite apparent, but you know, C9, they are gonna be the happy ones. I want to see those cameras. Come on, production. We want to see the winners.
Yeah, we want to see those cameras. Where's the happy dance? I want to see no one just dancing on their graves. And I mean, I cannot blame them, right? At the end of the day, you're in this really delicate situation. Your support that was playing the best out of the entire team, I would say, DCs, and now you have to find a way. You try to fight 4 versus 5, you lose the fight, you lose the Aegis. I'll be honest, I think G2IG was sloppy. Even, you know, I think they could have done it much better. To me, when Kataomi doesn't come back at all, you probably should have taken that game. The way they went for the high ground there, they get hooked for the Alchemist. I think that was, the pathing was very sloppy. Sure, they played really well with the Pudge, you know, 5 versus 4, great hooks on the side of C9, but I think they could have probably played a bit better.
You know, you say that, but for me, the biggest difference in playstyle was made by no one. I think, for some reason, I of course don't know his background with the players, but he probably knows X-Nova and he expected them to give a bit of a pause time. It really did. I think it hurt him, but overall, Kataomi didn't come back. So even if we waited those extra, let's say they gave 10 minutes, he still wouldn't be here. So I definitely am not saying anything about their decision, but for some reason, he got hurt and then he made mistake after mistake. He had 0 deaths, right? Before Kataomi disconnected, and then he died over and over and over again.
Yeah, it's a tough one, right? You have to choose. Do we think giving everything to G2IG will make the game better than if we actually take the fight now, controlling this Pudge, since we have all this extra gold? And, you know, it was kind of close. Even though they lost that fight, it was not 100% certainty that they would have lost. I think they played very well. They micro the Pudge and everything. But yeah, it probably feels so good if you're C9 here. You know, he DCs, but you still take the win. You're probably very happy. But yeah, do you think he's gonna get the MVP now though? Because he DC,
Yes.
so it's kind of hard to give him the MVP.
Dude, production, come on. You know, it's not even a participation prize to allow him to feel better. He really did deserve it up until that point, right? And even then, his item choices and everything that he has left his team with did have impact in those fights. It wasn't as impactful as he was beforehand, but it's not like the Pudge wasn't doing his job.
I mean, obviously, it's not going to be as impactful when he's not in the game, so I agree.
Maybe
was
ask
definitely-
who microed the Pudge and give the MVP to him.
True. Yeah, sure. Give the MVP. Oh my god, no one. He's like, guys, don't worry. I'm gonna jump the fight. I'm gonna suicide, and then after I'm dead, I'll go control the Pudge. I'll take it.
Dude, no, he was hooking. He gets in that last fight, he gets the hook off, and then he jumps into the backlines and finds the two supports. Because we got info from production that it was no one that was using the Pudge, then this is the definite MVP of the game. Give him 5 heroes. It doesn't matter. This is a one-man army.
Yeah, he definitely deserves it. And yeah, I think C9, you know, I mean, they were playing better anyways, so I'm happy that they end up taking the series, right? It would probably be a bit sad if, you know, for some reason G2IG takes this one. Maybe they don't even reconnect with Kataomi. What even happens in that scenario? So yeah, they were playing better. They were definitely the better team. And it means that now we are going to have a next series, right? There's still a lot of Dota to be played today.
Yeah, Bowie, the universe is happy. The Fissure universe episode 3 is happy. Our viewers are happy because we give them a bonus of 100% bonus deposit on their first one if they use the promo code UNVRS3. That now you have the time to go for it. Why? Because we're going for a break before we tune into the upper bracket series.
one should know about the esports in your pocket.
G2IG are the first team to get eliminated from the FISSURE Universe Episode 3 after a 2-0 series. Cloud9 will be going forward to wait for the loser of the next match, the derby of the day here in Group B. Whoever wins is going through the groups, Bowie, and it is Team Spirit and Falcons, two of the teams that I think no doubt this year are looking like the strongest ones.
Yeah, they're definitely top 5 in the world, no questions asked. They all performed really well, and yeah, this I was looking at the odds, and they are very, very close between these two teams, as they should, right? It's right now. It's really hard to say which team is doing better.
Yep, very, very tough. Though, I think in a head-to-head, the Team Spirit have been looking better than Falcons lately. I have to check that one, but it is just... feels to me like that is the case. Let me check when they...
You are jumping the gun. And I don't think they've played against each other that much. Because there were not a lot of finals between these two, and they did get to a lot of finals. Sometimes when either is eliminated is not necessarily by the same team. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that is true.
Someone is always in the upper bracket, the other one is in the lowers, and they lose to like some Team Liquid or something. That's how I would put it. I don't think they've played. If they played more than 3 times this year, I would actually be surprised.
Let me check. Okay, they were
Maybe in
the
groups.
same
Maybe in groups. But
I want to see the group.
Yeah.
So Spirit beat Falcons 2-0, July 10th. Right? Told you, man. Told you that lately they've been winning. See?
One BO2. Oh, was it BO2 or BO3?
BO2.
BO2s don't matter. They don't matter at all. I'm joking because it doesn't matter. If they got a 2-0, it would be the same thing. But yeah, you know, looking at these two teams, I think that Falcons actually maybe even struggled a little bit more than I would expect against G2IG. But no, they did came ahead. Actually, looking at how those two series went, I would probably say I favor Team Spirit a bit more.
And also they won versus them in the lower bracket final of a tournament on May 19th. So last 2 times that these 2 teams went against each other in big tournaments, Team Spirit came out ahead. Told you, boy. Told you. I just had somewhere in the back of my head that Spirit were doing well versus Falcons, and I told you, for people, you need to vote in the chat, !S for Spirit and F for Falcons. Bowie, how do you reckon the power dynamic in the chat is going to be?
That is a hard one. Looking at the time zones, I would probably say Team Spirit actually gets this one. I think there's going to be more Team Spirit fans awake. You know, there's a lot of NA and SA viewers that actually like Falcons. And a lot of them might be sleeping, might be at work, whereas it's a bit later in Europe, and I would say Team Spirit probably gets the edge there.
So when I used to stream on Twitch, the majority of my viewers in chat would be people saying, "I love you, Harry. I couldn't get through work without you," right? So real fans, they will watch Falcons even while at work, right? You don't have that much to do today. Your guys are playing versus one of the best teams in the world. Your guys are one of the best teams in the world. You have to watch it.
Yeah, but if you're watching, doesn't mean you can actually type in chat, right? You could have the cell phone, and it's a hassle to use the cell phone. Sometimes you actually can have Twitch open without being logged in, which is what I do when I use it on my cell phone. I'm not necessarily logged in, so
3 clicks. 3 clicks. My friend.
Yeah, bro. Okay. And by the way, just want to make sure here for the viewers in chat, do not trust random people on the internet with stats. All right, Harry Freak. He just looked at 2 games. I have no idea if it's actually true or not. But what I do know is the results of this tournament. And C9, the team that beat G2IG, lost 2-0 to Spirit. Whereas G2IG, the team that did lose the last series, 5 versus 4, mind you, could even take Falcons 2-1. So I would actually say Team Spirit should be the favorites here. Maybe by a bigger margin than the odds showcase.
So we agree.
Yes, but not for the same reasons.
It does. Yeah, we you think that Spirit are gonna win because of the previous matches in this tournament. I think the Spirit are gonna win because I know all of the stats. We are not the same. And you know, it is funny that I'm the one saying the meme.
Everyone cares about a match that happened 7 patches ago. Sure.
Yeah, wait. I'm telling this meme, and your name is Gustavo, right? So I'm sorry, Bowie, for stealing that away from you.
Decent meme. All right, I'll give you a 5 out of 10 just for effort and PD because I know you need it. But you know who doesn't need any PD is both of these two teams here in a match that, you know, they could still lose. This is upper bracket after all. Yeah, right? If you lose, you can still play the winner of the series that we just cast for another chance to
That's going to happen
through, right?
tomorrow. Yep. Yeah. Tomorrow is going to be the day with the least amount of games. We're only going to have 2 best of 3s. The lower bracket finals of the groups, let's call them that. So for now, we know that C9 are going to be in 1 here in Group B. Now we're going to be finding out who's going to be the other and who's going to be going directly into the playoffs as number 1 of Group B. We kind of both leaning Spirit here. Our sponsors keeping it even, and it's still anybody's game, right? We haven't even seen the draft. Do you have any idea how the drafts will start? Do you think there's a certain hero that neither of the teams want to ban and both of the team wants to pick?
No one to ban. Well, I'm sure NP is going to be contested. Whether anyone is willing to let it through is a tough one, right? Falcons, they did beat it, but it was such a hard game. I don't think they would ever want to do that again.
No.
But maybe they will, right? They did beat it once. Maybe they're like, okay, we're going to draft our Doom. Doom usually isn't worthy of first phase ban, or at least a lot of people don't do it. And we think that's good of a counter. Not only counters the Treant in general, but it is a way to prevent the split push, which is really the scary part of this hero in the later portions.
What now I went through the Falcons draft of yesterday. We did cast it, but I remember now that I really wasn't impressed with their read on the meta and the heroes that they picked and how they drafted. I think Team Spirit are having a better understanding and a better hero pool to complement what is currently strong. So I think that also does go in their favor.
You know what? I don't want to literally talk out of my ass here, but I think looking at the heroes these players are playing in pubs and the heroes that they are choosing for these games so far, I would bet that maybe they don't want to showcase everything that they have right now for reasons, right? Because when you look at all of their pubs, like they're playing all of the new stuff: Sniper, Leshrac, Naga. And then in the games, I agree with you. The heroes were maybe a little bit outdated. So I don't know. I think this might have something to do with them, let's say, hiding strategies. I know it's a dumb meme that a lot of the times is not true, but for this tournament specifically, I think there might be a reason.
Okay, we'll see if they are gonna be changing up some things or are gonna be staying with what is currently the case. Is there will be a Doom ban out by Team Spirit. I like this, right? Because Falcons, the 2 games that they won were with the Doom. Like both of them, ATF played the Doom. The second one, I think it was first picked.
Yeah, it was definitely the way that they made it work. They played a DP first, and it really didn't click. Looking at the bans here, it means that something juicy is gonna go through, right? We're seeing like so many bans: RC, Tinker, Omni. Something will have to give, and Team Spirit will be the one to profit off of it because they do have first pick.
And there's a Tinker being taken out. We are not going to be seeing him in this matchup. Spirit getting... Okay, so they're getting rid of Falcon's favorite heroes. They're not really banning out meta, but it's a Doom and a Timbersaw. I think versus other teams, they wouldn't even be thinking about these heroes.
Yeah, it's the Amar problem, right? He's very good with a, let's say, a smaller subset of heroes than maybe other offlaners, but he's like considerably better than a lot of than most people with those heroes. And When he couldn't play the Doom, they did lose that game against G2YG. So I kind of like what they're doing. Sure, Maureen can flex the Timber, but at the end of the day, I think it's easier to target ATF than it is to target Maureen.
Here's the ban on the Morphling and Shadow Demon, of course. You've been talking about it. 85% win rate, if I'm not mistaken, was the number that you gave me. So it is quite normal to get rid of it. Mirana in the pool, Nature's Prophet in the pool, Team Falcons, they seem to think that they can play versus it again. There is an Enchantress in the pool as well, so quite a lot of heroes still staying inside, and Team Spirit, they don't care about any of them. They'll get a Dragonite.
All right, so they did play this DK game 1, right? It was the Laro DK, and they had the Medusa carry.
Yep, that was the one.
Fire Dragon Facet, despite being the mid lane. It was a very slow game from Team Spirit. We'll see if that's going to be the case again.
They always... I think Team Spirit are late game wise and communication in team fights the best team in the world. That's how they win games. That's why in LANs they are so good, because their teams are a little bit more careful, and then in the later portions of the game you just utilize that and you crush them with the team fight. So having a hero that scales well, that farms a lot even from the mid lane, I think is right up their alley.
We're gonna get that Sand King, definitely a hero that's highly contested, very often first phase banned, and
does it well
flex,
versus
let's
DK
say.
in mid, right? That's also a big deal.
It's definitely good. It's definitely very good. It did get nerfed substantially, I would say. The first couple of levels might be hard, but eventually you come back, and even if it's hard, you can just stack for yourself. It's very easy to farm and get ahead.
Maureen plays this quite a lot, and ATF does not play it as much, so I'm leaning towards this being a response to the Dragonite overall, because yesterday I saw this matchup and it looked really well for the Sand King, even in the early levels, right? Because sure, you are not that strong early levels, but then again, neither is the Dragonite. But of course, what is going to be strong is our attempt to give everybody an Arcana with the exclamation mark 1x give in the chat. Find out how to make yourself a liable for one of the awesome ones that we are going to be giving away throughout this tournament. It will last until the 25th, Bowie. So this and 3 more days of constant top tier Dota action.
Oh yeah, definitely true. They did take away the Mirana here for Team Spirit. Very good pairing with the Sand King. That you mentioned is probably going to be Maureen's. Amara actually did not play a Sand King game in the last 3 months, so nothing that really not a hero he cares for too much. But I guess the question is, what will he play, right? 3 of his biggest ones already out. What is left for ATF?
Oh, let's see what he's been playing quite a lot. I mean, he has a Razor, he has played some offlane Slark, his Mars is still in the pool, Kunkka. Also not something that is out of the question. If he sees an opportunity, they could cheese a Huskar. I mean, there's still options.
Yeah, the Huskar is an interesting one. So far, doesn't look like a bad Huskar game. Team Spirit probably has to keep that in mind. And they're taking a while here with this last ban. Just trying to figure out exactly what they want to... take out. Marcy is still in the pool. I guess Wind Ranger is a hero we've been seeing a lot, especially in the second phase.
Yep. I don't know how much crit plays the Wind Ranger though. I think without the flex possibility on crit that you don't go for it and they will get rid of the Snapfire. I think Falcons are the only ones who play this hero. Yep.
Yeah, they were playing that a lot, and surprisingly well. I think this hero got totally ignored by people after the Lil Shredder nerfs. So maybe Team Falcons still liking what it's supposed to do.
Naga's in the pool. Right? I don't know how much
and
you want it
Sniper
versus a Dragonite, but you might get it.
I don't think it's terrible. I don't think it's bad. You could also go, what? Sniper is another one we saw a lot.
I think
the Lina was actually available this whole time.
They go Naga. So Snake King is going to be playing his Naga Siren. That's going to enable some of the range carries. Morphling is out. Skitter, I just don't think he does so well on those. Maybe he can play a Naga. You know, it's not out of the question. I see 2 of them in his pubs.
it's so good against this long cooldown off lane OTs, right? So Roar, very easy for the Naga to deal with. Black Hole, it really limits what you're going to be able to give to Collapse this game. Not that he is that type of player. You know, he played Bristleback. We saw him being very versatile. And they're just going to go Lash, probably the +4. And I do like this, right? I think the fact that Naga becomes this possibility of a hero makes it so that Leshrac 4 is a good way to handle, because he does have the AoE against Naga, one of the few supports to have it.
Still, versus the Diabolic Edict, the illusions help you, right? Because Diabolic Edict is spread damage. It does a maximum amount between targets. It's not like Pulse Nova, it is just constant AoE. Oh!
Yeah, but you'll get it eventually, and they go for Oracle.
Really cool, right? You remove the net. You don't care about any of the damage from the Sand King. You are very good with both the Dragonite and the Lash, because these two heroes, if they are cores, they do heal quite a lot, so you do help them in that regard. It does open up the possibility for ATF to crush the lane, right? So I think this is where I think you leave ATF's hero for last. Even though he doesn't have that big of a hero pool, if you have a strong matchup towards the enemy carry, you will demolish this lane. Oracle contributes almost nothing to the laning department because he just has very, very low damage.
All right, so I know in general you would rather leave your support for 23 on Spirit. I think if Falcons don't pick an obvious offlaner soon, you might as well as Spirit not pick your offlaner, because it means that you're going to remove 4 offlaners in the last phase. So even heroes that maybe ATF could play might be removed by Falcons because Spirit has the first pick of the last phase, and you put ATF in a position where he might not play what he wants. Windranger, potentially Skeeter's hero?
I think it is, right? Because Naga Siren Windranger is a strong lane against almost anything. Naga Siren is a good frontliner, very hard to deal with, and the Windranger is protected and will be able to do a massive amount of damage in the laning phase. I'm still very surprised that they went for the Oracle. So Oracle doesn't necessarily like playing versus Naga Siren. Especially even if you want to initiate the fight with a song, you use the song, you come into the backlines, you find where the Oracle is, you destroy the the formation of Team Spirit, and then it becomes an easier fight. And now when you have bursts, when you have so many heroes that can isolate different targets, right? Naga Siren isolates one guy, the Sand King and the Hoodwink go for the other one, and the Windranger focuses the third one. It is not the type of fight that this Team Spirit lineup looks like it wants to take.
Yeah, I think support Naga though doesn't get you do it as much, right? As core Naga, you're usually very aggressively positioned. You have level 18 early, you have lower cooldown on song. For the most part, I feel like this Naga Siren is a reset and also a heal. If you use the song aggressively, you lose a lot of your shard potential, which is that reset of the fight, which now they have as well on Team Spirit, unless the song gets used at the perfect time.
Centaur is a good one, right? Because you are going to be playing versus a Windranger, you get a Blade Mail, you have the Stampede to reset if you see that things are problematic after the Song of the Siren. I like it.
You also destroy the Naga illusions early. You have way too much damage. It's
Stomp Double Edge,
goodbye. Naga. Husker Ban makes sense. What else? What is the other one you would take?
It depends on what you want to pick, right?
Maybe
if you're going Slaughter.
Slaughter is nice. Mars is okay, right? Because it prevents the Oracle False Promise.
It's good. I guess Mars is a better ban. But then Falcons, you actually don't know what to ban. This could be Lash mid and carry Dragonite. It could be 4 Lash and mid lane Dragonite. It's very hard to come to a conclusion.
I would guess it's support. Yeah, I think I think Lash mid is fine, but I don't think it's good enough dispatch. I think it can be really good in a game you're against like an illusion hero or like a lot of Zoo. But I don't really like this hero right now without Io. I think he's in a good position, but you have to 24 this hero or 23. And right now there's a fair amount of responses. What else would you take away?
I was thinking Shaker if you want to send the Sand King to the mid lane 100%, but then you can always swap that one out. So I'm guessing you don't have to.
Yeah. Not the easiest hero to pick on 23.
The Nature's Prophet is still in the pool.
Yeah, I guess both sides feel like they have good responses. I guess the Oracle can disarm the Treant. You have a lot of AoE on Falcons. That's interesting though. Falcons could maybe 24 that, right?
They could, depending on what they see they're gonna be playing against in the mid lane. I don't know. Does ATF play? I guess Melreen does. Not really. Doesn't really play though.
They take the Ember out. Yeah, I guess you split Earth is fine.
But it's so hard to draft versus Spirit. I'm not gonna lie, right? There were so many possibilities to ban out. I think now Mars is probably the one that you don't want to be playing against, because then your Oracle isn't gonna be that great. Neither is your Stampede of the Centaur.
I agree. I think it's definitely an easy one against ATF. Like, if you look at the other heroes in the meta, NP is definitely a big one. The question is, are you more afraid of ATF playing NP without being that comfortable with it? Oh, they take the ping?
Yeah, I think Pango, Kunkka is the other ones, other than the Mars. Midlash?
That's one of the few position 4s that can flex with the Lash, right? That's very smart.
Yep. I think you go Mars. I think you go Mars. I just think that it's good, be it a position 4 or a mid sniper. It's just good in general. Good versus the Oracle. You get the blood sports facet as well. The only problem is maybe they think they're gonna be lacking damage, but
yeah, what happens if the sniper? Oh, what? Huh?
You're laning versus a Dragon Knight in lane. I don't necessarily love this Brood. If you get off to a good start and maybe you go for the Orchid, I don't know, man. Do you go?
Yeah, I think that's
Auras?
what the
Do you go
Brood
to
does,
Orchid?
right? Very similar to the Mars, but maybe even easier. You just wrap around the fight. You're gonna be annoying Miposhka all the time. He might have to false promise himself. And you don't care about cooldowns. It's very hard. Like Broodmother, very low cooldowns. If you waste an arena and you don't kill the Oracle, you don't do something meaningful, then Mars was kind of bad. And when you look at Team Spirits, they don't have... Their cooldowns are pretty low. Even, the DK form does decrease with time. So it's one of those things where it's going to scale with time, and the necrotic webs are really powerful against the DK, against the Oracle. So that is very good.
Does this mean that you are just gonna go Auras, Broodmother, and try to out-sustain Team Spirit by taking away their heals?
I think you still go Orchid, because it's so good to farm. You probably have to go Orchid, then you can get a pipe, get something else.
For now, Skitter is staying with Whirlwind, so he wants to do AoE damage, which they have a solid amount of, but I'm thinking, is the Sharpshooter with the Epicenter gonna be enough to kill that initial hero in a fight?
I think he's gonna change it. I don't know about that Whirlwind.
He already changed it from the Focus Fire to Whirlwind, so I'm not sure, but I'm also not sure how Amar is gonna be playing this Broodmother. Everything,
and you also, it's uncontrollable, right? As you're close to people, aren't you like gonna take a shit ton of damage from collapse?
Better than to Focus Fire him and then get even more shit ton of damage.
Well, you can
right?
choose not to. When you use that one, you don't get to choose.
I think he stayed with it. Unless he changed
Yeah, I
it
think he
last
did.
second, because sometimes it can happen, but it will be a Whirlwind Wind Ranger. We saw one yesterday, right? But overall, I'm not sure what to
he has
expect.
the Whirlwind.
I think Spirit have a easier lineup to understand, right? And a lot less things to go wrong on their side.
I agree. I definitely agree. I think it's easier to play. If you're playing from ahead, it seems quite straightforward. The Dragon Knight's going to be going for the siege. You have the Oracle to ult people, but the Sniper can also help the Oracle with the Shard and Force Staff. You have the Centaur layer on top of it, and because they didn't go for a Mars, Stampede looks very impactful, even though it was relatively early into the draft. I definitely like Team Spirit's chances here, and they proved to be very good with this DK, whereas the Brood from ATF, it's definitely not on top of his hero list. He played one Brood game last 3 months, and they lost that one.
Yep, also, there our sponsors agree. I mean, they are backing Team Spirit slightly. We're gonna have a little bit of a pause to look at these facets. Nothing too surprising. I'm really liking that the Dust Devil has become a bit more of a go-to one than the other ones. And I think Malrine was expecting to lane versus the Dragonite versus a Lesh. Any melee hero can suffer.
Yeah. Well, the necrotic webs though are really the thing that should be meaningful for ATF. So we'll see how good it's gonna look. It has definitely been nerfed, but it's still.
What is Defilement? Lash's innate ability. Okay, yeah, it makes sense. Gains AoE per intelligence. Yep. Still don't know all the names. My bad. Innate abilities have just been, I don't know, not as fun as facets. Why should I close my eyes?
What is the name of Naga?
Oh, I know Eelskin. I know that one. I know. No. I answered so fast. There's no way. I know that one. That's an easy one to remember because eels are very hard to grab on. They're all what do you even call? You know what I mean when you touch a snake. Yes, right? So it.
Have you touched a snake?
Yes.
I would never do that.
Why?
Dude, in Brazil we have crazy snakes.
Oh yeah. I thought some pretty.
Like we have like
snakes.
15-meter freaking.
Oh, okay. Not those. No, I don't mess with anacondas, man. I'd rather die to poison than be strangled. I think. I'm not sure. Either one seems pretty bad. Mid lane. How are we thinking in the end, right? Is Malrine gonna do well in that one, or is it just straight up Lash favored?
I think it's definitely Lash favored. It's like I would look at Sand King like Caudle. Like to me, he's a melee Caudle. So even in lanes where he's not supposed to do very well, he can always recover, right? And the Leshrac should not be pressure. That's for sure what's gonna happen.
Okay, top lane. We've already seen the power of the sniper. This to me looks like a Team Spirit lane. I think that's the case, right? Center also has better animation and damage than the Wind Ranger, at least at the start.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of base damage as well. Bottom though, I think this looks like a very good lane for Team Spirit. This DK with Free Fire.
So they're winning all lanes? Are they just gonna straight up win all lanes?
Yeah, kind of looks like it.
I still am very.
And rotation-wise, what do you do, right? You cannot rotate Snake King and get a kill on the safe lane of Team Spirit. Maybe the Hoodwink can rotate and get a kill there, but it also means that Amar is probably going to be struggling.
I don't know, man. I'm still very much not convinced by the Oracle in the laning stage. I know you have a Dragonite who's going to be very, very strong, but I think there is a chance that this Falcons bottom lane can maybe do well.
I mean, if you separate the heroes, you can definitely kill them, but I think in general, it's low percentage that it happens.
Okay, makes sense. I mean, we are seeing that currently Team Spirit are doing slightly better in terms of lanes when it comes to the CS, so quite happy with the current start. Larl also applying a lot of pressure to Malrine himself as bottom lane crit will be caught. A lot of damage between the two until the Oracle hits level 3. The damage of the Purifying Flames just isn't enough to threaten anybody.
Yeah, exactly. Looks like Sand King is getting a lot of farm despite that early pressure. Should be able to stack for himself. I don't see any sentries from Team Spirit blocking any camps, so overall, I think Moraine is going to have a good game. I'm curious to see what his build is going to look like. If this is some sort of Bloodstone type game or just, you know, Shiva's doesn't strike me as a bad item right against Oracle or against Leshrac.
Oh, Moraine is dying.
Moraine.
One more, he doesn't have the mana on Larl. He has one bottle charge, but the Dust Devil following there, just being behind Malrine enough to cancel out the bottle charges. Very close.
Alright.
You're
Can
gonna
you
have to be
actually
careful.
check enemy facets before the game starts?
I don't think so. I mean, even if you could, they could be swapping them around left, right, left, right, left, right. So it's
True.
doesn't really matter all that much. Oh, Mira. Gets caught.
Does
Blood Grenade
heavy
is there.
shtick.
A lot of heals from that stick. Not enough. Skidder gets just one blow there with his bow and arrow. And that's gonna
Yeah,
be
that's
a
the
nice
separation
one.
right there.
Done.
Center
Dropping
was
low.
farming smoke can.
Yep. You separated two. It's a problem. Larl dropping low as well. Snaking comes over. He doesn't even need to. Malrine probably thinking, yo, dude, why are you stealing my experience? Look at him. He's not happy. Should be
They're
happy.
just
He got a solo
outplaying.
kill.
They're just outplaying Team Spirit here. This should not happen. It was very low as well.
This does leave Collapse alone on the top lane. He's gonna be farming well, but is there a chance they pressure out Collapse or kill him? He does have 2 points in Hoof Stomp, only 1 Retaliate.
I think it's very unlikely, but by himself, there's a chance of make his way up. Struggling a little bit there. The pressure. I guess, you know, even the necrotic webs here are strong because the HP region of the DK is going to be limited a little bit. Tangos and everything.
Yeah, and if you want to Purify Flames your Dragonite to heal him, you can't. You're just gonna be doing more damage. More harm than good.
Yeah. Yep. That is actually true, huh?
Yep. Yep.
I have
I
to
think
get
so.
out of the range of the web to do that.
Rodan needs to get out, not Miposhka, right? Yeah, that's how it is.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
Of enemies, yeah. Not of
Miposhka
the
is
incoming
caught. That Acorn shot really does get him low. He does have a healing salve. Will get himself away from the webs, so we'll be able to
Oh, never
heal
mind.
quite
I don't
nicely.
think it actually works that way because it says health regeneration, and it is a heal actually. The Miposhka, it is not health regen. It's heal per second, but it's not health regen. If you know what I mean.
There's enemy region reduction, so I would say it. I think it works, man.
No, it says health regeneration, which like it's different from lifesteal, which is different from heals. They're all separate things.
If you say so. If you say so, but when you use it on a Dragonite, it's in his HP. It says like plus 30.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It's
Really?
it's on top of his hero, but it doesn't. Yeah,
Oh, you're right.
I know because I've tested that. Yeah.
Let's see how much it's healing him.
See, it's not on his health region.
Yep, you're right. And it's healing him quite a lot. I'm gonna have to check that one just to be 100% sure, but well,
Yeah, I don't trust my analyst, so I'll double check.
I don't think that it's that good, as Lara will be in trouble with the Epicenter being used. The 2 supports are in the vicinity. He doesn't have the HP to survive, and another one, Malrine, that's 2 kills onto Larl. Malrine is so good, man. He is... This guy and his story, it's one of the best ones in recent times when it comes to Dota.
Yeah, I mean, it's mostly on the supports though, right? I think they did a really good job. It
Collapse.
starts with... Very nicely done.
He gets the Stampede for a Skidder. He's gonna run like the wind and outrun the Centaur. He needs to use that Stampede to dodge the power shot. That was very, very dangerous there for Collapse. Luckily for him, he does live. Wisdom runes. It should be a 1-for-1. I'm not seeing Team Spirit stealing the enemies, and they already took their own. But a 2k goal lead for Falcons. When we got into the laning stage, we kind of thought at least mid and top should be good for Spirit, and neither of the lanes went their
I mean,
way.
it should, right? They were just outplayed. Because, like, we saw all of the CS and the fact that they couldn't really do that much. But I think Falcons just outplayed them by, you know, the way they positioned their heroes. Also, Team Spirit, I think, did overplay their hand with the Shrek dying there mid at 4, which allows the Sand King to get the level advantage. Then you rotate to support to kill him. So Falcons not only getting those edges, but always knowing exactly where to pressure as well. Really good rotation from both supports. I don't think they would have gotten that kill without both of them there.
Usually when you draft stronger lanes and you lose them, that is a big problem. Like, how big of an issue is this for Team Spirit looking into the early mid game?
I think as long as the Shrek does well, it's not that much of an issue. I think he is the one that will be dictating the pace of the game. So you need levels on the Oracle and gold on the Shrek. And so far, it's alright, right? Level 5 on Miposhka. This Shrek, he is behind, but he's the highest net worth on Team Spirit.
Collapse is being targeted. There's the Whirlwind being used. Quite a lot of damage into him. No Stampede. He does have it now. Healing Lotus, and someone charges. Won't be getting to use any of it. Skidder gets the kill.
Okay.
Ooh, and Mira, next on
bad.
the menu, that Echo shot is just gonna be bouncing around towards him from the nearby tree. Crit, he's the one who finishes him off, and there's just another one. Team Spirit, one by one on the top lane, they're giving up their lives.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This one's not a great start here from Team Spirit. They're still bleeding kills. They need this Lishrak to either get a Kai or a Blink, and he is relatively far away from both. The center has 10 P'd, but doesn't even have Blade Mail to protect himself. Oh, that's... Yeah, Leshrac needs more time. I don't think they can really do anything else with the other heroes they have.
Brood is going pipe, Bowie. So he wants to be tanky, he wants to make his teammates tanky. With this start, you get a blink on Malrine, which he's now gonna use with the smoke. And you have initiation, you have way to teamfight, and then you mitigate the damage of the opponents. This is gonna be perfect.
Good read from Spirit, though. They seem to be aware. Center very defensively positioned. They will get vision first, though, Falcons. They might be able to scout those stacks and even maybe kill Mira.
He has night vision. Doesn't care much. They're still going to be going for the center. He thought they were going on the other side. No epicenter being used. However, Malrine didn't want to pop that one. So with the Oracle, TP collapse is going to be more than fine. But they're still going forward. Miposhka.
The stack.
Okay.
They want the stack.
This is what they were gunning for, Laurel. That's why he's going to be rotating. Even Radan coming to the outpost. Have you gone too deep? Fortune's then going on to staking. He wants to sing. He wants to open his mouth with the stuns. That's not going to be allowed. His song will not be heard. Some of the creeps may be stolen by that power shot, but most of them go to Team Spirit. Nice defense.
Yeah, really good, nice defense. They know that the Broodmother was showing bottom. Can't really assist in that fight, so they bring in the numbers. They protect their stack. They get a kill. It's not ideal because the epicenter is still available. It's not like Falcons really committed that much, but it's something, as Collapse might be dead here.
Yeah, they're already going for him once again into the trees. Shackle shot will connect, goes to the left. He's not really that strong. He does have the horsepower, but how much of it gets slowed down by the Acorn. Malrine in the vicinity, blink burrow strike, and that's more than enough for him to lose his life. While this was happening, Amar did get a tower on the bottom lane, so these moves from Falcons, they're always getting something out of them.
I really like that Lara's getting this blink dagger. I think you need to have a way to instantly find this
Malrine,
both the Hoodwink, both the Hoodwink and the Naga are killable, and Blink is really going to be the necessity.
Did you see those body blocks? Like, have you seen better body blocks recently? Oracle is not that great with his turn rate, so sure, he's one of the easier heroes to do it on, but still.
It was pretty nice. It was pretty nice. Falcons not really making any mistakes, right? When you look at it, their lanes were unfavorable. They still made it work. They have not overextended. And at the end of the day, oh, great, there you go. Blink Dagger put to use.
You need it. You cannot push towers. You have a Fire Dragon, and your Diabolic Edict doesn't do damage to towers because of the Misanthropy facet. So you need kills. If you want to open up the map, you need to be bringing heroes down.
Exactly. So this DK is getting some decent farm, although for a DK he is quite underfarmed. Or maybe it's just Falcons that are gigantic. But Radan needs to get a BKB. Straight up armlet BKB.
I guess that's the build most of the time. Sometimes you can get away with an SNY before it. This is not one of those games, right? Falcons are already going to have an earlier pipe. They will have quite a lot of damage. It is a dangerous situation to be in if you're a player. If you're a viewer, however, you get a 100% bonus with the banner down below and using the promo code UNVRS3. You can go ahead and do that as Malrine. He knows exactly what Spirits are planning. Just TP's away.
And look at those Naga illusions, just making sure that they will know about the stacks. They could even block it, but instead, staking is just going to keep them there. And now they are aware that there is the intention of stacking. Spoke from Spirit, though.
I think Snaking wasn't paying attention. He just sent the illusion there, saw a hero on the map, and was happy with it. Falcons still have that aggressive ward in the enemy triangle. I don't know if they're going to be using it. How long is that gonna... It is gonna be there for another 4 minutes, so you still have an opportunity to do so if you want to invade and maybe get the mid lane tower out of it.
Oh, haste on Laurel. They see snaking. Maybe that's a solo kill.
Assassinate. I need to sing. We'll go for it. Fortune Zen connects and he's dead. What a play. Coming out from Miposhka, just charging that one up on Laurel. And he has a pretty big AoE. People tend to forget about it.
Yeah, really nicely played. Another reason for this Blink Dagger should be valuable for Laurel. Great synergy with the Miposhka spells. They will protect the Leshrac.
Sharpshooter on the Oracle. Sure, protect your Lesh, but who's protecting you? They're trying to protect each other. Ulti on Miposhka available. Still doesn't want to go for the ulti.
Oh, Laurel's dead.
Leaves Laurel to die. Stampede.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way. He was being zoned by everyone. He couldn't really help. Both of them will die.
You don't have a Stampede. You're gone. You're going to be losing two of your heroes and maybe even more. Collapse. Caught on next to a tree. He cannot get away. Does get the ulti from the Oracle. 18-1 charges and the healing Lotus. Miposhka in the backlines gets caught by the power shot. And now with the epicenter, nobody else to protect you. Malrine gets a triple. Spirit completely overwhelmed Falcons in a different form than what we saw them yesterday. They're clean.
Yeah, super clean. This Naga, man. We thought that the Leshrac was going to be enough of a response, but it is really annoying. Snaking gets vision everywhere. He shoves the waves. And, you know, I guess we can talk about draft, but at the end of the day, I still feel like Falcons is just playing better today. They are...
Yes.
Like, they're outplaying every single aggressive move that they do. It is very calculated. They're never overextending, but they're still getting a lot of map control.
But, you know, if we want to talk about the draft, Spirit's draft needs to be ahead, right? And this is why they feel kind of lost at the moment. Because you're not sure what to do when you are losing. And they're finding some ways with the Blink Dagger on the Lesh, but it is still not an ideal gameplay for their lineup.
Yeah, for real. Also doesn't help that the only initiation you have is the Centaur, is the Leshrac. The Centaur will have the Blink in about a wave or two. So I think that's when maybe you could go for plays. After all, there's no saves on the side of Falcons besides the song, and it is on cooldown for a significant amount of time.
Miposhka very dead. Eaten by spiders. Mira very dead. Eaten by scorpions. And even Whirlwind Skitter needs to be careful getting close to Laurel. This time around, the Stampede gets him out. Falcons still don't lose a single hero. There is an AD on Lesh. He didn't use any of the spells. That is deep. Do you have the save? Of course you do with Amar. Having his pipe snaking, still quite tanky. Bushwhack onto the Dragonite. Chakra shot as well. Amar still going forward. The net is there. One by one. They're using their spells from afar. Radon gets killed. He's not even seeing who's killing him. Malrine protected by the Pavis will be able to get out. Collapses another tanky hero that will get eaten. That's a lot of meat for the babies of the brood mama, as Falcons are just overwhelming Team Spirit in every single way. That is a team wipe.
Yep, I mean, they're fighting the supports in the beginning, right? We saw both the Oracle and the Sniper dying, and the cores just couldn't disengage. It's so awkward for Team Spirit once the backlines have been breaching, and all of these aggressive wards make it really hard for Spirit to position themselves in a way where they can protect the cores. So Miposhka and Mura just struggling tremendously this game.
We talked about the deep ward in the triangle, and it came into play with one of the longer chases that we have seen. And really, the name of this game has been Falcons killing Spirit one by one, right? Because if you look at it, Spirit heroes are relatively tanky, but when left alone, this many stuns are gonna keep them in place long enough to die.
Exactly. Whew. All right, so can they Roche on Falcons? I guess they can with the Wind Ranger, so this could be one objective.
Has Whirlwind,
the
though.
Falcons can. Oh, you're right. Dude, I'm not sure I can get, like, I can't agree with this Whirlwind. Like, it seems so much weaker on Wind Ranger. Like, you lose so much what this hero's supposed to do, right? You don't take towers as fast, you can't Roche.
You get range, man.
You get range, that is true.
That is quite nice. And it is still 4 hits per second. Like, that's quite a lot of attack speed, so I don't want to say that it's useless versus Roche. It's still okay.
Yeah, it's alright. But I think later into the game it feels much weaker. For Roche specifically in towers.
For Roche, yeah. But for team fights with the AoE of the epicenter and then Whirlwind as well, I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of that.
In this game though, it definitely has helped against the center. You can still clear out waves and they're just diving Team Spirit. And I guess, you know, if someone gets healed by the Oracle, you can still do damage to everyone else, which is something that did come into play, as now the tier 2 tower will just fall. At least Spirit gets a tower in the top side.
They're thinking about fighting Spirit, bringing in their heroes. That's 2 tier 2s already dead. Will Spirit, they only get a tier 1. At least you open up the map somewhat. You need it. Without that top tower, you can't play the game. The question is, will Falcons really ever rotate towards the top? Those wards from Spirit, they look kind of useless. Fine, sharpshooter to the low ground. You just disengage. Maybe thinking about going for a re-engage here for Falcons. No, they just get out. Really, no reason to risk it anymore for Falcons. You have effectively won this game if you just play it slowly from now on.
Speaking of Radan, he did go for that Sanjin Yashi we're talking about.
Yep.
So maybe afraid that the healing was being nullified by the Brood. Guess the status resistance. Guess the extra healing. Works okay with the Oracle. And they get a tower at least for the trouble. No, they don't punish Falcons, but they will get some map control.
I think he also farmed faster with this, right? So he made a conscious decision not to fight. Told his team that he's not going to be coming in any engagement, and it makes sense to go for the SNY if that is your path forward, as that is going to be a Tormentor being taken, and also all of our viewers, just to remind you that if you want to continue watching, if you want to know when we are live, when there are going to be new tournaments, and when we're going to be live with this one as well, subscribe to our channels on Twitch and YouTube. They're under your side. Of course, you can go and follow me and Bowie on X, Harry Freak and D2 Bowie. We will be posting when we are live as well.
Shard does go to crit, which I don't think it's ideal generally. Naga's Shard is very valuable, but in a game you're this far ahead, you probably want the damage amplification of the Hoodwink. You're not that sad of not having the healing on Naga.
So Shard on the Oracle, quite solid. Reign of Destiny is not half bad. It's gonna be some extra healing.
Yeah, it's another way to deny, let's say, the necrotic webs a little bit. I'm gonna be increasing the healing in that region.
Sure. It's going on full heal on Brood. Wants a Holy Locket. That's an interesting one for the Brood.
Huh. I guess. Huh.
Is that... Yeah, I guess it might even be better than a Crimson Guard, because there's really not much right click damage on Spirit at this point. Not bad,
So
right?
in the past, you would get HP regen from your web, right? But now you get it from the spider's milk, and I think that is the goal. Like you're gonna be healing the spiders more. I'm assuming that's
Maybe. I mean, it's also quite a nice way to heal your teammates. Maybe he did finish off the Guardian.
Nah, but for off lane, I don't think that's why you would build it, right? I think it just makes these spiders harder to kill because of the
probably.
the spider milk. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. I have not seen this style of Brood, but, you know, ATF, one of the more inventive players.
There's the Whirlwind. Oracle uses the ulti on himself. The Reign of Destiny is there. Miposhka might even heal himself enough. Mira has no luck. Like that, Miposhka stays alive. Goes for a TP out. The Glacier stops both him and Radan. That is going to be a very dead Oracle. Uses the Fortune Zen, and really he's not going to be all that fortunate. Radan, very, very speedy. Gets himself away for the time being, but here comes Mallory and buyback from the sniper. They need to help their Dragonite. That buyback is enough to dissuade Falcons from the chase. Jump in, Earth Splitter onto the high ground, connects on 2. We have a Bushwhack, Epicenter is there, Laurel healing up with a Bloodstone, but your Bloodstone is not enough if the Oracle is dead. Radan pops his 9-second BKB, does nothing, just runs back to the base. Another huge victory for Falcons.
Dude, this has been the story of the whole game. Falcons, they find supports out of position, and after they kill the supports, they just chase infinitely. Once the buybacks come through, instant disengage as well. So it feels extra bad if you're Spirit here. As soon as the buyback comes down, they disengage, they kill the Lash. Age is still up. This game looks impossible. Like, I guess if you're fighting your base, it's gonna be harder for Falcons to do it. But Falcons has been so calm in this series that I think they can take this very slow if they want to.
Yep, and they should. Do you think right now Lesh might be thinking about a shard? Because a high ground push might actually come fairly soon.
I think so. He has Shiva queued up, but shard is definitely the highest value he can get in a situation like this.
Dragon Knight is already thinking about an MKB. You're playing versus a Wind Ranger. You need her to die. You need everybody to die. And damage item, MKB, probably the best one in this game.
Yeah, definitely pretty good. Sand King already has Shivas as well. I mean, the regen reduction is crazy on the side of Falcons.
Yep. You went for this tanky lineup. Spirit, they revealed their Oracle early on in the draft, and Falcons, at that point, they knew how they wanted to play. Radon gets caught, BKB in 4 seconds.
Second BKB.
It will have to BKB TP out, there's no doubt about it. Standing his ground and fighting a bit, dodges the shackle shot, whirl being used, and they cannot stop him. How is he so calm, not to just instantly BKB TP out?
Well, he's Radon.
Exactly.
Like, if you were a god, would you even know what... Oh, that's a big one.
Yep.
Would you know what worry is, what fear is? It's just not in your realm of possibilities.
Well, you know, in a situation where it's 6-19, you and your teammates are getting crushed, taken over, you know, at some point you might start doubting yourself.
So far, no doubts.
Nope.
He, you know, struggling to find a way in this game. He's still 0-1-1, but as you said, this hero, DK carry is popular for a reason. Farms so much, and he's getting there. He's surprisingly farmed considering the dire situation you're in.
Yep. My team might not be gods, but I definitely am. He is almost at the very top. It's only the Sand King that is ahead of him, and if Radon continues farming with this space, he could overtake everybody.
Yeah, especially the MKB. Like, I would... Especially when you go for this facet on the Wind Ranger, you are gonna run out of damage. There's a pipe on the center already, so a lot of what the Sand King is doing is going to be nullified. This Brood is all about auras as well. So who's really bringing in the damage? It's gonna be Hoodwink and the Wind Ranger. And even the Wind Ranger, as we said, not a lot of single target damage with this facet.
That's why Crit is focusing on that part, right? He already has the Gleipnir. His next item on queue is going to be the Daedalus. I like it. They know it. There's the jump in on the Oracle. Bushwhack as well. Radon doesn't want to assist, and he cannot assist.
Aegis only up for 16 seconds. It's not like this is going to matter. At the end of the day, Falcons, they didn't go high ground now. They're not going to go... I mean, they didn't go through the 5 minutes. I think it's time to disengage, keep on controlling the map, make sure that it's only the DK that can get farm outside of the base, and in general, we're going to be very happy about it.
And most likely it is going to be a daytime Roche, so Sniper's Vision on Team Spirit isn't really going to give you all that much. And to be honest, even when it's nighttime, leaving the base with Mira, pretty hard.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the games where you basically what you're supposed to do is shrapnel from fog and assist with the waves. Like, you can't really do much unless you have people around you. Speaking of people around you, there is that one... There is that one ward in the river pretty much from Team Spirit. I wonder if they want to smoke towards that because they're all together here. I think...
There's no reason for Falcons to ever be there unless you are waiting for a rune. But I don't think you do it in this game in general because there's an Oracle on the other side and that can make it so that the enemies know which rune is where.
Yeah, and it's so hard to leave the base. Look at all of those aggressive wards from Falcons. You have that very hard to deal ward on the triangle, so it's probably not going to be spotted.
All the
you
waves
have
coming
one
in
the mid lane. Oh,
this
smoke, but it
does
does get clipped by the scan.
Falcons, they
Smoke
smoke
on smoke.
themselves. Skitter will be found.
Oh, they
with a
find a
stun.
Wind
They
Ranger.
want him dead. And there's the stun. They need to finish him off the sleep. Saves his life. Radon didn't want a BKB. They could have taken him out on the other side. They do isolate Malrine, and with the Stampede, Radon wants to get over. But Stampede will be cancelled out. Malrine completely isolated. This is a big kill if you can get it. The Rain
Lobster
of
for
Destiny is
dinner.
there too. And they cannot kill the center on the other side. He's standing short versus them all. The double hoof stomp. Even the sharpshooter gets to the high ground. BKB from Skitter. Defense. Oracle still has his ulti baiting with a false promise. Doesn't even need to use it somehow.
Oh, good
Spirit are
splitter.
winning this fight. And Amar next on the menu. Power shots flying from afar. Spirit, they win the fight, and Falcons, they just leave 2 of their cores to die. What an engagement, what a fight, and what a victory from them.
And that's a nighttime smoke when they had no vision in that area. In fact, there is a Falcons ward that they just awarded here with Miposhka. So, absolutely well played for them. They get the initiation on the Wind Ranger. They didn't really jump the gun, right? The BKB was not used instantly. The BKB was not used at all from Maradan, in fact. So, he feels so comfortable in this fight. And as you said, False Promise not needed. That was... yeah... gonna lose the Leshrac.
Has the Bloodstone? Is he really Oracle in the vicinity? False Promise is there. You have to run away. Skidder, no BKB. Has the Windrun trying to run out. Should be able to do so.
Can I say something?
Sure.
He would be dead if Focus Fire was there.
I mean, next time when you say, "Can I say something?" Say that he's gonna be hating, and then I'm not gonna allow it.
Okay. All right. Sorry. But I mean, I'm honest. In those fights, even though they're tremendously ahead, a lot of the net worth on this Wind Ranger doesn't matter. And I think Falcons, they got really ahead with this, with all of these auras. But they're gonna have to itemize for more damage, and I think that's why Scotty is gonna be on the menu here for Amar. He's a universal hero, so gets a lot of right-click damage from it. And you know, in a way, heal reduction is damage if you think about it. Oh. Again, this is not gonna be a kill.
Trying to kill him. Stampede being used. Lara runs away. The Oracle in the vicinity. He does save him and provide some heals, just like we were providing Arcanas with the exclamation mark 1x give in the chat to find out how to participate in that one. And Falcons, was that an AD rune and still they couldn't get him down? Yep.
But I'm not gonna say anything because you said that is not correct. And Roche is up. Unfortunately, for Spirit is not gonna be a timing that really favors the cooldowns that were spent. But they are now getting despite this huge advantage, they still get the feeling they can take the fights, and the win probability agrees. It's still a 70% chance only for Falcons, despite the other domination they displayed this series.
All of the towers, 15k gold lead, 20 to 8 in terms of kills. But it's still not enough. Rodan is at the top of the network chart. He does look very strong. I think positioning of Miposhka has been amazing in this game. And sure, it is the communication for the entirety of the team, but he still needs to move properly. And they cannot find him, right? You see how Spirit are changing target in fights? You see how it's always Miposhka that is TPing first to save his buddies? Other teams
It's funny
panic.
that you
They don't.
talk about Miposhka's position, because he's usually like 3k range away, because he knows that if he's nearby any core, he dies. So like, I think that is one thing as well. He understands that because Falcons lack damage, he doesn't need to be like in cast range away from his spells, because he will be able to connect most of the time. And that allowed Falcons to stop fighting him, which usually made the fights hard, right? The fights that were really hard to take was the ones where the supports got found. But now everyone on Spirit is tanky enough that these, let's say, defensive builds from Falcons cannot... Oh, they find a big one. No song.
He doesn't have
Has
the
buyback.
song. Falcons instantly, they need to run, and Rodan, he wants to stop it. Gale Force, he says,
Oh,
come
what?
to us faster. Come to our
Dragon's
outpost.
BKB.
And the Dragonite is just destroying, but they found Miposhka. He has the ulti onto himself, a little bit surviving for the next 9 seconds. Amar running away, Rodan, a little bit too strong, snaking. He did buy back, doesn't have the song any longer. Are gonna be finding Malrine, who re-engages once again. Assassinate being just used to give vision. Laurel dropping low, has the Bloodstone, nobody to heal on. Bushwhack keeping him in place, but the Oracle, even without his ulti, is still a huge healer. Nice,
Oh,
beautiful
good
double stun. Is this the re-engage they were looking for? Collapse, goes for another one. The Gale Force keeping it at bay. No double, oh, actually double shackle shot, and the double Bushwhack. It all started with Skinner from a back, getting both of the cores. Mira, with an attempted TP, not gonna be allowed. Malrine, he catches him as well, and Grid does more than enough damage. The Oracle, the one on whom it all started on, will be going down this time around. The kiting of Falcons, just way too good.
Yeah, it starts with a really good catch on the Naga, but Falcons was able to transition that fight into the entirety of Spirit going up a high ground into Falcons, where they have vision. It was also a beautiful Gale Force. They push the DK in, but push everyone out. So the False Promise ends up being used on the Oracle, and after all of those key spells are used, they just win by attrition. Just slowly taking Team Spirit. Very nicely done by Falcons. You know, the fact that they're taking these fights now, I think displays a lot of prowess. I don't think this is an easy game to take fights as Falcons, even though they're super ahead.
But this is the thing, Spirit, I think here they messed up, right? Because with an Oracle lineup, if you're running in, your smoke breaks, you got a kill, and there's a buyback, you need to back. It's all about positioning, and you are losing yours when you're running like madman.
But it was the Gale Force, right? That's what pushed the DK in,
Exactly.
and you cannot leave the DK there. It was really nicely done by Skitter as they get one lane of barracks. Want to punish this Naga, but double Force Staff should keep her alive.
Yeah, at this point, even if he dies with the dieback, you still have an Aegis. You've taken a lane of Rax. It's not bad for Falcons. They're in a 25k gold lead. Spirit, are they now too far behind, or is this Dragonite still capable of doing the majority of the damage that is needed?
I think he is. The biggest problem I'm seeing is that he really struggles to walk around the fights when the Gale Force is used. Skitter has been godlike with his charge, and I actually think he bought it. I don't think he actually got it from the Tormentor. And the utilization has been low-key one of the biggest things. Because both the Leshrac and the Dragonite have to walk into the fight, especially after Lara already initiated once. And how do you itemize around that, right? There's no Force Staff. I guess there's the Shard on Sniper. That's the only way you can propel your course towards anyone.
I think the idea is now that Miposhka will get a blink and he's gonna stay even farther behind. At the moment, he's sitting on 2.2k gold. He needs 75 gold if he wants to blink. This, to me, is looking like an Blink Oracle game with the way that the fights are developing, especially because of that annoying Gale Force.
Yeah, I think it depends. If you are able to destroy the Aegis, you buy the blink. But I think now you play really deep
Save
and
buyback.
you save buyback.
Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense, makes sense. Arl didn't buy the shard that we were talking about. I guess they really wanted to go on the aggressive. They saw an opportunity, Spirit, and at this point it's a bit harder. Daedalus on the Dragonite, the amount, he has 520 damage per hit on Radahn.
Yeah, but that's
being
with
hunted.
the Dragon form that he already used. Oh no.
Tackle shot, BKB.
Yes.
There's the DD on Skitter. Gale Force being used. Epicenter as well.
Oh,
The
no.
stun. They have the Stampede. Laurel protected by the Bloodstone. With Poshka in a good
So
position.
much
He dies
damage.
from the AoE. He just died from the AoE. Wasn't expecting to get taken down by the Whirlwind.
And
That
they're-
really does come into play. The double stun as well. Oracle did buy back. So now you might want to get away from this one. So many stuns. So much lockdown to prevent any possibility of a chase.
Damn, dude. Falcons. They look at that ward they have in the fight. That's the ward that was
Yep.
able to spot the Dragonite. And despite the Aegis being relatively close from expiring, they forced this fight. They forced buybacks. The entire game has been Falcons slowly making Team Spirit bleed. And even though they found a couple of A's in, it really feels like it's getting harder now. The Falcons has stepped up the way they're taking these fights. The itemization is now here. You have Nullifier on this Broodmother. So the Glimmer Cape might not be enough. The
Obvious smoke. There's creeps in their base. Since they just know. Oh, Skitter doesn't look too
They get vision in
knowledgeable.
the triangle at least.
What? Okay, that's an Aegis. His teammates are
That's an
coming.
outpost though. Falcons are coming with the outpost.
Skitter gets stunned up. The Force Staff keeping him away. They're still doing a lot of damage, and the Burrow Strike will save the double Shackle Shot as well as the Bushwhack, dropping
Oh
the
my
lash down.
God.
Where was the Oracle Ultimate Poshka? Not going for it. Keep them with the Glapier. Look at the base. Team Spirit in shambles. Not only the heroes, but the structures as well. It's coming, Bowie. They're coming to end it. They're coming to take game one.
Alright, we will defend the melee barracks. Die back on the Naga, but still this Leshrac is so much of their damage. He actually bought the shard and now he
Center.
dies. And
You
that's
want the
gonna be
sniper. Okay, protected by the
okay
Oracle,
for
that's
now.
fine.
False
Mira's still
promise.
alive. No, you don't want to use it on Mira. He did use it on Mira, which leaves Collapse. just ready to die. He does have a buyback. Maybe that was the idea. Rodan, without his dragon form, he's not as powerful. Will be protected by the Fate Seed. It goes back to base. And the sniper took way too much damage throughout the false promise. No way to live through it all.
Okay, so 22 for this last track. They still have a glyph. So going for another lane of barracks is probably not the idea in Falcons. They have been so patient that I think you probably... Wait, they're going in?
Going in. Gale Force pushing them out. Miposhka, he's inside of
No
it. He cannot
BKB
go
on
against the
Radan.
winds. He has no false promise and Radan is dead. Even if you buy back, there's no more dragon form. You're not as strong. Spirit, not a team to give up that easily. But they've already lost 2 lanes of racks. This game is looking grim, if not impossible.
Falcons' understanding of these cooldowns, it really felt like they might have been forcing things, but they know that the BKB was on cooldown, and now even if the DK buys back, he doesn't have his dragon form. So this actually propels them to go even further, even with no Aegis.
He wants at least the glyph. Laurel hiding in the trees. He has the shard. Will be blinking away into the burrow strike. He didn't want to go there, collapse into the backlines. He does have a shard, so a lot of HP will be given to him. Rodan did buy back. Going for the Sand King. They want him dead. He's somehow still living. The song from Snake King is going to be keeping him alive. Look at how fast he heals. This Oracle is a good doctor, but Naga Siren with her soothing song seems to be better. Collapse goes forward, double hoof stomp. This is a beautiful
Holy
engagement.
crap.
They found the hoodwink, but look at the backlines. Malreed has found an even better engagement where he will be keeping
Radan?
the Radan. He's protected by the false promise of really not being healed all that much. You need to be careful. He will go down in the end. That is a dieback. While Laurel very deep in enemy lines, he was still living through it all, but in the end will be taken out. And finally the beast that is Collapse will fall and be the last one of Team Spirit that survives that fight. That's gonna be 1-0 for Falcons, but we coming into the series, we favorite Spirit, but Falcons came here to play.
Absolute domination. This Naga is really hard to fight into. We're talking about Gale Force, but another thing that is low-key very hard to spot in the fights is the Deluge of Naga, because it sets your max move speed to 200, and it was really hard for them to get rid of it. Like, you don't have an AoE dispel that gets rid of that, and I think you just have to ban Naga. Like, that hero, it's hard to really see in the fights. Like, you're gonna talk about the Song of the Siren, and sure, that's like really impactful. You reset the fight, you get the healings, but the Deluge is so freaking strong. It is really, really powerful. So yeah, I think moving forward, you probably have to get rid of that one and force Falcons to find a different support.
We've seen so many Nagas make a difference in this one. I mean, for all the reasons that you stated, has been a big deal. I was very surprised when I saw an Oracle pick into a Naga, and I think Spirit had a interesting idea on how to make it work, but the second that the lane started going badly, I think is the second that their lineup started losing a lot of its value. Imagine if Spirit were equal in this game to Falcons. They would have demolished them, but Falcons just played a hell of a game, Bowie. That was... Oh, that was even more than beautiful.
Yeah, it was pitch perfect. Very few mistakes. Also, we kind of hated on the Brood initially, but besides all the healing reduction aspects, I think the vision that the Brood provided for them to find those supports was really key. A lot of the times you're like, wait, why is Miposhka dead? Why is Mira being killed? And it's the spiders, it's the fact that the Broodmother doesn't really need cooldowns to just engage on you. And constantly ATF was getting vision. A lot of the times he gets praised for a different playstyle, right? Very heavy on farm, very heavy on outplaying people. And I think that was very refreshing to see him actually performing, you know, against Team Spirit, one of the best teams in the world, with a pretty different playstyle.
You know, when you play like he does, and that is always deep into enemy territory, you get very good at having a good idea what's happening in a team fight, even when it's scattered around. And we had a lot of scattered around team fights. With this Brood, I think it was just it wasn't a classic Brood, right? Sure, his Broodlings were giving vision and chasing down to supports, but your idea was to be tanky, to give auras, and to reduce the healing of Team Spirit. And he did that perfectly, while also adding a little bit of a Mar in there with great control of the spiders, finding the supports, and contributing to his team even more.
Yeah, for sure. You know, looking at the stats, I gotta say that my MVP is Maureen. I know he has one less. He did die once, but he overperformed in the lane. He built perfectly. I think this Shivas was incredibly hard for the supports and all of these cores based on healing to deal with. In general, Falcons were all about the anti-healing, which makes sense, right? When you look at all of the supports that are popular right now, from the Omni to the Tinker, they're all about healing or lifesteal. And I think Falcons already understands how the meta is shaping up to be. You really need to have these auras, have these ways to address it. And the Brood is a hero we're not seeing that much that maybe will get popular now because of the anti-healing, not necessarily about the whole Bloodthorn, I'm gonna one-shot you. And there you go. Maureen gets the MVP.
I think there was no doubt, man. He won a mid lane that he wasn't supposed to. Remember when he survived on a sliver of an HP? Just one hit was needed, and Lesh didn't have mana. And after that, he kills the Lesh. There was a Naga rotation that basically just stole his experience, and then his two supports rally around the mid lane. They killed the Lesh again. The game was never again the same. He just had such a great start from that moment onward. His itemization was perfect. He knew exactly what he needed to do, finding the backlines a couple of times. It was just beautiful from both him and of course all of his teammates as well. And also, guys, if you want to have the beautiful sets that all of these players have as well, you type exclamation mark 1x give in the chat and you are gonna be finding out how to get in on that giveaway action. Speaking of action of game number 2 is coming your way after the break. guess what? It continues to be the same game.
Literally the same draft so
Ban the
far.
Naga. Naga is getting banned. There's no way.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind the Naga ban. They went for Murana Snapfire. I think it would probably take away Murana Naga instead of the Snapfire, right?
Oh,
Hard
they
to
get-
justify.
They ban
Okay,
the
okay.
Snap.
They
You know
give
what?
the Murana.
I don't think Skitter is that good of a Mirana player. And I think Crit is an amazing Snapfire player. So I would rather play versus the Skitter Mirana. Plus you have a Sand King who doesn't really benefit that much from the attack speed.
Sniper actually has a very good win rate in this tournament. Did lose the last game, but besides that loss, the win rate sits at a very comfortable 58% at the moment.
But Lina is in the pool. I mean, you could pick up a Lina if you want to. And there it is. That is a Skitter hero. And you still have a Clockwork. You still have a Sven. You still have a lot of heroes that can go with him in the lane. I like this. Right now, Team Spirit have to address it. They did play a Centaur last time. I wouldn't mind one once again.
10 seconds remaining.
Isn't the lane hard though for the center?
5 seconds remaining.
It depends who your support is, but at some point in the game, you pop the Stampede and you run. The Lina will die, right? There's no doubt about it.
Actually, like NP for Team Spirit. I think NP is very good at finding the Lina, forcing BKBs, just making her play. I know the center is good in general, but I think NP is a very good hero right now, much better than the center, and it's also has this gap close, in your face type thing that the center also gives.
I like it as well, right? Because it is a Lina picked up, so you don't necessarily want to pick up an Enchantress or a Crystal Maiden or a Chen.
Yeah.
On Team Falcons, despite having Snaking on your side. So I think there's a good argument for Spirit to pick it up right now, especially because it's every single one of their players plays it. So I would like to see it.
Yeah, they're probably discussing the possibilities here. I think Nyx is also not bad, but in general, you're seeing Nyx as a response to those types of heroes. Okay.
Yeah, I'm surprised we're not
expecting
seeing
this
him more versus a Sand King, right? Stealing the Burrow Strike is probably one of the best spells in the game to get. So I like it. And Mira is... Both Mira and Miposhka can play this hero. I think that's also the strength of Team Spirit, because they can put it on any support.
5 seconds remaining.
So do you pick your 5 here just to make sure that the lanes are very hard for Falcons to read?
I don't know, man. That's I would keep the Rubik. Nah, you pick your support. Yeah, you pick your other support. Okay, you go for a flex. And to be honest, a Dragonite, no matter which Dragonite, benefits so much from the Solar Flare. So if this is a core Mirana, it will go that route. It is a huge deal, right? Lina is strong, but you just pop it and kill her.
I hope the DK is mid this time. Laro plays a lot of DK. And, the Strike did okay against the Sand King. I don't think the DK should lose or struggle. And this allows you to flex this Mirana to 4, to flex this Mirana to 1. And as you said, good synergy as they get that Sven you're talking about. The pulse 5 more likely.
This is a godly Clockwork game for Spirit, I think. Right? Lina hates playing versus that. And it's so good with the Mirana.
It's very good with the Mirana. The question is, it's an 18, and 18 clock doesn't feel very good. Is there other 2 supports you could pick that can squeeze towards the 23 so that you don't, let's say, waste your clock on 18?
You have
I feel like there's a lot of really good 18 you can pick here.
Clock,
like an
Treant. I don't know if there's a third one. I think that's maybe a Tusk.
Yeah.
It's a good. I mean, Lina doesn't like playing
SB?
versus the Tusk.
You play SP5, it's kind of bad, but it still
It's good
gets
versus
the
the
job
Lina.
done.
I'm not gonna lie. It's very good versus these Team Falcon heroes because they have, all of them have stuns, and having any kind of status resistance is awesome. I wouldn't hate a Spirit Breaker. Not gonna lie.
But yeah, here I wouldn't mind an NP if they're willing to play carry, but I guess that would
they
make their
put-
supports weird.
Yeah. So I'm
I don't know
thinking.
if I like Mirana carry here though. I think it's very squishy against the Lina.
Yeah, but you have a Dragonite, right? He's probably gonna be going for the Fire Dragon in the mid lane anyways.
Team spirits turn to battle.
That is a Lina counter. A straight up. You know what? Now I love the Mirana carry because when you put that Corrosive Haze on the Lina, you're gonna rip her apart. And the Sven, he's level 20, and the added armor on the Warcry. This is one of those games where the nerf on the Warcry might actually come into play.
Seconds remaining.
And this is also a game where you can still work right for yourself. There's so many good spells for the Rubik to steal, playing from afar. And now time to ban ATF, more than likely. In the other draft, they banned what? It was Pengo Huskar. Do you have to ban Huskar if you're playing Mirana?
Plus
on
whatever you want to
Spirits?
get. No. I think
Right?
that Mirana plus one hero, that it is really good versus the Huskar, especially if it gives any kind of stun, which I guess maybe if they leave a Treant as the only one, then maybe you have to do it.
Let's see what they're gonna do here.
Or anything else that I'm
Is that
missing
the only
since-
configuration they have? Like, is Mirana carry position 5 pick the best one for Team Spirit, you think?
Slardar Mirana is decent, but I want this Mirana to go for the Solar Flare now when I see the Slardar, right? So I think so. A position 4 Mirana with the Solar Flare, I don't think it just gives as much value. Oh, they might
I
want to
agree.
get an NP.
I would ban NP over Huskar this game, for sure. They don't have any NP responses, right? It's only the arrow. Literally the only thing they have.
10 seconds remaining.
And suddenly, you're going to have to be dealing with the split push of this NP. It's a 24 pick for Falcons. I would definitely take it out.
So I'm starting to think about this Tusk on the 5 for Spirit. Let me check what Mishboshka is playing, because even a Nyx here looks really good.
They actually take Slark out, huh? So, I mean, I guess they're not playing... It's good versus Mirana carry, but the lane is probably really bad. I'm surprised that they... It's a very popular ATF hero, I know,
Yep.
but...
10 seconds
I
remaining.
guess it
Against
depends.
DK Blink seems... maybe overkill.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm okay with it. It's extra night vision, and Team Spirit do want to find the first jump in this game. Right? If you don't find the first
they're all
jump and
about
blow
bursting
somebody up, then the Sand King turnaround and all of these stuns are going to be a problem for you. So they go for the Bane. Not going to be any of the melee heroes. Still a very strong laner. Good versus the Sand
Not
King
a-
when he jumps in and isolates himself.
Yeah, not a great Fiend's Grip game. There's a lot of cancels. A lot of them have high cost range, but it's a strong laner. It protects the Mirana. Nightmare is decent-ish here.
What
It's
about...
alright. I think it's solid.
Does ATF play an LC? I love a Legion Commander in this game.
Ooh, he does. He definitely does. It's one of his most played heroes the last 3 months.
This is a hell of an LC game, man. Just there's so many single targeted stuns that you can remove, and it really does make a difference, right? Plus you have a ton of burst. Sure, Sleep from the Bane can be annoying, but you played in a different way. He played with Auras earlier. He can play an LC with Auras as well. I wouldn't mind it at all. Just be that purge.
Yeah, I know. It feels like so often, though, LC is a debate. But I know what you mean. It feels very good this game. But they go Viper. Huh.
Okay, you are the dirty
Oh,
hero
it's South Lane
expert.
tanking.
Yeah, Malrine is gonna be playing the mid lane Viper. I think you have to send the Mirana to the mid lane. Not gonna lie,
I
man.
agree.
The Dragonite is gonna get destroyed.
It is pretty much an unlaneable lane for you. And Even if you go Fire Dragon, like you can't really jungle from the start. Yeah, I agree. I think I have to give Laro the Mirana. Is he comfortable in that though? He doesn't
I
really
think
have
he
a lot of
does
Mirana
play it.
games.
Everybody plays Mirana now. He has 4 Mirana games. He has only one in pubs though, so
Competitively, he has 0.
I mean,
Oh,
it only
never
now
mind.
started
That-
being played, right?
Yeah, I lied. He played in 2018, his only Mirana game, which he did win.
You see. But it will be redone on the Mirana. I guess they just go the normal way. To be honest, if this goes late game, I think you just rip them apart if you're Team Spirit, right? Because sure, Sven does have the heavy plate facet. He's going to be protecting them from the physical damage. But the physical damage of Spirit is so overwhelming that I don't know if any type of items or spells are going to protect you from it in any way in the later portions of the game.
Dude, you have to be so confident to play DK mid into Maureen playing Viper. That is one of the most toxic players with one of the most toxic heroes. You don't have a Mirana that can rotate, help you kill the Viper. In fact, the rotations here of the supports are very mediocre, I would say. I am going Falcons. I think they played much better game 1. I look at their draft. You have this Lina that's going to be powered up by the Sven. The armor really helps the Viper as well. He's usually very low armor hero. If this goes super late, I agree with you. But I don't see these lanes doing very well for Team Spirit.
I'm thinking it's going to go super late. I'm staying with Spirit. I think they had a long talk about what happened in the early game previously. If they hadn't chain fed, even after a beautiful performance for Falcons, I think they would have had a much better chance in this game, even less counter than in the previous one. So when it comes to heals and all of that stuff, right? There is a Sven with the extra armor, but that's about the only thing that Falcons have versus this Team Spirit lineup that is good.
Yeah, I get what you mean, but I don't know, man. I look at the heroes on Falcons; they actually siege really well. Like this Lina with Aegis, the Viper with Shard. I could see towers falling really quickly, and yeah, you can have a lot of late game, but if you're just stuck in your map, also they don't farm super fast. We saw some Miranas actually struggle in the early game, and it takes a while for you to really ramp up that farm. Same for Slaughter. He's actually a hero that struggles immensely when you cannot play with your team and just gets to farm.
We'll see how it goes. I'm just seeing this Falcons lineup and I'm thinking Lina and the Viper don't move around the map a lot. I saw Melrin did play one game of the Viper in pubs and he went for Boots of Travel. I think it is a necessity this game, but it doesn't give you tankiness versus Slaughter. So
I think this game, the
Proper sky.
plan is literally you don't have to run around the map. You win the lanes, you get pipe on the Sand King, you group up, you'll take this in 25 minutes. I really feel like it's going to be all about Warcry plus
is ATF
pipe.
buying a pipe? Is he buying pipe 2
think
times
so.
in a row? 2 times in a row? No. One is enough, dude.
All right. We'll see what they're gonna do. He did start with the Scent Shroud this game against the Slaughter. Interesting.
I mean, it's fine, right? You're not gonna be farming all that much. Odds favoring Falcons. I really want to see how this mid lane goes. I guess if you're Larl, you want to get as many attacks of the Viper to go your way while Viper is level 1. You want him to use the mana now, because once he's level 3, that's gonna hurt a lot more.
Yeah, that's Mr. Maureen. He's been around the block. He min-maxed the hell out of the... Oh, look at that. Oh, the range creep. It's tough start. 5 and 2 for the Viper. And 2 CS for the poor DK.
Okay, so what about the side lanes? Obviously, we know how the mid lane will go. Viper is a problem, but what about the side lanes? Is there a sort of a lining for Team Spirit? Can they win any of those?
I think the safe lane looks pretty good, right? Run a Bane, got a setup for the arrow. You can definitely kill this Hoodwink, very squishy hero. Collapse though, I think he's gonna have a really good time. And there you go.
Yep.
Hoodwink dies. That's what the lane's supposed to do.
Yeah, but now Amar, when he's all alone, it is going to be a lot tougher for him to really stand his ground versus a Bane. It's always very dangerous. Mira running away from snaking and leaving a slaughter 1v1 versus Alina is great, right? Because you're going to be winning the CS battle.
Yeah, definitely. Also, I wonder if stacking is going to be on the plate here for Falcons. They do have, especially the Lina, can benefit from those stacks in the triangle. As Mira should be okay.
He can't get close once snaking is level 2. You get the stun, and one spell from the Lina, you're dead. So I'm curious to see what the Rubik will do. He's getting a sal delivered in the curve for people that might not be following the right side of the screen. There you can see what each courier is bringing to the respective heroes.
Laro still struggling here in the mid lane, but actually has more CS than anticipated. 8 CS is very respectable, all things considered. And he did start with boots, so can't really get bot or anything. Just needs that disengage from the Viper.
Can the Viper push his tower if he just decides to go to the jungle relatively early?
Not really. And I think you can actually get punished by the supports. I think you might as well trade farm.
Mira in trouble. He got his healing sal, but never got a chance to use it. So we'll be taking it out, equalizing the kill score. Falcons get themselves on the board. They're already winning all 3 of the lanes. This top lane, maybe not so much.
Yeah, at least they got the first blood, so network-wise things seem to be balanced. Also, Lara's doing a really good job. He's dragging the creep waves in the mid lane, so he will be able to dodge the Viper, per se.
No points in the Worm's Wrath. I guess you're going to be getting that once you are level 4. Maybe you even get the second point just to be able to increase your farming speed if you decide to go away. Are there going to be any support rotations? Rubik and Bane are good at rotating to the mid lane, but I'm having a hard time seeing them killing the Viper.
I don't think they kill it. You need the Slaughter to come with you. So maybe Mina 6 Rune during nighttime, right? He can actually use the river to get there faster. I could see that happening.
So you mentioned big snakes in Brazil. Is this pretty much what you see every day? The Viper?
Vipers?
Yep.
Well, they usually don't fly, but maybe I haven't really seen one that looks like this.
Lucky you. If they were flying, a 50-meter snake that flies, that would be... I think we wouldn't be the biggest predators. Forcing out the TP, they're still going for it. The Dragon Tail connect. Lara thinking about connecting with it. There's the extra armor, and of course his shield on Malrine. That is the only thing that the Viper lacks.
Really like this play. This double wave makes it so that Malrine doesn't want to... Oh,
he's gone.
Beautiful one. Team Spirit. Dude, that is so good. They bait the double wave so that even if Malrine wants the DK kill, he would lose so much farm, it's not worth it. They force the TP, and now they kill the Lina, and the supports are all just dancing around the map. That's what Falcons did really well game 1.
And now you have Sleep Arrow on bottom, right? Because ATF is going to be all alone. Double Starstorm already. Where's the sleep? Oh, goes for the Sandstorm. Is there even an arrow on Radan?
In his own little sand prison.
Stun on the Rubik. At least you used the 2 supports to get a kill. I think that was quite a necessity for Falcons because you were stranded on the top lane and you don't want to be there. So you get yourself a kill, and then all of these lane rotations aren't going to be that unfavorable for you.
For sure. But even though Lara was able to recover...
Oh, now they are.
Very nicely done. ATF will fall. We see the Rubik TP in mid. Looks like they want to... You need to address the catapult wave. You don't really care about the rune that much because, like, it's not that useful to the DK. He doesn't even have a bottle. I think it's all about making sure the catapult wave doesn't do that much damage to the mid tier 1. You might as well just stack for yourself, farm somewhere else. But done though.
No leap charges. Needs to be careful, of course. Once the Butter Strike is used, you have nothing else left in the tank. Mira, only level 2, getting some stacks off, but this Rubik, it is a good Rubik game. You need more levels. Miposhka, Haste Rune, the first power rune went towards him. You don't really care for that if you're a Dragonite. And Viper Strike available. Laurel, however, he's approaching his level 6. With that Dragon form, Malrine is a target.
It's still very hard. So hard, in fact. Gotta be extremely careful in that lane. You could probably get solo.
Lina found.
As they're gonna use. Oh, hello, Skitter.
Snaky coming. Where's the extra armor and the movement speed? It will be there. Collapse doesn't care. No blocking of the leg day. The crush doing an insane amount of damage. Now Snaking will be next on the menu. Where's the Bashish? Collapse gets himself a double. Laurel taking out in the mid lane. So Malrine finally gets himself a soul kill. While Miposhka is stealing the rune. Has the sleep. He cannot sleep. Both of them. Both of the heroes have stuns. Bro Strike will allow Amar to secure it. Miposhka loses his life. The other rune, of course, will be secured by the Rubik.
So much action. He does force a couple of TPs. Mira now gets his level 4. But the way they are using all of those distractions to get kills on Skitter is big. But at the same time, there's revenge here. They're looking for collapse, but they don't have the catch.
He has phase boots. He cannot be blocked, man. You have sprint, and then you have phase boots. Is he thinking of going for the Lina again? How close is Skitter to level 6? Okay, he just got it. Don't do it.
Yeah, there's no way you can get it. I think he just wants to draw aggro with the Corrosive Haze. But yeah, they're doing a really good job utilizing these support rotations to kill the Lina on Skitter. Nice. Hoodwink will also be taken away by Radahn. Nicely done.
This Nightmare into Arrow is just such an easy kill every single time. Even with Radahn messing. Had a slight problem. Obviously, it is fixed super fast, and we are going to be getting ourselves back into the game. Mirana topping the network chart. I mean, when you compare this start to what we had in the previous game, night and day difference. It's only Laurel suffering, and he's a fire dragon. So he'll get there at some point.
Yeah, and that's the thing with the arrow. There's no saves on Falcons, so you're gonna have to be BKBing against that collapse. Will be taken out. Nicely done.
Yep.
The combos. And Lina is a problematic hero. You can kill this hero so many times and it still farms ridiculously fast. I think Spirit, they really need to start thinking about the top lane, taking that tower, pressuring Skitter away from that area.
They're thinking about Amar. Get the arrow, and Radahn is just focusing on the creeps. He thinks they cannot get this kill. And he might be right. Epicenter, Amar wants to turn it around, especially with the Hoodwink being in the vicinity. Uses the healing salve. Radahn might be a target. 2 leap charges available. Solar Flare also close as well. They're bringing in more heroes. Double leap. Just double immediately leap into the trees. He needs to hide. TP out. Radahn, is he out? Not gonna be happening. Amar knows exactly where you are hiding.
Dude, it's such a bait to think of killing the Sand King. Double Bracer Treads Wand. You're not killing Amar. There's no way. And I think, you know, that's why the pipe route is going to be so good this game. Because they're all about bursting someone. And if you cannot do that, you're going to have to be way later into the game for Spirit to take those fights.
I think if they had the Solar Flare, when they went for a sleep, they would have gone for a kill, right? Because Bane has this facet that you get attack speed with a Nightmare, and then the Solar Flare gets used, he smacks him down, arrow connects, and you can kill him. But there was just a couple of seconds missing on the Solar Flare, unfortunately, and they couldn't go for it.
Yeah, he is maxing the Nightmare, so maybe that's the build.
Yep.
That'll
Buy
be,
drums
I
just
really
kill
want to be
everybody.
watching out for that. That is pretty fun.
Yep, like, yo, Fiends, grip this guy. No. I'm solo killing this guy. It would be, it'd be very fun. Amar.
Right, what are the chances Miposhka can solo kill the Lina with Solar Flare level 4 Nightmare?
I think he might be able to do it. Just like our viewers can get in on the betting action if they click on the banner down below. Promo code UNVRS3 to get yourself a 100% deposit bonus. Especially if a Slaughter marks her with the Corrosive Haze, I think more than likely that Lina goes down. Anybody goes down for that matter. Maybe the Sand King survives.
Corrosive Haze definitely helps. And Collapse, not really going for the Blink Dagger. They're really just thinking about the scaling as Miposhka will be killed on the bottom side. And yeah, you have this Fire Dragon just farming it up. He will be the one getting the Blink Dagger. And it looks like Collapse wants to scale a bit more of his progression so far.
Malrine did buy bots, so you said that he might not need to. I think they need the Viper to be able to connect. He is the strongest hero on the map, and this is a necessity. With his rotation, they get a kill, they get a tower. Mirana missed the catapult with an arrow, so pretty easy grab for Falcons. Looking good once again.
Yeah, Very good. A bit more even, for sure, as Laro did buy his Blink. So this could be a timing for Spirit to play. They just need to regen Laro. His way... He doesn't have any mana right now.
He's going to the base. That means that he wants to fight. If he wanted to farm still, he would have gone for another camp. Decides that it's better to go for an engagement. And there it is. Told you. ATF, 2 games in a row buying pipe. No way. He's bought a Blink Dagger and it's getting delivered with a smoke. Falcons should be able to use their Blink first.
All right. Let's see who they will be finding. Not a lot of mana on ATF, though. He barely has enough mana for a Burrow Strike and an OT.
Stolen Warcry. Nice from Mira. Blink Dagger reveal on the Dragon
Warcry?
Knight, and he is going to be protected there by the Warcry, trying to get himself out. Sharpshooter off the mark. They kill him either way. Now Mira is next to the menu. Blood Grenade connecting. They are a little bit hesitant about the chase this time around.
And there is a rotation from Collapse from the triangle. This tower is still full HP. This is not an easy grab for Falcons, and it's even going to be Glyph. Team Spirit not willing to give this one up. Even Radan nearby.
Lamar is going in. He has found the Rubik. No Nightmare to save him. He will die to the Acorn shot of crit.
Off the mark. Huh. No spells were used by Miposhka, so now they can actually control Snaking here. King's Grip maybe on ATF. No way.
Collapse is marking everybody while he's chasing down ATF, but they do defend the tower at the cost of 2 of their heroes, 6-9 in terms of kills. Falcons once again doing better. Their Blink Dagger reveal much better than the one on the side of Team Spirit.
Yeah, and the way that they are... Oh, but now they will actually counter Smoke with the Blink on the DK.
No vision. They're going into war themselves. Right? This is dangerous.
I guess Solar Flare. Solar Flare is what gives you the damage, as they're going to find crit.
Run. Better run.
Here, though. Yeah. Get the hell out.
Is Miposhka even getting out that Acorn shot? Just bouncing around. No trees around, though. So, Miposhka will be fine.
Okay. By the way, Collapse gave up on the Echo Saber. We were talking about, you know, not having 2 blinks on Spirit, but he did buy his own. And so far, they're going to keep on farming. Not really a moment here that either team wants to be aggressive. I think minute 15 Catapult is when we might see Falcons. They are the ones with the upper hand still, so they might try to brute force this mid tier 1.
I'm surprised Spirit didn't try to brute force the top tier 1, right? Because they forced out some rotations into the enemy triangle. I thought it was going to be a beeline towards top to just open up the map, because you have 2 blinks, but not a single tower taken. I don't know how you think you're going to be utilizing those to get kills.
I agree. Especially when the Ep is on cooldown like that, it probably gives you a big advantage in the next fights. But they feel like they're not going to be winning these engagements right now. Interestingly enough. And this Lina, right, because of all of that, the Lina will catapult. Like, this is the Lina that died twice in lane and already is the highest net worth as Miposhka. Dodges the Dragon Slave, but will be killed.
Yep. Also, very deep ward being placed on the top lane in the enemy triangle by Fishman, and that is a huge deal. By Snaking. They do see him because of the corrosive haze. He's out. He knows while he's being spotted that there could be a move coming his way, so he's gonna be more than fine. Arrow completely off the mark. Stolen Warcry. That is a good steal to have on Mira, but of course Burrow Strike is the one that you're gunning for mostly.
It's huge. Just the 22% move speed, allowing you to disengage from the Viper. Just get out of the Sandstorm. It's very good.
They are pressuring this tower now. They needed that. They needed dead as fast as possible, and Falcons don't seem too interested in killing it. I mean, I've been talking about you need to take down towers for the blinks to matter, but top tower is not the one that you take over for part of the map to gank. It's most of... It gives you a bit
to
more
farm yourself and deny farm. Yeah,
exactly.
For sure. But I think the way they took that tower is smart, because if they just brought 4 heroes, I think there's a big incentive for Falcons to try and defend. They were very calm, slowly pushing the waves, slowly doing damage when it was too low for Falcons to defend. But now mid is under assault, and they do have a catapult wave. Falcons just baiting. They have a really good ward in the high ground. Good position for Lao, but still gotta respect Team Falcons.
Very smart. Very smart. It will take a lot of damage, but I don't think the tower is dying with this catapult. Oh, they're gonna give him the Warcry. Malrine, he says it is going down. Spirit a little bit slow on the reaction. Invis on
Poshka.
Poshka.
He's gonna
He can
sneak
find
in.
a
There's no
Mar.
detection.
He found a Mar. This is a
Oh, he
huge one.
found him!
Collapse goes in, and the Glapier as well as the Dragon Tail. They want a Mar dead. The arrow is still gonna be
Amar's
connecting.
dead.
Lift up, not allowing him to get any spells off. You did lose the tower, and Lina joining in on the fray as well. Radon coming forward onto
Maureen.
Marin. So much damage with the Solar Flare and the Corrosive Haze. Spirit, they get themselves 2 kills. It is good, but it is not ideal because your tower is still dropped.
I think this is still huge, though. You get the Morin kill, you get the ATF kill, you're still farming, you're still getting stacks, and that one Invis made all the difference. And they gave it to Miposhka. That is beautiful. They give it to him, and he just sneaks through the back lines, finds the most important hero in that fight. Very nice.
Imagine Amar telling his supports, noobs, where is my sentry? Why don't I have a sentry when enemies don't have a single invis? But the gods of Dota were on the side of Team Spirit this time around. Seems they don't need to be shaving their heads for it to work that way. Skidder, very aggressive. Miposhka has been found, doesn't get the dodge on the stun. Gleipnir maybe slow down Falcons a bit. Stolen Dragon Slave, that's a big spell for Mira. It can change fights with the amount of damage it does.
Yeah, it's mostly going to be for farming, though. It's going to allow him to get those next timings. Apparently, the Solar Crest is the one he's going to be gearing towards. Laro, also now scaling, gets himself an armlet. Not at all a common second item for mid-DK, right?
I think the Spirit are just gunning for the ultra late game. I think they are aware that this game is not going as badly as it could, right? And you are just gonna be ultra greedy. I mean, look at that. The Slardar went for an Echo Saber. He's not even thinking about a BKB.
I agree. It is looking much better than even we thought it was going to be. The Mirana not going BKB either. We'll get a Manta. And you know, when you don't have the defensive items on this Sand King, he's going for a Crimson now. It is harder to push for sure. Also, Falcons not really gearing towards Roshan or anything, which means that they're farming at the same speed. But now a smoke. They will look for something with those deep wards they have.
And they have a Hurricane Pike on the Viper. It hasn't been delivered just yet, but the Force Staff is
under
there.
vision. They're going to ignore him, though. They want a bigger target.
He did lose a ward because they ignored him, but Radon on the other side of the map, does he know what's up? It doesn't seem like it is at the death camp. The one where all the carries
it doesn't
fall.
know.
Stun, Bushwhack, Stormhammer, overlapping the stuns doesn't change the fact that his life is over.
Dude, this is another game where there's way better wards for Falcons. Okay, several TPs in the mid lane. They want to stop this. Blink out. Nope. Hello.
Finding the Rubik. He can steal the Burrow Strike. Huge one. It still doesn't allow him to get away. Stormhammer, it's going to be so huge if he escapes. No. That was so close. Nice attempt to play from Mira. I think he could have Burrow Strike to the high ground and escaped.
Yeah, maybe. He could have maybe done that. You know, it was really close, though. Oh, look at Miposhka, though. He is... I'm not sure what he's doing, but he's doing something.
How much HP does Skidder have? 2k.
Oh, Solar Flare. Is he waiting for the Solar Flare?
Yeah, he is. Come on. We want to see it.
Oh,
he's
not gonna
out.
get to see it.
I don't know, just wait there. Wait, Miposhka.
Huh? Maybe get a courier?
Oh, couriers. No, don't get it.
Yeah, he'll
He did get scared there. That was a cool attempted play, and if you guys want to see more, subscribe on our channels down below. You have our Twitch, and you can also follow our YouTube as well.
I was just gonna say that the wards from Falcons has been just as good as game one, whereas it feels like Team Spirit, they really struggle to get those good wards. Really deep one in the mid-tier 2. That other one that was used for the mid-tier 1 fight, and then the triangle one that killed the Mirana. Just overall, very nicely done, as now they get a free Roshan. Even if Spirit's aware, it's not gonna be fast enough.
They use the scan. There's also the Laguna Blade. Lina overcharged for a couple of seconds. More than enough for her to bring down Dirge. Going for a Lincoln Sphere versus a Bane versus a Dragonite. This makes a lot of sense. But the crush from the Slardar can still be a problem. Especially he has a shard, so you're not going to be removing the Corrosive Haze or blocking it.
Okay. They do deny the mid-tier 1 tower. I agree with the Lincolns. It's definitely... like, if you find this Lina by herself, that's how you win the fight. For Spirit, it's so much of their damage. Especially when Maureen is going for this more mixed damage type build, I guess, with the travels into Hurricane Pike. Not really doing that much damage right now.
Radahn is level 15, but he didn't buy a shard yet. I guess you want the Manta first. Is it gonna be BKB before the shard as well?
I don't think so.
Okay. That's gonna be Tormentor.
But you know, this is a game where they already have 2 shards, so maybe he will get will get his one fast.
Is it always that the worst support shard gets it? Right? I mean, you want it on a Sven so much in this game, and then it just goes to crit. Atos, Onslaughter, Bushwhack as well, Sharpshooter will demolish him, and well, that Boomerang coming into play immediately.
Let's fish for dinner. Falcons is ready to start mowing some towers.
I mean, they have the Aegis on the Lina. Why would they stop Lincoln Sphere as well? She can stand her ground, be on the forefront, just continue going for the push. I think Spirit are... This bottom tower they're gonna let go, but the other tier 2s they'll defend. Look at Laurel. Pretty defensive positioning.
Like, what happens though if you lose a fight closer to tier 2 against Alina? Don't you just like lose Alina barracks? They push extremely fast.
Well, Team Spirit, they don't intend on losing, right? You go into a fight with intent to win. That's why they're smoking out, waiting for somebody
Falcons
to make a
knows.
foolish poke out. They're very much aware.
They have the high ground. This is a really hard one to connect. I think you're better off. Oh, unless you find Alina. Oh, before he was turned to the other side.
Now you can't, right? You don't know what's happening on the high ground without any vision. It's just that they put some... Did they put any wards? Spirit, this
really.
little expedition, they did. They did place one ward on the lane. Now that one is expiring at the moment. They saw collapse.
That's not from this smoke. That's no.
For a second, run away. Okay, it is some time wasted off the Aegis, so not a completely missed move coming out from Spirit.
Yeah, at the end of the day, no tier 2s end up falling. Falcons was also expecting this move, so at the end of the day, if you can delay time from the Aegis, you will do it. This should be the tier 2 though. Mura can deal with the creeps, but not with this Lina.
Yep, the other lanes did get shoved out by Spirit, which is a big deal. That means with the duration of this Aegis, the best thing you can do is shove out the waves with Falcons. Getting another tier 2 tower pretty much off the menu. Tier 1 on top, too far away. Spirit have survived this Aegis with only a 2k deficit. Not too bad.
Going for something here. They find a Mar.
Where's the follow-up stun? Gleipnir will be enough. No Yule Scepter. A bit of a unnecessary ulti coming out from the Bane after the arrow connected. It was 100% a kill, but either way, they get it. And it doesn't look like Spirit wants to chase.
Yeah, interesting chase. You don't know if there's buyback on ATF. There is none, because we can see it, but we'll see. You have to make sure you don't overextend.
Labs was rubbing his eyes there, and you know, just like the morning, you rubbed your eyes, you're like, oh wait, Fissure, they're making a tournament in collaboration with 1xBet. Let's go. The best tournament's being made right here. This is why we are bringing it to you. Hopefully there's going to be Fissure Universe 4, and we are constantly mentioning, Bowie, that we want to have as many follow-ups as Fast and Furious. I think that's a nice thing to strive for.
Mm-hmm. You know, I was looking at this Radahn guy's camera. He looks eerily similar to Yatoro.
No, Yatoro is bold, dude.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Not that similar. They do look like they could be brothers.
I guess you missed the bald and blonde, like the similarly sounding words. So that's why.
Okay. Okay, Team Spirit. They will not find anything, but they will occupy the triangle. Be nice and far. Maybe get some good vision going. This is not bad. Even a sentient courier is good.
Very nice. Also,
Oh, that's a
Laurel
load of full
wave.
Lotus Orb. Denied from Amar.
He still has a. Oh, he doesn't. He doesn't have a plate mail. It's not a. It's not a full Lotus Orb. He's missing the plate mail and the energy booster.
Yeah, but it is.
Why did he buy a plate mail? Like, why would you buy Perseverance?
Because I think it's his lots, right? You have double bracer. You don't really want to sell it as you get to minute 25.
10 armor in this game. Just buy the
He's a lobster,
plate mail.
man. He has plenty armor.
I don't know. I've watched so many videos when they get just murdered in a second by a knife and then put to get cooked. So I don't think
by
that.
the way.
top tower is under attack.
Very delicious. ATF on Ascendo, as looks like Falcons still very aggressively positioned despite the ages expiring here. They're gonna get this tier 1. Could even posture more aggressively.
Epicenter being charged up. Amar, he's waiting for somebody to show on the lane. Nobody on Spirit is that crazy. Maybe Laurel with his
Laurel
BKB.
might be, but they do have the shard on the Rubik. They could potentially save Laurel even if they engage.
Dash out the wave. Spirit are doing a good job delaying this game. So now, Bowie, the real question is their read of the game right? Are they winning the late game?
It's hard to go against Slaughter into Lina, as you said. You know, Slaughter into Viper, Slaughter into Lina. Corrosive Haze is really hard to deal with. But it depends how late game we're talking about. Post 25 Slaughter, I think it's really hard to win.
What
But
about
if it's
post
like
25
40
Viper?
minutes,
What about
I mean, it
post
doesn't
25
matter
Viper?
that he has a lot of damage if you just kill him, right? You get a Silver Edge on someone, and both the Lean and the Viper are creeps with Corrosive Haze.
Okay, makes sense. Tier 2 tower will be taking out the other side. Falcons, they're trying to force the Spirit back. The Bane is in the vicinity to be able to catch them, but the ward was there. Wasn't
what's that?
thinking. Jeremy Poshka gets taken out. Stolen Stinger. That is not a spell that you wanted. The ATF, he did give away the Burrow Strike once. Every other time, he's ready with a Stinger. Wants to go for more. Epicenter charged up. Laurel only stunned up. Solar Flare being used. Nice lift up from the Rubik, saving his life. Amar, he needs a force that to the low ground with Gleipnir, connecting onto everybody but the Lincoln's Lina. Snaking, giving the war cry. That is a big spell. Spirit already
you
did
see
lose a lot of resources.
What Falcons did there? They had a Sentry and Observer Ward exactly in the same place. So the DK was trying to deward it, but he could only hit the Sentry first. So during that whole fight, they still had the Observer vision for it. And the timing where Falcons forced that fight allows them to steal the Wisdom Rune at the end without really losing anyone. Really nicely
Beautiful.
done by Falcons.
60 seconds for the Solar Flare. Is it something that Falcons are going to try to utilize? Because they really didn't use any of their big spells. Not like they really have them other than the...
I
other
think
than
you can...
Epicenter?
What is
Amar?
happening here? Falcons.
Lotus Orb? I guess with the Lotus Orb, he feels he's fine. Bane will sleep himself, and Amar, sleep removed.
Find
Arrow
him,
missing,
initiate for collapse.
Finding a good one, but they have a pike to push him away. With Malrine going up the high ground, Viper Strike slowing down the Slaughter, who's still gonna be insanely fast. Leg Day kicking in versus the Viper.
That's why you don't skip leg day, my friends. Okay. Not a bad fight from Spirit, and they will have Solar Flare in 15, as you pointed out, with daytime approaching. So I do think there's an incentive, yeah. They will smoke and finally try to get someone. You know, they got some pickoffs, but in general, when he meant 5 versus 5s, Falcons positioning around the map, the wars that they camp around, the way they are in the cliffs, they have not been caught a single time this series.
Yep, they maybe can give away a support kill, and that's about it. They are not giving away anything more. Look at how much they disperse. They understand. Spirits are going for something, and if we are dying, it's better to be 1 than 5 heroes. Skidder gets himself a Wisdom Rune. Well, you definitely don't want him to die. Snaking, on the other hand, would gladly give his life.
Dude, look at the ways. It's so obvious for Falcons because they're always
Top
dealing
lane
with them, and Spirit just trying to force this a bit too much. Enable, like, they can never get a single fight. It's crazy how well Falcons is able to spread the map and avoid these.
They're doing an awesome job, just like our sponsors with their giveaway, exclamation mark 1x give in the chat, to understand how to participate in it and win some of the amazing skins that we have. No, it's not, it's sets, not skins. In Dota, it is sets. In some other MOBAs, we call them skins. Boo.
Alright, so Roshan, 1 minute 17. It's gonna be on the side of Spirit. So for the first time in a while, it seems like they might have an advantage moving forward. But what about the Stormenter here? Will Falcons steal this one?
Nullifier on the Dragon Knight, it really won't help because there's still not a shard in the Sven. Maybe he gets it now. Yep, there it is. Your Nullifier does nothing. Could even get it
It
for Hurricane
stops
Pikes.
the pike. Yeah, stop the pike on. It still pushes the DK, but not the Lina.
Yep, and it's a good damage item in general, right? So
Yeah, for
I guess not to be underestimated for that.
You take away the drums, the solar crest. It's okay.
I don't know if there was a better choice. Maybe an AC would have been a better one.
Not that much physical. It's a good mix of physical and magical on Falcons.
Falcons in a smoke. Lina not with them, not yet. But she's running. Towards
at
him.
the
Will
vision.
clear the creep wave.
They
It's a
already get
2D
vision
from
here.
Alreen.
Spirit, they
too.
don't have a good ward to play around. They will be jumping Team Spirit.
And
if
they
do
smoked
so.
under vision. So Falcons, they know that this is coming.
Good wraparound.
Really good
Really
one.
good wraparound.
Oh, did they just dodge them? Are they gonna come from an angle that you're never
They know
going
though.
to
It's being
expect?
pinged out. They did pinged out. Smoke on
Yep.
smoke.
Snaking, he knew exactly what they were doing. Okay, but they're gonna... Okay, this angle you're not expecting.
Yeah, but there's still a
Great
ward
is.
there. You're still gonna be fighting with no vision. The smoke breaks. It's so hard, dude.
Dude.
Falcons, they are the
No.
kings of positioning. You cannot breach their formation.
I don't know, man. Team Spirit, they're gonna have to engage and just hope that they're gonna play the team fight better because getting a better positioning than these guys is just not gonna happen.
The dragon form is ending. Like they used the dragon form. Like,
Yep.
You're not gonna take a
Parrot
fight
form.
anymore. You actually have to give up the Aegis, I think.
Yep. Team Spirit, just go back to the base with the tail between your legs. The tail that you're gonna lose without that dragon form collapse. He doesn't care. He still has his.
I don't know about this, guys. I think they're still camping this area.
Scanning.
Oops. Staying there. I mean, it's not a huge downtime on the dragon form. In 20 seconds, he's gonna have it again. And if you look at Falcons, you have a Lina going on the Roche with the Lina, putting herself in an unfavorable position can be dangerous.
Yeah, but they have Lincolns, they have Lotus Orb, they have this Crimson Guard. A lot of the physical damage is going to be denied. Another smoke from Spirit. Still,
Yep.
5 seconds, they were able to
Again.
buy enough.
Expedition around.
It has to be the last one, right? They use so many.
Is Snaking again gonna draw the exact line through which Spirit
Arrow.
are going?
Off the mark.
Arrow
Oh,
misses.
smoke breaks.
Breaks the smoke. Snaking knows something is up. Immediately pops the Warcry. That might be a timing that you want to utilize when the Warcry is down.
Did they even see the work right though?
I think they did.
Dude, look at that position. It's so flawless. Like Falcons, they don't give a freaking inch.
Stolen Sandstorm, not the ideal spell, not the worst either. Better than the Stinger
And look at the
for
lanes
sure.
as well. They will be pushing. At least the bottom side will be pushing. Top is nicely done. Oh, Floral finds a
They'll be
Sven.
finding a Sven if they can bring him down before he uses a Warcry. There's a Warcry coming out on the other side. Rana trying to do the best she can. Pops the BKB a little bit.
Sven's
too
still
late.
alive.
He's still taking a lot of damage, but they found the Lina. Lina is isolated all alone. Skinner, what are you doing there? The flawless positioning from everybody else. But the main hero gets found. Amar, hello, there's the vision. He's gonna be going in with the stun. No chance that he can bring down Radon. This is a Roche Spirit. They were patient, and they did wait to win this fight. Skitter out of position, gets taken out. The Roche will be theirs.
Oh my god. It took Falcons 4 minutes until they made a mistake, but Spirit, they were able to finally find an angle. But remember, they only were able to do this because they literally used 3 smokes in a row. So next time, they're not gonna have as many smokes. They're probably gonna have no smokes. So keep that in mind moving forward. But still, this is a win nonetheless. They lose the Rubik, but shouldn't matter. Oh, wait, that's a gem. That's a gem
but
now.
Miposhka is there, right? And Snaking, you don't want to be here. They saw him for the time being. No, I think he was just out of vision because of the night.
Do you poke high ground here, knowing that 43 for this Hoodwink, or do you just get some more tier 2s?
No, I think shoving out the waves is the best thing you can do right now. Get the Tormentor, shove out the waves, prepare for a next fight, right? Because you mentioned it, they don't have smokes, so you have to have aggressive vision and shoved out waves to really force out a fight. It's going to be favorable.
Laro gets his shard, which is alright, not amazing.
It's solid. I think waves are a big deal why Spirit were allowed to do that, right? Falcons, they might have held a good positioning, but because the waves were constantly shoving in the top and the mid lane, it allowed Spirit to be patient.
Miposhka might lose the gem here. Oh.
Yep, brain sap on an illusion. Just get healed up so much. That gem. Larl is there. Also gets 2 bounty runes.
Nicely done.
Mirana. Or is it snaking? This should be careful here. Manta being used. They know which the real one is. Instantly to the low ground stun.
That's a deep one.
Still diving. Diving a tier 2 into an Aegis. Pain is dead. It is a 4 vs 5 narrow.
Oh, look at initiation.
Lena's dead. Destroyed with the solar flare. Even with a Hurricane Pike, you don't even get close to enough away. Arrow off the mark. Collapses, chasing into the river. That is where he's gonna be fast. Nice Manta usage to stop the blink. Still get to the high ground. Stout collapse won't be blinking in.
Alright, still, the waves are being dealt with Amar in the mid lane. There is one range creep that will survive, so they will be able to poke the mid tier 2. But yeah, Falcons just trying to waste time of the Aegis, I guess. You do waste time, but losing the Lina probably doesn't feel great.
How does Skitter itemize to be able to play this game? I just don't know. Every single time he's gonna get blown up.
You don't. Like, I guess you can get a Wind Waker, but it's already a nullifier, so even that's not worth it as
Larl,
they
Fiend's
get more
Grip keeping him
rain.
at bay. No more Dragon Form coming forward with the help running in. And Melrine has no mana. Falcons, they're starting to make desperation plays. Is it really a time for desperation plays? Is this game in that bad of a position for him?
I'm not sure. I think you would rather give up some tier 2s than keep losing net worth, because that is how the fights are going to be looking harder after the Aegis expires, right? Huh. Well, they are going for a lot of desperation plays, because now Amar is the next one. Tries to cut the wave. Does blink out somehow.
He's still inside of the sandstorm. That is a cool play from Amar.
He's a cool man.
They're losing vision, they're losing heroes, they're losing ground. Did buy a lot of time for the Aegis, though.
Yeah, like they didn't even touch a tier 2 because all of those plays from Falcons.
Okay, not for long. Dota Plus started calculating in its head and saw this Lina, saw the squishiness. Nope, one fight when Skitter is allowed to attack, he is gonna demolish them still. If you look at it, all 3 of the cores of Spirit with the Solar Flare are gonna have more attack damage, maybe even speed than the Lina.
Yeah, now we have this Slaughter with the Eggs. Collapse will have all of that status resistance, all of that regen. This is starting to become a problem here for Falcons. The Aegis, though, will expire. They've been so confident the last couple of fights. It kind of gives the vibes that they're gonna go for a smoke after these Aegis expire. They're not afraid of Spirit.
In 30 seconds, the Viper's career will be back up and he will have a full butterfly. I guess he needs to be the one in front. There is no MKBs on the other side.
Sure. For now, it's going to be very powerful. Maybe the Mirana will have to change her mind. Well, she actually just bought a butterfly without knowing about this, so the MKB on Radahn is going to take a while to get online, and I don't think the DK will go for it.
He has it.
Oh, Yeah, because he already has it, so he's not gonna get another one.
Yeah, that's exactly what you meant. I know.
Yes.
Brown is approaching 25. Those 3 arrows, very disruptive if you want to go that route. I've seen a lot of Star Storms being picked up.
They're gonna smoke. The age is expiring here.
Yep.
This is how confident they are.
It is daytime 80 rune as well. Lina quite happy with the present that was
Oh
given to her.
boy. This is the difference maker. Daedalus on the lean as well.
If he doesn't get caught, they found the Mirana. Bushwhack, 4-staff away. Skinner in a good positioning now with all the right things. Goodbye, collapse. He's not going to be marking anybody. Dragonite tries to TP out. Let's see if next to the Lina. It's going to be allowed.
Holy
no,
crap.
It will not. Goodbye. There's 2 heroes dead. None of which have buyback. Spirit were too confident. They thought they were so much stronger. That's not the case. Shubik is out of the sandstorm. He gets dusted up. He tries to toss himself to the high ground.
He gets blocked.
And very much dead.
And there's 2 catapult waves in the mid lane. Like, they can actually force this. There's an 80 rune on the Lina, as you pointed out. Still, I guess it's not gonna last for too long, but they have so much right-click damage regardless.
Yep. I mean, does Malrine have a shard? No, not really. Okay, so you're not that good at pushing. Radon is level 25 with the multi-shot arrows. He still has his BKB, but no buyback.
I think this is a lane of Rax, unless Team Spirit
They
takes
just
the
let it
fight
go.
out their ass, and I don't think it's possible.
It would be way too risky to go for this. Do you force out a glyph? That's the question for Falcons. No, they don't. They're too scared.
Yeah. You potentially can, but the risk-reward ratio is not there.
I think after that fight, Collapse wants the BKB. I think right now he found out how he can die. And if that does happen again, it is a big deal for his lineup. He is the most important hero.
Yeah, you know, and to be fair, I think if there was no AD rune on Skitter, he probably lives. Even the DK, right? He was
Yep.
DK BTPing away. The AD rune is such a great timing for Falcons. Like, extremely lucky. But still, they knew that they were stronger anyways, and they've been very confident the whole game. Not
Luck
really.
follows the brave, Bowie. It's
Exactly.
you know, they went for a smoke at a good timing, knowing that there was gonna be a rune, and they had 1 in a 7 chance. There's 7 runes, right? That don't make me look dumb.
Yes.
You just said yes and you didn't even calculate. You don't care.
I mean, I don't need to calculate. I know it in my bones.
Okay.
Looking at the Mirana, finally gets 25, so we get the multi-shot arrows. So this is gonna be some extra annoyance in the fights. Any
Enemy's
other
Bane.
big 25s? Ooh, that is huge.
Well, Lina is approaching hers, right? So, not really approaching, but it's level 24. Once you get the crit on those hits, it's gonna be insane. Because she's already hitting like a truck.
Yeah, it has Satanic on top of it. So the spell, a lot of regen, no Skadi or Shivas on the side of Team Spirit.
I like
and
it, Lincoln
Roshan
Skitter.
could be spawning right now.
Let's
4
get him
seconds,
linked.
goddamn.
Yeah, the fastest one thus far in this game. I'd say maybe even in the tournament, we haven't seen one spawn this instantly.
So they don't have any other smokes here, Team Spirit. They're using this one to engage, but they
What about Falcons?
burn through all of them. Okay, there's one. Slaughter buys another. Just spawned.
Falcons, they've got none in the shop either. And they have none on themselves. It's
No,
not
there's
easy
one on
to defend the
Sven.
shop.
There's
yeah,
one
okay.
on sneaking.
That's gonna help. Oh, they're going through the mid lane.
Dude, Roche is up this whole time. If they knew,
Nobody
they
knows.
probably would be able to take it so quickly. And now they have to come back. They don't have the boots of travel on anyone. This is too awkward.
But still, it's too awkward for Falcons to poke the high ground. Skinner
No,
has
they're
no
gonna go
buyback.
high ground.
Skinner has no buyback. Good. Dangerous. Triple arrow flying in. Harpoon, not good enough. They have a 4-staff. Snaking is fine. Stolen. Warcry though.
there
Epicenter
you
gonna
go.
be used. Larlin's in a lot of trouble. He's all alone. Just not with the blade with the BKB, but the damage
buy!
to Lina is too high. You're down on the high ground. You don't want to be fighting. You're going into a butterfly. Plus the high ground misses 2 heroes without buybacks. There is one on Amar. He doesn't necessarily know this about the enemy team, but they're gonna poke and surely they're gonna find out fairly soon. Spirit, have you overplayed your hand? It does look like it.
Radiant's top barracks has
This
fallen.
could be... Oh, man, this is so unfortunate. Spirit, they didn't even check Roshan because of how fast he was, and then Falcons just... They knew nothing was happening. And they
Roshan is
decided
going.
to force Spirit back. Yeah, I think that's the play.
You have to go. There's a glyph. Pops the Manta to remove the Gleipnir, but there's so many more Gleipnirs to come.
And okay, they have buy on ATF. He doesn't have travels though, so all right, they force the glyph, and now we can get Roshan, and this is it. This is the best case scenario.
You still didn't win this game, right? In the right scenario, if the Spirit get the right jump onto the Lina, she's still gonna die in a second.
Yeah, no, didn't have buyback then, but we'll have buyback now, and probably will have the Aegis as well. So killing the Lina potentially 3 times, unlikely, but it's what Team Spirit might have to do.
That's gonna be an Aghanim Scepter. Who do you give it to? Is it just positioning for the Lina?
Does Sven get? Oh, no, is the Sven getting it?
Is it in his backpack? Maybe a Sand King.
Hoodwink.
Okay. That is a good one, right? Crit can force out a lot of things with Decoy. We don't see it too often. And it is a hard thing to predict. He's still not using it, though. Okay, now he used it. Definitely, the decision was made. People who don't know, who don't remember the shard of the Hoodwink, you send out the Decoy. They kill it. Bushwhack comes out. It's a big deal. I think with the Aghanim Scepter, there's even something more. Yeah, it decreases wind-up time and increases the arrow speed of the sharpshooter, which is actually quite solid. You don't have to wind up for 5 seconds, but just 2.5.
Yeah, definitely can increase your damage, which, by the way, is already ridiculous. Crit has a crit, as well as the Gleipnir.
That Decoy can... I really think it can change the game, right? It can bait Team Spirit to come out of the base where they think they have a kill. This is one of those things.
From Falcons. Good position from Iposhka. Does have buyback in case he gets spotted.
I think it was spotted by that ward on Team Spirit on the top lane. Right? That is a very unconventional ward that just spotted him smoking.
But then you wouldn't put the Bane here, right? If you're 100% sure. Yeah, there you go. Falcons comes out.
That was just a beautiful read from Team Spirit either way. They need to deal with
They
the
need
waves
travels.
in the base.
They need both soft travels on anyone from Spirit. Like, it's so awkward for them to deal with these waves.
They're not that good on gold. Collapse needs his BKB. Agonite is not that rich. It's not gonna happen just yet, Bowie, at least for the next 10 minutes. Arrows flying out, not connecting on anybody, snaking. So chasing and Spirit move away. Only Laurel is the one dealing with the waves.
They have buybacks on everyone on Spirit besides Mira, so he's probably the one that needs to be extra careful. Did steal Stinger, not ideal. Probably wants a better steal before the high ground push comes, which is now.
He hasn't gotten any good steals in this game. He had 1 Burrow Strike and that's about it. Warcry, sure. But
yeah,
I think you need stuns. It's not about keeping your heroes alive, but enabling your heroes to do more damage.
So here's maybe my theory on why Rubik feels so bad this patch. It feels like all of the supports, with very few exceptions, need to get like Solar Crest, Drums, Glimmer Cape. Like, you don't get to be greedy with Rubik anymore by Aetherlands. And it becomes really hard at the highest level
play
to
the
get
game.
really good steals. Yeah.
Gets a very nice ward though. They will be
good ward, good
finding
initiation.
Marine and destroying him from 100 to 0. Also, the
buyback.
Lina has been found, but Hurricane Pike pushes him away, staking Ogre Seal Totem. There's the connection with the P3. Goodbye once. Good jump from Amar onto the Totem, pulls them in. Bushwhack only onto the Dragon and Renan still has his BKB. Now Lina, nice dodge with the Manta. That Laguna Blade not going to be doing enough, but the crits, a couple of them will kill him. Rana finally gets herself to the low ground, having the Aviana's Feather. It does protect him. They will remove the sleep from Skitter. Nice illusion usage
Buyback.
coming out from crit. Oh no, that's Skitter himself.
Buyback on the Bane. Are they out of juice? Dragon form pretty much running off. No BKBs. This is gonna be Megas.
Leipnir, Slaughter, Collapse, some trouble, Skitter. He gets Megas. And Falcons are they're performing so well in this series versus Spirit.
Like, and that's the problem. That was a great ward, a great play, but the here they find is a Viper with Boots of Travels and buyback, right? Out of everyone you could take away, he's the one that's gonna come back the fastest. Obviously, you still go for that play. You're, backs against the wall. Now Falcons slowly but surely making use of this dieback. No BKB still on the DK.
Arrows. BKB connecting on anyone. Nice dodges from Falcons, but you always have to be thinking about that. BKB on the Mirana, no solar flare for 8 seconds. They will be going in. Four staff up lane. Skater still alive. Turns around with the stun. There's only going to be one. Mirana has the buyback, needs to go for it immediately. Throne exposed. Level 25 on Mallory. Look at how hard he's attacking. Larl going in. They want Mallory dead, but they're focusing on the throne. You're baiting him with the glyph. You're
Glyph is there.
More. We have it. And what now? Skinner, he gets deleted. Renato gets himself a triple.
Crit?
The throne is so low. Falcons, they're going to be losing 3 of their heroes. 4. With the Sven buying back, you do not go back into that fight. Did Spirit just defend this one? And if so, what are their chances to turn it around?
Lord, man. Still pretty low, right? There's no buyback on the Viper, but Lina does have it. If you overplay your hand, you lose, and you're playing against Mega Creeps, and you have no Boots of Travels, no hero that can like push the wave, join everyone in the mid lane. Oh, snaking.
Snaking has to be careful. They're on the top lane. I guess he's invis. Okay.
Okay, should be alright.
Rapier bot. They're going. They are going, Bowie. They feel the blood. They smell the blood. They smell the fear. They want to go for a game 3.
Really want to. There's a banner, by the way. They actually kept this banner for a long time, and now this could be 1 super creeps. Can we get more than that? I am still not sure.
Good Rapier. Go for the throne. Rodan.
Okay, tier 4s. Desolator on the Rubik. What the hell?
Yeah, you can be greedy. Mira coming in with the Boots of Travel. He's the one. Bottom wave pushing in. Your throne is low. You need to do this faster.
Glyph gets used.
Has been used. Who's gonna be defending the throne? Stolen Burrow striking. Now you give that away, Amar. Oh, no,
Dude, the
no,
throne's
they need
exposed.
to.
You gotta. You cannot go for this. And now you have a Desolator on your Rubik.
That's fine. That's fine. He's gonna lose it. He's gonna use it later on.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure he will. Alright, so you force what? The crit buyback, and
Oh, Malrine poking them. Cowards. Cowards going back.
well, sometimes the coward of today is the winner of tomorrow. It's still decent. Finally, collapse, gets his 25. Undispellable corrosive haze. But there's an amplify damage on... Oh, they're gonna find this. Do you brute force as Falcons? I guess dying back on Skeeter could spell GG, but with no glyph, you might be able to brute force that.
He doesn't have a blink. I think if Lina has a blink or a BKB that you do, but without those two, no. You're gonna get correct. Scan.
Even then.
They know where Spirit is.
They do.
But have a Viper.
I think Spirit actually would rather not be here, because that amplify damage is very scary.
I mean, look at Viper's damage.
If you take a long fight away from your base, you just lose, right?
For sure, for sure. You cannot get out. It has to be a clean engagement outside of your base.
Yeah, exactly.
Roche can spawn in 18 seconds, but in 2 minutes, Spirit are gonna have their glyph back, and dude, they used it so well in that last fight. I think they told Miposhka, bait as much as possible because he was dead, and it was a perfect timing where Falcons thought, oh, we're winning the game, and then bam, 7 seconds of a glyph, you all get deleted. Next fight, you're gonna get even more deleted because Radan, he has Rapier.
So can you buy a minute and 40 seconds? You can, actually. Roche will spawn after the glyph. So Team Spirit, they don't know, but they were blessed slightly by the gods here.
Yeah, I mean, the last Roche was very early, 4 seconds, so it was bound to be a long one. That's how it works, right? Oh. Moment, still waiting for that Roche. Surrounding the Roche pit at the moment while Team Spirit are surrounding the throne. Right now, it is all about defending that Asian. DOTA2 in its full force, a 1k goal lead, 55 minutes of the game means nothing. It doesn't mean anything pretty much at the early stages of the game. Not now. Will we be getting our tier 5 items? That is the real question. And if so, which ones are going to be making a difference? Lina, 300 and 80 damage now, 90. And then we have a Viper with 410. Is not to be underestimated. People they don't know, the Viper has a level 25 talent that allows him to become universal, and considering his items, he will be benefiting from them quite a lot.
So they are smoking here. Falcons maybe trying to force the glyph, but they're late. Glyph will be ready before they're here. Roche, still 40 seconds.
And think through the bottom
They really want
lane.
to go.
Skitter in very aggressive
4 seconds
positioning.
too
Well
late. He breaks
goes
this ball.
forward, and Skitter,
He's there.
BKB goes, you do
He's
that,
dead.
the glyph, you're gonna get destroyed, you don't have a buyback.
Marine
What
on
do
the other
you
side.
He can't do it because there is still a glyph, Bowie, and the damage output from Spirit is insane. They're not even glyphing, we don't need a glyph to win, so maybe you will be needing it right now with the Mirana turning her sights towards the Viper. That's gonna be a full 5-man wipe, and XD, and as you mentioned, Bowie, a coward of today, will be a winner of tomorrow. Team Spirit
We have
forcing
no
out a
buys.
decider. It's over.
It's literally over. Wait, is there any buyback coming? 40 seconds for Maureen, but that's it.
Yep.
Wait, tell me, what is there? What did Lara write?
That means, what is your buyback status?
Well, it's GG. The answer is GG. What a weird ending for this game. Like, it's kind of crazy, right? They felt so pressure on Falcons when in reality, I think they could have probably just waited Roche.
I told you our prediction
maybe they
was wrong,
didn't.
Bowie. I told you.
I'm not sure if, like, maybe they were like 5 seconds off in their glyph prediction. But even if they were not, the Lina gets jumped instantly. Team Spirit were ready for that play. And yeah, we can rewatch.
Yep.
Skitter goes for the 4-step BKB. He literally
They
bought
just
that
got the
BKB, but
glyph.
Fiends Grip. And then Maureen instantly engaged by Collapse as well. No way he survives. Oh man, so good. So good from Spirit. And I think finally Falcons maybe breaking a little bit, right? They were very precise, very calm the entire game, but they felt the pressure in the end.
Dude, the amount of pressure that Spirit were putting onto them, I mean, everybody would crack under that. Remember those 3 smokes just circling around you like a tiger, ready to pounce. And from time to time, Spirit really did find those engagements. Then you get mega creeps. I agree. Falcons, they could have taken this slower, but right? Or maybe somebody gave the wrong call, like, oh, there's another minute on the glyph, and then just messed up.
Okay.
This is better than the Razor, man. 100%. Right? Because Razor is not that powerful in the lane, especially in the mid lane. Malrine is a god of a Razor mid, but I still think Dragon Knight would be able to do okay. They're better than versus a Viper, and we already saw Laurel when dealing with the Viper. He did okay.
The sad part also is maybe you would have liked the Sand King on your side to deal with the Naga illusions, and instead you don't have a way to deal with the Naga. And you might even have to ban the Razor anyways, because as you said, sure, maybe they don't pick it first phase, but it wouldn't be a bad 17 or even 24 on Falcons.
Was G2IG even banning Razor yesterday?
Turn to ban.
I don't think so. I don't think they were.
They do. I guess Spirit are afraid of this hero for some reason.
Dude, have you seen ATF's win rate in pubs is like 100%. He just goes... This week, I think he played 8 Razor games, and he was going pipe every game.
I see no... I see 3 ATF Razors, and he has won 1.
I think they expired, maybe. But he had some really solid performance with...
Lost 5 days ago, 0, 10, and 2. I'd play versus that.
Well, you've seen him in pubs, right? ATF in pubs, ATF in professional games. It is not the same thing.
Dude, he's scary in pubs. Though that was, I played versus him in pubs maybe back in the day where he would play only Mars and the Timbersaw. He was scary, man. Not gonna lie, right? So he might be all chatting. He might sometimes even be a little bit toxic to his team, or he was. I think he's not any longer. But he does play. He does play until the very end, and he plays really, really well.
I did hear Quinn is also very scary in pubs, but also professional games. Now, looking at the bans here for Falcons, do you take away the Mirana, maybe? Looked very solid on Radahn. Always synergized.
You can pick the
well.
Mirana now. I mean, why not? It's you take Lina, pick the Mirana, or you ban the Mirana and pick the Lina. Those are the 2 options I think that you should consider if you're Team Falcons. I'd rather... Man, Skitter is a better Lina than the Mirana. So yeah, ban the Mirana, pick the Lina. I think that would be the best choice.
Yeah, I think your argument of they should have won that game, the Lina felt very strong, is very valid. Like,
Yep.
Probably. And now, what do you actually draft against that Lina? Are you playing Void? No, that here takes so long to get online, doesn't really enable everyone else like the Mirana does. The whole solar flare aspect of that hero is incredible.
I mean, you know, it's Yadaro. You have a Terrorblade. You have a Troll, right? I mean, it's...
But I think that the aspect of the solar flare, like, there's no hero that really gives you that. It made the team fights a nightmare.
You know what Yatoro does play in some pubs? The Spectre. That would be a cool one to see.
Oh god.
And
Please,
he goes Blade Mail, right? He wins. Right?
I don't want to see Spectre. Unless Lina gets picked up, but instead it's a Mirana.
Guess you can go Lina now. Lina Sven on Team Spirit if you want to go that route. But it doesn't strike me as their style, right? I don't think they're going to be going that route.
Yeah, Radahn has 0 Lina games the last 3 months. Not really his style, as you said.
Dude,
Can you
he
go
has
Morphling
19.
here? Morphling Marcy? Morphling something?
Just listen to me. Yatoro or Radahn has 19 Lina matches in the last 8 days. With 73% win rate. In pubs. Still does transfer to the competitive gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta be willing to play it. They are definitely considering here. I think the Bane that he played does synergize okay with the Lina. You have, let's say, similar lane combination. We saw how the matchup can go both ways. Lina and the Mirana are strong. Oh, they steal the Snapfire.
Deny pick. Okay. Mira is a godly Snapfire. Remember his their first DI victory where he played the Snapfire first time in his life and he crushed the game. It was like, oh, that's awesome. They practice in pubs. No, I never played it in my life. And everybody's like, okay, this guy's either pulling our leg or completely mad. And the second thing was the right answer.
It's very interesting to see the Snapfire. Like when you look at the pub win rates right now, this hero is looking really bad. Like uh, not at all close to a lot of the popular supports at the moment. But as you said, a deny pick, Mirror plays it well. You probably want a good combo in the lane then. And I wonder, what is that hero? Is it Mars? Is it Centaur? Is it what else did he used to be paired with?
Well, those are the ones that are left. Is the Primal Beast is still in the pool, right? You could go Primal Beast here for Team Spirit.
Against Naga though, it's really annoying the snare and even the actual song.
Don't you purge it off?
You
with
also
the
don't
uproar?
kill them running the lane.
Okay, so they just go with the Centaur.
I don't like Team Spirit's draft right now. It
Why?
looks way more similar to game number 1. I don't think the value of these two heroes is very high. And you're picking the center very early as well.
I'm okay with it, at least laning wise, right? And
Yeah.
you have jumps for the Mirana, which is important. You are okay to run away with the Stampede as well when you see the Solar Flare. So I want to say I'm okay with it, especially because they took away the Snapfire for crit. And I think this is the idea, that crit just enables ATF so much with the Snapfire. I don't know if it's necessarily crit who wants to play it, or it's just ATF telling him, yo, dude, feed me a cookie, please, right? So that could be the reason why he likes this hero so much.
A lot of reserve time being used here. You get the Viper. And the Viper can flex
That
in
is,
off lane.
that could be
So
double off lane. Yup.
The DK is in a really tough spot.
I don't like this though, right? Because it's two side lanes that do the same thing, right? Stun. One is stunning to stun, the other one is stunning to slow. But
I mean, you kill people though, right? How?
But how do you get together, and how do you combo? The Nagasar and the Sven don't do that much damage, and now you open up for a Radon Terrorblade, who's just gonna be demolishing everybody in this one. I don't know, man.
I don't agree with you. Like, you're playing into Warcry. Like, this Terrorblade doesn't necessarily do that much damage, and the Viper doesn't have to be side lane. It could be mid, and you pretty much just mimic wherever the DK is gonna go. You send the Viper.
I just don't like the Naga and the Sven support duo. I might even like it more if this Mirana is now pushed to a support and the Sven played as a carry, but versus a Terrorblade, it just doesn't sound that great, right? Sure, Terrorblade might not rip them apart, but how are they gonna rip the Terrorblade apart? That is also a rough one. Plus, if you send the Viper to the off lane, the Terrorblade does well versus him when he has meta.
Yeah, it definitely goes both ways. I think this is going to be an ATF last pick, to be honest. I'll probably ban Huskar. You have two range heroes that are going to be using the Solar Flare. Huskar with Solar Flare seems really annoying. You're going to have HP regen percentage HP healing.
Would he play Underlord? Would he play Underlord, or is that just not his style?
If you ban Huskar, he might play Underlord. He definitely has played this hero in the past for sure.
You know what? I'm thinking about... What about a Pango? Is that better? Let's say Huskar. I think if you pick a Huskar, then you have 3 cores to do the same thing. Sure, we saw G2IG go for something similar yesterday, but Huskar and the Viper, they don't move around the map, man. I just don't like cores that are immobile to be switching lanes fast.
But they had that on Falcons, and they should have won game 2, right? Very immobile heroes.
Sand King and Lina. Still, at some point, they start moving,
Lina mobile?
right? More so than a Viper and the Huskar.
And they bought travels as well on the Viper.
Yep,
So
that's good. That I definitely liked. They ban out the Huskar.
Huskar. I like it.
What does that leave? Pango, I guess. Kunkka.
So here's the thing. You have 2 resets of team fights on both sides. When you look at Team Spirit, you have disinitiation with the center and the DK. So to me, they're lacking maybe a bit more damage coming from their supports initially. So you need a 5 that enables the Terror Blade, gives you... Is Marcy available? What about Marcy here?
I wouldn't mind a Marcy. It is a decent Marcy game to be able to buff up your Terrorblade a bit, and it is a Miposhka hero.
I like it. It's meta. It's okay. Or you can pick Bane, right? It's okay. It's just against Naga. It feels pretty bad to have Bane. I'm gonna go Tusk. Some
That's
saves for the
solid.
TB.
Yeah, solid saves. It is enabling the TB. Is this a tag team or a drinking buddies game? I guess tag team. Sense.
In the lane, I like both, honestly. I think the drinking buddy scales better, but tag team early on is very good, right? Initially you can get on top of people, so tag team is great, but later on you become a save bot, and I actually like the move speed, so you can match the war cry, you can disengage from the Viper. I actually like drinking buddy better maybe. This game seems to be going pretty late as they go Shaker.
Offlane Viper, it stays, and it will be a Malrine Shaker. Dude, he's so good on this hero, and we talked about the lane makes or breaks this hero. I think this is perfect, right? The laning stage can be made longer by Team Falcons in this game, and then Malrine gets his Blink Dagger versus Laurel on the Dragonite. You should be doing well.
Yeah, I really like Falcons draft again. I honestly think they won the draft in game number 2, and they should have won that game. I look at Falcons. I really like everything that they have. This Earthshaker into Dragonite lane is, once again, maybe not as hard as game 2, but still very Marine favored. This Viper is going to be annoying. Sure, there's some potential for the Terrorblade to deal with Amar through the Metamorphosis, but you're gonna have these Naga illusions. We saw how annoying it is to deal with Skeeter and the Deluge. It is pretty much everything that Falcons
Carry
did well
Naga.
in the other games.
Harry Naga, I like this. I like this more. Snaking is going to be playing his Mirana, and he's going to go for the Solar Flare either way. Okay, with this, I definitely favor Falcons. I think Team Spirit weren't even thinking about this as a possibility. The odds are showing it that even our sponsors are favoring Falcons. And you know what, for me, like, I'm going with Falcons with you for sure. Like, we agree on this one. But this last pick, Tusk, on Team Spirit, I know it's a position 5, but there is so many opportunities to make Amar suffer, to make Malrine suffer. If Miposhka can find a way in this game to slow down the Viper and the Shaker, it is a winning recipe for sure. So I'm going to be looking at him quite a lot.
Interestingly enough, Skeeter has Deluge as his facet. We haven't really seen a lot of carry Nagas with Deluge. That's going to be interesting to watch. Status resistance, right? When you have a Shaker, that can be pretty annoying.
Yep, you remove the status resistance from your opponents, Shaker goes in, stuns them forever, and then the damage kicks in. With this, though, with this kind of an approach, the team fight from Falcons isn't the greatest. And I think this is smart. Don't team fight with Spirit. That is one place where they're definitely better than Falcons. Every other point on the map, Falcons are either equal or better than Spirit. But team fighting, it is on their side. Let's get into the game. Let's see what's going to be happening. And Laurel just called Falcons pups, right? So a little bit of pokes there happening, but I think it's all friendly.
Yeah, we lost the meow from Marine. I thought that was pretty cool. Oh well, there we go. Should be getting into the game. Double smokes. That is a condemned Terrorblade, which by the way gets stunned. Arrow misses though.
Yeah, I expected the other one. People have been going for the other facet quite a lot. People don't know is when the conjure images are always full HP. Interesting.
Very interesting.
I mean, he's the god of this hero, like the number one Terrorblade in the world. I think no contest. Maybe he's gonna say Ame, but that's only because he respects the guy too much. I think currently, Radon is just the best one on this hero. Collapse. Hoof stomp against the rune. It is gonna be a 3-for-1. Not a great start for Falcons, but this is a one armor hero collapse. Was this worth it if Malrine gets the kill? Most definitely not. Arrow connects. He's gonna wait. He's getting the kill 100%. Oh, snaking? Malrine messing up a bit there.
Yeah, pretty big. Snaking, getting the first blood. I'm very curious to see how this mid lane is gonna go. It's definitely Shaker favored, but the first couple of levels are probably DK favored. You don't have that much damage with the Ancient Totem.
Yep, you just go in and punch him. Did he again go for the Fire Dragon? Yeah, of course he did. It's Team Spirit.
Yep, the Green Dragon is dead. It's all fire now, baby.
I like the Green Dragon, but to be honest, the dragons should be spitting out fire, not poison, so I like it. Snaking, being smacked a bit. You need to be careful in the Mirana when you're level 1. And also starting off with an arrow is not ideal. You killed Collapse, but Starstorm as a 5 Mirana is just so much more favorable.
Deluge Naga, huh? 45 mana when you get to that. It is a bit more stable, I think, having Deluge around. You're definitely going to miss less CS early on than you usually do, because you rely more on illusions being alive and blocking the exact level of the retype. That's very interesting.
Versus a Centaur, though, the minus armor is definitely better, right? Because the Centaur is naturally hero, has very low armor. Radon gonna be popping his Metamorphosis, standing his ground versus Amar. Let's see who's gonna be winning this fight. Radon not looking so hot. He does get the kill first. It's gonna be nice for him, while Miposhka would love to run away and will be able to do so.
I mean, this is, to me, Falcons' favorite. You lose your Metamorphosis.
Yep.
The creep equilibrium is still on your side. So it's gonna feel bad for the next 2 minutes. Radon is not gonna be feeling happy.
So far, so good. The other lanes, however, are going well for Spirit. Even the mid lane that we talked about, Shaker being a really good versus melee heroes, the Dragonite is finding ways to deal with him. I guess when you have these laning dominators, you know, that annoy you, that CS quite well, like the Kunkka, like the Shaker, as a Dragonite, you just run and you focus them. Amar, it'd be annoying. Radon, how do you pull this wave back? The camp is blocked.
Yeah.
Okay, it's coming. It's coming.
Yeah, he will do ward, but Crit can just stand there, right? Unless you get the perfect shards to block him out of the exact placing of the camp, he can just go there. He's a melee hero. He's not really gonna take that much damage.
Okay, Falcons are starting to push back on the laning stage, especially that bottom. Radon having some troubles. There's a Scatter Blast. Arrow needs to dodge it. Mira, no mana for the cookie, no cooldown either. They will be getting in front of him. Now he will have it back. Gets to the low ground, snaking. No leaps to fall, even if he had. It's just support Mirana. You're not getting the kill.
Nicely done. That's another thing that's very good about this Naga, right? You get the Deluge off, and you chase people down with the slow, whereas you would need to have a level of his snare to even attempt most kills.
Yep. You don't even need to have the snare to set up for the arrow. The slow is actually quite solid to be able to do it. But of course, you will be getting it at some point. There's no doubt about that.
I think I know why Radon has to get this other facet. Wait, as he... Okay, we'll dodge some of the...
Noble saved.
It
is a level 3 Viper.
Blood grenade.
Yep, they are keeping Amar away. Miposhka is doing a good job there with the reflection. Still, the Terrorblade cannot farm. He does have a healing salve and will be getting a Metamorphosis. With the Warcry being used, this is now a potential turnaround.
I mean, the creeps are pushing. I think Falcons can just sit back and relax, wait for the creeps to push. They don't really need to be in... Yeah, like the creeps are gonna meet in a perfect spot. You cannot pressure them right now. You have to go for a pull first. But yeah, just going back to the Terrorblade facet, I think the reason is, if he goes for the other one, whenever he uses Conjure Image in the lane, he's gonna be even lower HP. And it just feels awful. I think you go for Condemned. And in this clutch fights where you get saved by the Tusk, your Sunder putting the enemies in like 1% HP could be impactful. But I guess both facets are not great for Terrorblade.
Crit, he has a Warcry. Gonna be caught inside of the shards, trying to get over the tree line, slow down to a crawl, a couple more hits. That armor keeping him alive. And he does survive. Miposhka, not gonna be so lucky. He has a snowball to buy himself some time, but one hit is needed. Going for the Sven, and of course they leave the kill to Amar.
Another Metamorphosis that doesn't really do that much. Amar keeps on farming. The TB, 19 CS. No points in Conjure Image, so you can even farm that well, as at least they actually killed the Naga.
This is the power of the Snapfire Centaur. They just have so much burst damage between the two of them, and most of it magical, so a hero like a Nagasari that is low in HP is gonna suffer to it. Okay.
Alright, so mid lane, pretty even.
I mean, the DK is actually leading, right? He is 300 gold ahead of the Shaker. I expected Malrine to do better.
Yeah, me too. I think Brief Fire is just really annoying,
Yep.
and the DK has enough sustain to... He's been also dragging a lot of creeps, just making some fun plays, making sure that he's not really farming close to the aftershock of the Shaker.
Against the Arcane Rune, that is gonna be a Dragon Form Arcane Rune. He's stalking already, calling some of his teammates, going for the Shaker. Malrine, blood graded up, cookie forward. You don't want to bring both of the heroes. Nice Fissure to keep himself safe, and of course with Kriv coming over, it is gonna be enough to survive through the damage of the Dragonite.
Alright, still though, that's a lot of pressure. Catapult wave coming in. Marine has to be extremely careful. And he only has 1 point of Aftershock, so even an Echo would have been... Oh, look at that full bore range. He might get another one. Cookie onto him.
Perfect. Goodbye, armor.
Perfect.
2 more hits. Where's the Breathe Fire? He does have the Arcane Rune.
go.
It looked like he was low on mana, Bowie, but that Arcane Rune changes everything. Spirit ahead in the mid lane leaves Amar all alone. And this time around, tag team, even without the Metamorphosis, will be enough for a kill. Viper just not very well known for his armor.
Dire are scanning.
Really good rotations, and now they might steal the Wisdom Rune here. Miposhka, do they have a fast enough TP? They
He
don't.
got it.
Oh, Team Spirit.
Completely different
huge.
start. Completely
Level
different start.
5 Tusk. In a Viper lane that they were getting crushed.
5.5. Both him and Mira very close to their level 6s. When you see the supports on the other side, they're not doing half bad, but definitely not as good. Plus, their level 6s are not nearly as impactful.
True, true. I guess Solar Flare kinda is, but
Dire's
the Sven definitely isn't, as Miposhka will sidestep the arrow there.
I don't know who utilized that Solar Flare though. Skinner gonna get gone
that's a
on.
dead Naga.
The magical damage is insane. Has the healing Lotus.
No way he lives. No
He's
way
speedy.
Skinner's gonna get out of here.
TP out.
Oh, no!
You were saying?
He...
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Okay, that was something weird with his pathing there.
Dire's
He... yeah, that's weird. He just went around where the Naga was.
I think
Unfortunate for Spirit.
Skidder put his body in a place that when you click, the game cannot go that route because of the Naga, and then it goes around. And Collapse didn't recognize it in time.
Yeah. He didn't have the hoof stomp, only had double edge. But still,
Would've been
Naga
enough.
being heavily pressured, lowest CS in the whole game. In fact, everyone from Falcons below in CS than the counterparts of Spirit.
And this is a problem. Naga likes to pressure. Naga likes to go aggressive and even put pressure on a tower. That's not going to be happening in this game. You have to go back to farming.
And the thing is, with this Deluge Naga, you don't farm as fast, right? You gotta be using mana, you don't really proc that stuff for free with your attack speed. I get a feeling Skinner cannot recover as fast as a normal Naga here.
And even a normal Naga wouldn't have that great of a time. Amar gonna be focused Mortimer's Kisses as well. They will give him the extra armor. Not really gonna help you when you're being smooched by the grandma. This tower is gonna be taking a lot of damage. I guess you have the glyph. He does leave the centaur all alone, but Collapse playing very carefully. Has the blade mail and the stampede. Should be fine.
Look at Miposhka, just dragging the creeps, making sure that Radiant creeps are aggroing to the tower. The stun's not gonna matter. Very early tier 1.
The
here for
Viper is
Spirit.
coming. Okay, he stopped
No,
the
he's
TP.
not.
Okay,
He
smart
gives
choice
up.
from Amar. If he comes there, he's dead as well.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Marine still very late with his Blink Dagger. Only 800 gold doors it. And the pressure of Team Spirit, much bigger than we anticipated, but it was all on Miposhka, right? They get the kill.
Yep.
They steal the Wisdom Rune in the mid lane. They also kill both the Shaker. The outplays this game coming from Spirit, whereas it felt like in the other two, it was all Falcons.
Yeah, supports of Spirit, putting it in different gear. They got the support with which they can make plays. Just like our viewers are going to be getting the extra 100% bonus with the banner down below in the promo code UNVRS3 that is going to be active until the end of this tournament. The grand final will be on the 25th. Falcons. It looks like this is a dangerous game for them. When I look at their heroes, they don't really have anybody to make plays. And we've seen the Shakers with late Blink Daggers. They just haven't been looking great.
Yeah, they really haven't. And now, Bit Tier 1 will be taking heavy damage. Mira with the minus armor. They're gonna kill the catapult at least, so this should alleviate the pressure. But a lot of heroes are forced here, and the farming is all Team Spirit.
4K gold lead. Look at the positioning of Radahn at the moment, just how much he's pushing that bottom wave. That is something that the Naga would love to do, just incapable versus the Centaur.
And the farming speed is just going to be so much faster on Radahn, always having this illusion pressure, whereas the Naga just barely recovering.
Yep, he's the lowest of the cores. Really bad for him. And the Dragonite having the Blink Dagger. Okay, at least the Mirana will break the smoke. Snaking.
Oh, nicely done.
Ooh, look at Mira. Just being fearless. They're going either way. They know. There's the stun. Does have the song. Mortimer's Kisses. No chance to use it. Echo Slam. Never used. They did find Mira. Arrow misses, but they get the kill. Viper Strike. He should have DK dropping low. But Radahn comes from the side and he does pop the meta. The demon is here and Snaking isn't any longer. It did bring down Laura. Let's see at what cost. Melrine just rolling his totem away as he knows the beast is here. It is still okay for Falcons, but not if this tower falls, and it seems that that's going to be the objective for Radahn.
This Naga is going Radiance. I guess that's what you have to do when you play Deluge Naga. You just don't farm fast enough with stats. You gotta ward things in a different way. Very good against the TB, but Skitter gets found again. Oh, the shards don't find him. This could have maybe been a kill.
Between the two of them, they don't have the damage. That is a high armor hero. Going for him. Uppercut
Well,
punch.
don't they?
Blood grenade.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, man. He's a good singer. I think Larl is going to go for the play. Right? He's not in the sleep. He's going to wait for it to end, blink, and breathe fire. And then Skitter dies. You need to piggy pole, run away.
He will have infused raindrops once the song ends.
Run. He's fine. Full bore.
Okay.
Almost connecting.
Yeah, song was still up. That's the tower though. And that's a no HP Naga that just TP'd and is now forced back to the... I don't even know where you can be now in this game. At least though Maureen will get his Blink Dagger. He is 100 gold away. So they will have Echo in about 40 seconds. You need to enable the Shaker with this Mirana. You gotta get a really juicy kill. Probably the Terror Blade is the biggest one.
I don't think you're getting Radahn. You're going to be seeing the positioning of Team Spirit always going to be where Radahn is. They are a little bit in front of him. And it's exactly what's happening. Look at that. Miposhka is baiting inside of the triangle while the rest of his team is coming to help. They do find the Viper with the 2 Blink Daggers. Snowball forward. And that is a very dead Viper. Mar, he does heal himself with the mech. Might be able to bring Miposhka down. Not even that. At least Crit runs himself away, seeing that it is a hopeless engagement.
Yeah, you need the Mirana with Maureen. You need to go for some fishing plays, but I guess, yeah, there's a smoke on crit. You gotta do something.
I love Miposhka, man. He just
they're gonna fight for
so
the Wisdom
much.
Rune. They're expecting Spirit to maybe try to steal it.
Mirana is trying to steal the other one. Reen has the Echo Slam. Scan was used. Spirit knows. They know exactly what's going on. Snaking did steal the other one. So finally, a winning play. Snaking is probably gonna die for his sins. At least he gets something out of him.
Oh, chasing for Radahn!
Echo
There
Slam.
we
He's
go!
gone.
That's the play, baby!
Okay. they get themselves a lot of things. Double Wisdom Rune, losing only the Mirana, getting the big Terror Blade. These Wisdom Runes really did kind of confuse Team Spirit to what they need to do. They were moving so well together, and then once they understood what Falcons were gunning for, they dispersed and made a mistake.
Yeah, and that's also double scan being used from Spirit, right? They read the play initially well, but they also had to use 2 scans, and this means that Maureen gets a free tier 1 tower in the bottom side. I say free, but there is a TP from Collapse.
With an AD rune, that Centaur packs a punch. You don't want to be close to him. I think Malrine is coming. He's blinks away. This is not a guy that you can catch with a blink hoof stomp.
Deny.
Has been denied.
Just to get a little bit of gold.
You man, you. Pretty kisses. Okay, that's very cool.
Interesting play.
Do nothing.
Sometimes grandmas just, you know, want to feel loved. They just want to kiss.
The ground.
Yeah. Gotta be grateful, you know. She lived a long life.
Top tower is under attack.
If she continues kissing the ground, it's probably not gonna be as long as you would like it to be. Hoof stomp. I need the Naga. Sleep available. Skitter. He doesn't even hesitate for a second. Like, I'm getting out.
Oh, and he might be found by Laro. No, he will get the safe pathing through the base. Dude,
No glyph. This is a
Skitter's
tier 2.
life this game. Yeah, that's that tier 2. Radon already has Manta, and now going for a shard as well.
Doesn't know what to do. It's 16 minutes in. He doesn't even have the relic, let alone the full radiance. Let's say you get a... Let's say best case scenario, you get it in a minute. It's still a bad timing on the radiance, and you're not gonna get it in a minute. You're not gonna get it for at least 3-4.
Yeah, you might even lose more tier 2s because they will have all of their cooldowns back up. The Metamorphosis will be up soon, and you're gonna have to go for more plays, right? Maybe you bait Skitter. They do have Skitter showing mid here, but I think it has to be Maureen with his Echo. You've got to go for moves right now.
Still, it's very hard for Amar to join in on the fights, right? Because Naga is everywhere, and he is just very mobile, doesn't have any boots of travel, went for the smack. How does he join his team?
Yeah, you have to go to him, right? Somehow you need him to be showing, but that's the thing. He's afraid to show, and until you connect, it might be too late. So maybe you actually have to ignore Amar and go for small fry plays, right? Even if you're just giving a support for some TPs, and that's kind of the extent of your power right now.
Yep, you can't do more. I like that. It might not be a game-winning play, but if you extend, ultimately Team Spirit could make a mistake that you can capitalize on. They see collapse and they think, nope. They wanted the small
That's
fry.
a good ward though from Falcons. Gives them a lot of vision here, and it doesn't seem to be dewarded anytime soon.
Radiant are scanning.
Yep, just far away from the cliff. Does seem like Miposhka is searching for a ward, but so far hasn't been able to find it.
Yeah. Naga did get the relic and is pretty close, so Radiance will be available. But yeah, this
What
style of
year are
Naga,
we in, man?
I don't know.
When was the last time you saw that? 2014,
Maybe
10 years
20
ago?
No. The Miracle used to do it, right? Even 2020, I remember him going for it sometimes.
Oh, okay.
But he was one of the few Radiance Naga players that were still doing it.
Oh, that was the one where they went for a Manta Radiance and then they disassembled into an Olafar. Yeah, I remember, but I think this is different. It's Mirana being chased up. They use the Stampede, really want him dead. Malrine on the other side of the map, hoping to TP out. Well, his hopes are very soon gonna be taken away, just like Snake Kings, who's trying to juke through the trees. From one side, it's gonna be Collapse. From the other side, the Love Sandwich. Miposhka Collapse gets him down.
Do you remember that old meme? It's not even a meme, it's a comic. Like, the entire team is screaming, and Naga is just like farming. The entire base is falling, and then Naga is ready to fight when the game is over. You remember that?
Yes,
Have you
yes,
ever seen that?
I do remember
So-
that one. That was the amazing one, Bowie. Thank you for making me remember the awesome times. Amar has been found. Blade mail being used. You're gonna kill yourself. Uses the mech. Hoof stomp coming out. Help on the way, Amar. You think you can get out. They wait for a second. They give him hope and then take it away with a tag team. Both of them working together. What a cool play coming out from Collapse, keeping him there in place until another stunner appears.
They're at least buying time, right? It feels like Falcons, they
For
are
whom?
literally sending their heroes as further away as they can. They got the Radiance on the Naga. The Shaker is actually farming towards his eggs. He already has half of it. And even in that game G2IG lost, it's clear the difference that Shaker with eggs can bring to those teams.
It is true. That is very true, that Shaker can make a huge difference. That's why they're going for a smoke to go for a fight here on our Fissure channel that you can follow. If you click below, Echo Slam onto the two of them, Fissure onto 3, arrow connecting. There is not going to be a snowball. Oh, it's not going to be that long of an arrow. Mirai still alive. They have the uppercut punch with Larl. Didn't take any damage.
no.
Stampede to allow them to run away.
But
Here comes the
done.
Radon. Shards off the mark. At least with that, they'll be able to escape. Mortimer's kisses. They won't crit dead. We'll be canceling those out as well. The Grandma, she's sleepy because she's old. Collapse coming in. Will get slowed down by the delusion on the illusions. However, Skinner, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He would like to get himself onto the high ground. Will Collapse will be waiting, and Radon from the low ground getting the hits. Now, next to the menu, Malrine could be one more kill, and Collapse takes him down with the double edge. Amara is doing his best to finish off Laura, but nobody to cancel the TP, so the Dragonite is already out, but we've lost 3 of your heroes, while only taking down a support.
This Naga is so poor, so underfarmed. Well, at least they get this ring here. This is gonna delay the pipe of the center. But because the song was level 1, Skeeter had to go so deep and the duration is lower, so he just dies there trying to save his team. As crit will also fall, and it really feels like it is all team spirit here. They're gonna steal this Tormentor probably as well if they want to.
Snaking, the only one that survived that fight and Collapse. He wants it to be a pseudo team wipe. There is one more leap. This Mirana looks alive.
Yeah, it's fine, it's fine.
12k gold lead, Bowie. They are in such a dominant position, taking down all of the tier 2s in minute 20. It's just too much.
You don't trust the Radiance Naga?
No, man.
I trust.
I don't trust it at all. It reminds me of Radiance PL. That was 10 years ago.
Oh yeah, that is old. That is incredibly old. You know, I see the value of this deluge. Can help but feel like, oh, wait a second here, as they do find Mira. I can help but feel like the other facet is more stable. Okay,
as a core, yes. As a core, yes. He probably saw it, just how much it gives him in the laning stage when he's playing a ranged hero, when he's played as a support, and wanted to try it out. I don't know if this is a place to be trying things out, but even if they lose this game and the series, which is looking quite likely at the moment, they still have one more match to play tomorrow with a chance to get into the playoffs. And with the way that they've been playing today, I'd say they're coming in as the favorites, even if they go there. Till the game is not done. It's not over until the throne falls. Roche, however, is a pretty big objective that will go to Team Spirit without any contest.
Yeah, I was looking here at the Nagas that are trying this deluge. Shad, the new Team Secret carry, I think, is playing a lot of it. But yeah, it is a very small subset. Like, carry Naga is very, very rare in clubs right now, and it's a very small subset of the carry Nagas that are even attempting the deluge.
So that's gonna be the Skadi on Radon. I remember one of the games where Yatro, the guy that kind of looks like Radon but isn't the same, was playing. I think it was a Gorg stream, and they were losing the game. He's just saying in voice, "Guys, stop dying like trash. Wait for my Skadi, and then we win." And they really did win that game. So props to him. So there it is. He has the Skadi. It's time to win the game.
All right. Does have the Aegis as well. So no tier 2 towers. Still, you are going high ground into a Shaker, but finally the pipe is ready. So that the Echo Slam from Maureen is just not going to feel that impactful. The way I think to even take this fight is to somehow bait the pipe usage and try to disengage. So maybe you engage the Veteran Totem. If they go on you, you song and you reset the fight somehow, but it's still going to be really hard.
The downtime of the pipe is 50 seconds. With a 12k gold deficit and an Aegis on the other side, you being able to find that timing, good luck.
Yeah, Yeah, it is definitely tough. But we did see teams overplaying their hands, right? That you don't always go for the safest play. And speaking of safe play, Radan's already the high ground here.
Again on the shaker, they stun him mid-flight.
He's dead, no buy.
He's not going to be getting out. So all of the things that you were talking about go down the drain. Nobody's cutting the next wave. Team Spirit, they're getting a lane of racks. Maybe even more.
And Naga is farming, I believe. Oh, they're going through force, bro. They're gonna end this.
Get disrespected.
Okay,
There's no glyph.
So they're not gonna reset the glyph. This is good. Still 22 seconds. They're not gonna be ending the game in 22 seconds. There will be an Echo Slam, and now the Naga does come back.
Nice dodge on the arrow. Tries to dodge the stun of the Sven. Does so with illusions, but not with the real hero. And it's time to go back to the Raxes and just be safe. Come on, Malrine,
Right.
write something. Tell them they're cowards.
Stun gets used. Naga
Malrine is back.
illusions. They got what they came for.
No, they came
Even
for the
more
throne,
than what they
Bowie.
came for.
They came for the throne, man.
No, they learned from Falcons, right? They were patient in game number 2, and they know they should not be going for throne when they don't have to.
Is this a desperation smoke? You lose this fight.
It
You might
is.
just call GG. There is no metamorphosis, no dragon
You don't
form.
want to go for collapse. You want to go for Radan. He's out of position. Maybe you block him with a fissure. No.
As an Aegis, man.
Oh,
It's
the other
so
side.
hard. Stanza this noble save as well. Onto the left. They're not even going to be going forward. Falcons helpless to engage.
Yeah, it's really tough. Even if the fissure lands, you do have Blink Dagger on the Tusk, so quite easy to save Radan there.
There's a smoke. Now they smell blood. Now they smell fear. Radan, he does have the metamorphosis back, using the
They
Sun
are
just to get
getting
himself
this
up to full.
ward. Smoke breaks. Oh,
Echo Slam
Echo.
onto the 2 of them. Arrow into the Dragon Knight. Keeping collapse in place.
Oh,
He gets
not
the
enough damage.
BKB off. You're not even killing Mira. You're so far behind. Going left and right with the Stampede. Trying to survive. At least they bring down the Snapfire. Let's see if anybody else will be going down. Radan joining in on the fight, but will be taking a nice snap. Falcons, they force out the buyback, and it's time to bail. Better than expected.
It is. The Metamorphosis is gonna wear off. So after the Metamorphosis is back, Roche is gone, but Maureen gets found, but has the Ages. The Kisses will not reach this bad boy.
Yep, he is very mobile. Still, there's no echo. Do Team Spirit poke? No, probably not.
I don't think you can. No, no range hero to hit the tower, right?
Yep, both of your
Dragon
guys are
form
going
and
to be losing
Metamorphosis.
their...
Yeah.
Exactly. So you just wait right now if you're Team Spirit. I'm impressed that Falcons have been able to slow down the bleeding. That was just some godly decision making. You are in a position where it might not change anything, but it does matter. I think it matters for your self-confidence.
Yeah, calculated chaos there. They had Skeeter in a really good position. He resets the fight with the song. They get the hell out. And it still was kind of close. It felt like if you had a little bit more levels, maybe one damage item on Maureen, he could kill like one hero. Then you don't get the pipe or you don't get the save and things look different. But
You know what? I still have a problem that I don't see how Naga ever contributes to a team fight. And in a losing game where you don't have a lane or Rax, I don't ever think I've seen a split pushing Naga win. Right? You're not gonna be able to do it.
the thing this game is that the Deluge facet is all about taking less damage on the illusion. So he goes for the 50% mirror image illusion damage taken. So the dealing with these Nagas will be exponentially harder. But the thing is, can you contest Roshan, right? It feels like if Spirit gets their hands in the next Roshan, you just group up in one lane, you're not going to be able to cut it, and they will just force you to fight.
Radan has Mjolnir, so you know Naga illusions might get tanky because of the talent, because of the heart that is going to be coming out. There's the silence, very dead Mirana, really not that big of a deal, anyways. But with the Mjolnir being done, that is a good way to make those illusions very squishy.
Oh yeah. Looks like we're gonna keep on farming for now. Still 2 minutes until we know the respawn timer. And this is actually gonna help Falcons. They will get some extra time. It allows this Shaker to He's very poor, huh? Maureen. He has naked eggs for a while now.
He has that blink as well. Went for the Nemesis Curse, all in on damage, right? He knows if he gets caught, he's probably dead anyways.
Yeah, exactly. Probably has to cut waves. They have pretty good heroes to cut waves. Every, I guess every core besides ATF can do it effortlessly.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, no problem. It's about doing it without putting yourself in harm's way. 13-minute mark.
So,
I thought they were not gonna make it till this time.
that's Team Falcons, my friend. Winner of a lot of tournaments this year. And probably winner of game 2 if the stars aligned even 1% more. So they will not make this one easy. And slowly but surely, this Naga is starting to do its thing, right? As annoying, as slow, and as powerless it might feel, it's still Naga.
I don't see it more as a nuisance. I think nuisance is the most that Skitter will be able to be in this game. That's why I don't know when is the timing for Falcons to win this game. Right? I'm not sure. Even let's say they equalize the game. Let's say it's the net worth is neck and neck. I still don't think that they win it.
I think they're going to run out of damage, for sure. The Mjolnir's good on Radahn, but Centaur runs out of damage. Oh, wait a second, Amar. 2 heroes on him.
Very strong heroes. They're gonna wait for
Oh, there we go.
him to try to TP away. Guardian Greaves were used. We'll fight until
Let's
the
have a
very
buy.
end.
Tower is under attack.
You go high ground. You might have to.
Radahn is coming. Blow crest on him. A lot of attack speed puts the illusion up front. Just have vision. Buyback. Is that enough? Arrow
Smoke
off
on
the
Maureen.
mark.
Looking for that opening. Radahn is hard. So many saves. There's a shard. Oh, that's where the money went. He has shard on Maureen.
Yep. That's quite nice. Getting the tower soft. Is that good enough? I think it is. Team Spirit will have to bail out. And Drosh, lucky for them, is not going to be spawning. This was a kind of a risky move from Spirit because you use both of your forms on the cores.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, they're gonna smoke. I think this is a good time.
This one is the
Maybe
best one
find
they're going to
someone.
have. Very speedy on snaking and Malrine. Very good and fast pull out from Team Spirit. Understanding what the problem is while this is happening. Already Collapse was pushing out the top lane. So at some point Falcons, they will have to deal with that wave as well.
They will control the lanes, though. That's what Naga is supposed to do. They will have all the lanes in a reasonable spot to contest Roshan. As you said, it's gonna be a little bit longer, but still probably Radiant side.
Okay, I
Oh,
really
Lozar.
like what Naga went for, that she's just gonna be keeping herself and everybody else alive with the shard as well. I just don't know who does the damage, right? It has to be the Viper just constantly attacking throughout the fight. Smoke on smoke. They miss each other.
Under attack.
Can probably cut the wave here. The
Skitter.
Naga Juniors. There you go.
Skitter, run. Get your teammates. They saw him for a second.
Oh, the Viper Courier will be... Oh, will they go for it? Do you chase the Courier? Do you
think
kill
so.
the Courier?
The Viper
Smoke
is your
breaks.
main target. Move stop completely off the mark. Solar Flare will be used. Malrine.
Oh, they found Skitter.
Arrow, not gonna be connected. Skitter is taking a lot of damage. Mortimer's kisses from afar. Even though he's thinking he's gonna be taking a lot of damage.
The healing.
He does have a shard, so he's gonna be getting himself back up to full. Radahn running in. There will be the Sunder onto Amar. His BKB is running out. Beautiful shards. Nowhere to
Ori
run.
is ready.
Snaking gets out, and from the low ground, the Terrorblade will be destroying Skitter. He goes for the mirror image. Malrine jumping in, still hasn't been able to pop his Echo Slam. Does have a buyback crit. Slow down to a crawl. Another shards gonna be used. Not connecting on anybody this time around. Amar just came back to the world of the living. Does not have a buyback, and that's gonna be a Sven following as well. 3 heroes gone. It's just that Falcons, their items keep them alive, but they can, I don't know how they ever kill a hero.
They do have a damage problem. I think if this goes late enough, Spirit also has a damage problem, especially because Terrorblade is just physical damage, and that's the same for the DK. But right now, with the items that they have, that's really what they're struggling. This Blowthorn really allows them to burst most of these heroes. And now, even without the Aegis, they're gonna get at least one lane of barracks. There is Echo available, but they know there's no buyback on ATF.
You just go back for Roche now.
Well, we saw them not really going back. Echo onto 2. This is very underwhelming.
They can't kill him. They just can't kill him. You allowed that to happen. We'll be sundering a Naga illusion to get himself back up to full, while Skitter in the backline is trying to be annoying. Rodon doesn't care. This tower, it cannot go to the backline. Buyback from Malrine without the Echo Slam. What are you about to do? Bottom lane is being shoved in, and finally they will be finding the Naga Siren with the cookie. All of the stuns. Snowball as well gets demolished by Rodon in a second. Triple kill. I think they're getting flashbacks from the previous game. Falcons, they had it. They had the series. They had Mega Creep. They could have 2 OT Spirit, but this team is just so hard to beat. And when you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. They'll take the entire series and go into the playoffs. Amar, he accepts defeat. Spirit are going to be the first team that makes it to the playoffs of the FISSURE Universe Episode 3.
There we go. We expected a lot from that Viper. Unfortunately, it did not happen. And you know, this is again a game where Amar doesn't get either the Sand King or the Doom. I think the win rate drops significantly. This was a game where they couldn't really enable this offlane Viper. It looked much better when Maureen was playing it. But overall, I think the biggest problem was this Naga Deluge thing. You know, they wanted to flex this Naga. I think you probably would be better playing that as a support and picking something else. I know what he's supposed to do. It just got destroyed, and the Radiance timing takes too long. Like, if you have a bad game, normal Naga just farms so quickly, right? And you recover. Whereas for this Naga, it feels like you need to wait 15-20 minutes until you're ready to do anything.
Would a carry Mirana do better than a Naga in this game? I just think that Miposhka did such a good job in the early game that after the Viper and the Shaker were slowed down, that there was no chance for Falcons to play the game. It felt that way in this game. Let's say it was with the Naga carry. Would it be different with the Mirana? I still think the problem is the same. You have to farm, you have to get a lot of items. Your Shaker and the Viper don't contribute much. I just think Team Spirit outplayed them so much in the early laning stage and early mid game as well.
They definitely did, but you know, Naga is a weak laner, and Amrana can join those early fights, whereas the Naga, what do you even do in an early fight where you have
very true
double Wraith Band, Arcane Boots? You just song, and even when he tried to song, he died, right? I think the Mirana just popping Solar Flare is a huge teamfight contribution, even when you don't TP in, but if you go, you can tie your stuns with your Shaker. I think that was the biggest problem. Like, there was no one to play with Maureen. You know, the Mirana tried sometimes, but there was not enough follow-up damage, and the saves and the healing on the side of Team Spirit was too strong.
I'm liking that we are getting more insight into the Shaker and like which heroes destroy him and how this hero can work. It is most definitely a 24 pick, and you have to win the mid lane matchup. It has to be versus something like a Primal Beast, something along those lines that Ember. You know that you're gonna Ember, that you know that you're gonna crush. Every single time that I've seen the Shaker not demolish the mid lane, he has felt so underwhelming. And this is Malrine. He knows how to play this hero.
And that's what I'm saying, right? This DK from Team Spirit is a hero I think you need to address. It's just way too good for them. You flex into 2 positions, both Laro as well. I mean, they lost game 1 on Spirit, but do you remember how strong Radan's DK was? It is a very valuable, very stable, especially when you go for Fire Dragon, you just think of yourself. With your head, you can play and just, you know, get map for yourself, but if you're behind, you still recover, and the timings this hero reach are almost... There's not a lot of heroes, I think, can be as strong in the late game and the early game.
Yep, it is quite insane. They looked amazing, Bowie, though. I'm so impressed by both of the teams. I don't know tomorrow. Wait, who are they playing versus? It is gonna be Cloud9 versus Falcons. I don't know if they have what it takes to beat Falcons.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tough. They did get destroyed, but then they destroyed G2IG, which was pretty close from beating Falcons. So, you know, it depends on which Falcon's going to show up. Are they going to play Deluge Naga or not? C9 they are very unstable, right? They have drafts where they looked amazing, and then you have these clean scary drafts, these games that look much harder to play. So I would say Cloud9's probably not the favorites, but I could see them taking one game, maybe even two.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I mean, Cloud9 today, they looked much better than Cloud9 versus Team Spirit. And I'm not talking only gameplay-wise. I think they've changed their drafting approach, which is a big deal. Sure, one could argue that it's easier to draft versus G2IG than it is versus Team Spirit. But G2IG are also a pretty versatile team. So not an easy lineup to draft against. And then Cloud9 brought in something completely new. So maybe it's not going to be as straightforward for Falcons tomorrow as I initially thought.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely some experiments, right? It really depends as well on how much Falcons are going to be testing all of these new heroes we're seeing. There's so much stuff from the Lesh Forge, the Sniper 4, and the Naga support, the Luge Naga. You definitely want to learn more about the patch right now, but at the end of the day, this tournament has a big prize pool, and losing now means that they're going to be out, right? If Falcons drops the next series, they're out, C9 goes through.
Yep, that is true. Later on in the day, we have Gaming Gladiators versus Bedboom, and then we're gonna have Nouns versus Tundra to go through. Man, Nouns defending the colors of the play-ins, and I told you they're looking so good. I actually wouldn't be surprised if they beat Tundra today.
Yeah, me too. Nouns are looking super sharp. We saw them going through the entire early stages of the tournament, and they really are looking amazing. I don't know though. Tundra, they're very stable. Sure, Gaming Gladiators arguably even has better results than Tundra recently, but I think the more Nouns plays, the more they can be figured out. Whereas, these other teams that have been waiting, there's not that much info on what they're playing this current patch.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So after this one, first is going to be the losers match of Gaming Gladiators versus Bedboom. I really didn't expect these two teams to come out. Yesterday, I was watching the first game of Tundra versus Bedboom, and Bedboom were winning. And then Tundra just turns it around. I remember even the chat just making fun of the Thompson Punch, but they got themselves the victory in that game and in the next one as well. So now it's Bedboom and Gaming Gladiators, two teams that could be at a final of a LAN that could have been at the top of this tournament. But Bowie, that's gonna be it from us for the day. As you mentioned, there's gonna be two more series. It's gonna be Ricky and Zwix that are gonna be taking over for it after a couple of minutes of a break. More Dota will continue to stay with us.
buffed a little bit, that it might actually be a viable choice, you know, like between the two, and it's not just I'm always gonna take focus fire. Like maybe I want whirlwind, and that's fun.
Yeah, I think I actually kind of like whirlwind more as a facet in the general idea concept. I do think focus fire is better situationally. So that's actually, it's kind of funny how like my thought process on the two has like reversed, where it's like originally I was like, oh well, whirlwind's clearly the situational facet, and now but focus fire is the one you want the majority of the time. I think most people actually want whirlwind if they're going to take this hero, but then certain games you're like, well, I need focus fire. Like there's this one hero we have to deal with, especially against like IO drafts and stuff like that. But whirlwind amplifies your farm speed so much that I feel like most people that are playing this in the carry role would prefer to have it if they can.
Yeah, but you also need that farming speed, because it feels like whirlwind doesn't reach its strength till you pick up several items, and suddenly you can kill multiple heroes at once with whirlwind. Whereas focus fire, I think you get a lot more kill potential early on a single hero, and in the late game with the talent, you have to go from like target to target. You got to keep killing a hero. But if that gets messed up somewhere for some reason, suddenly you're like, I don't have focus fire, I don't have damage, and whirlwind is easier in that sense. For example, Shadow Demon could be one of those heroes that makes you, I tried to focus fire this guy and he's disrupted, I'm purge and I can't follow that guy, right? This is a classic counter pick. I'm not surprised at all to see it once that Wind Ranger comes out. Maybe you want to do support Wind Ranger now because of that, but I mean, there's still 4 heroes to pick for each team, so you'll see a little bit more of the draft. Keep that flex open for yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. While we're getting ready to, jump into phase 2 of these bans, remember to enter the giveaway that's going on right now with 1xBet. You can type !1xGive in chat as a way to participate. So make sure to do that. We'll be talking about it plenty, reminding you as many times as we can during this event.
Wind Ranger has some cool skins.
Dude, I've always wanted the bird for her. It was one of those cosmetics that was like an ultra rare or something. I was like, man, that's a cool bird. But it didn't really match any of her sets. And then they're like, here's the Arcana. And we skinned the bird to look like the Arcana. I'm like, you jerks. How did you do this to me?
Just put it behind the ultra rare. Isn't that the classic? Like, I really wanted that, but it was ultra rare. Yeah. Well, here's your chance, guys. Go get that giveaway. Shadow Demon needs sets. That guy's got none.
Dude, he has one good set. He has one really good set.
It's not popular enough.
Yeah.
Ursa, 1 million.
Ooh,
all right, Centaur.
That's a cool cool pickup here. Great setup with the Shadow Demon. We've seen the Shadow Demon Centaur duo lane like quite often in the past. And I think one of the other benefits is with the extra stun duration, like your wind run is even less valuable in lane now. So if you're trying to play this as a core Wind Ranger, like a one position Wind Ranger, it's looking real rough.
Yeah, Centaur's passive is already good. I wouldn't be surprised to see him pick up a Blade Mail, but maybe depends what comes out. He's also a great Crimson Guard builder, so he has so many items he can build versus a core Wind Ranger that make it very annoying. And like these 2 picks already make me, I'd rather just see a position 4 Wind Ranger who can focus more on shackle shotting multiple people, some power shots to scout out, send in some nuke damage, and you're less reliant on that focus fire. And in fact, maybe you could take Whirlwind and get like a Mage Slayer, apply it in the team fight or something, and that one you don't care about having it reflected.
I'd be okay with that, and then you can at least like do something from the support position in terms of getting value out of it. The Keeper of the Light, that's a pretty early coddle. Yeah. So I am curious if they're wanting to just grab a Medusa here or something. Or at least keep the flex for a Medusa open. It seems a little strange because you're against the Shadow Demon, and I'm not entirely sure where the coddle is going at the moment, because this is something that they have flex to support quite often. On both Toronto, Tokyo, and Save will play this. I think it's probably Save taking the Wind Ranger, but right now with their opening of the draft, like, you don't really know where these heroes are going. Like, this could just be Sven carry. This could be Coddle 5. It could be Coddle mid. Could be Sven 5. So it's kind of an interesting start to the draft here from BetBoom. I'm just unsure if the cohesion will be there, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, I'm surprised by it because So when you can threaten the Sven flex, like that's cool, right? But we're getting late into the draft, so that flex, it's still there, but into the Centaur, you'll farm okay, but Shadow Demon is very annoying for a Sven. You can already purge the Warcry right off the bat. Sven hates being kited, and you're just going to get BKB pierced, purged, and you're just slow as dirt. You just try to chase people down, and they're stampeded away. I feel like it's not an easy Sven game. With that in mind, they just picked the Naga, who now I kind of want to see a Sven core because you'll have the cleave versus the illusions, but this could, of course, just be a support Naga, which I actually played a Naga Centaur lane. That one felt really good. Like if you do want to end up running a position 5 Shadow Demon, even though that pairs really well with Centaur, the Naga also does because you hit the Deluge and now your Centaur Stomp is actually extra duration, and that means it's easier to get multiple rounds of double edge in a fight. So that one actually worked out quite well, and the Ensnare will be really strong versus the Sven. The Song could also be a way to waste his time, waste God Strength. And then we see the Weaver. So carry or support between Weaver and Naga.
Yeah, I feel like that's your safe lane. You just don't know which one's going
Yeah.
where, you know? That's a funny pick. 2 agility heroes, both being played between 1 and 5. I never thought I'd see the day.
Now we just need a Morphling in the mix.
Yeah. That's a good Beastmaster pick. That's a very good Beastmaster pick. So I think with this, like, we're looking definitely more towards the support Wind Ranger in the 4 position. She's a really strong lane hero. Like, it's one of the things that I think why we see Wind Ranger played more in the support, or some teams prefer it more in the support, is just the fact that she's a universal hero with a great attack animation, good damage, and good scaling for the lane. And so with Beastmaster now, you actually have just a lot of harassment between power shot and auto attack. So I think they should be pretty happy with that lane. And if you're assuming this is a Naga Siren Weaver lane, which is a pretty safe assumption, I think you're going to be fine.
Yeah, you could swap. So Shadow Demon could enter that lane as well. It could be like Shadow Demon +1 in the safe lane, off lane. Like there's some mix between those 3 heroes.
Yeah.
But you do know a mid hero needs to come out for Quinn. And there's some flexibility for Bet Boom, but it seems like Gaming Gladiators is also thinking they're looking for a GPK hero. So 2 mids in that last pick, which fortunately for Gaming Gladiators, they have the last pick. So you get a little bit more information here. But your options are the Wind Ranger mid, the Coddle mid, or pick a new one.
I kind of like... I feel like you've got to run the Coddle mid. But
I wouldn't mind.
It's just going to be Toronto Tokyo's 5-position Coddle, though, is what is likely to be the case here.
Yeah, I feel like you want a little bit more catch, because whether this ends up being a carry Weaver or carry Naga, you don't want them to just Song get away. Time lapse, Shikuchi get away. I feel like you need a mid hero who will jump and start things, because Sven stun easily dodged. Beastmaster Roar, he's gonna get the Aghanims first, then he might get the Blink. Sometimes we don't see him get do that. He gets auras after that, right? So who is going to start stuff? Shackle Shot, very telegraphed. Like you need someone who will be jumping quickly on the save hero, the Shadow Demon, or catching one of these carry support, who knows who it is, but you want to kill them regardless of where they are. So I think someone a little bit faster, someone who could have been the Storm, could have been the Puck, right? These heroes have abilities that are tough to dodge. Throw all of that out the window. We're going to go Jakiro. I guess Jakiro 5? I mean, you could do Jakiro 4. Or maybe this is a crazy mid Jakiro.
Dude, there's no way. Right? There's no way. I feel like we're just going to see Jakiro 5 with Sven.
They ran Medusa 4, man.
They did. I know. I want to see it, trust me, because I'm a big Jakiro mid fan. He's one of my most played mids. But I think with this draft, they're going to be playing around like just a strong safe lane of the Sven Jakiro, and then this early level 6 rotations from the Coddle. Because Solar Bind is pretty good against things like Centaur and Weaver, right? Like it's not bad. It's not great against the Naga Siren, but in terms of being able to maybe like amp some damage against these two, we'll see if they can make it work. Last pick for Gaming Gladiators, though, now that you see the Coddle in the mid lane, there's no Storm or Puck, so I was like, yeah, you're gonna need another backline jump, and they just go for Quinn's Ember Spirit. All makes sense to me.
I mean, this is another
Whoa,
hero.
GPK's taking the Wind Ranger, so it's going to be save on the Coddle then, right?
Yeah, who I guess will just
okay.
stack a bunch. Okay, you'll spam axes in the lane, right? You just give him a bunch of mana and you go do a bunch of stacks for him, get a fast ags. I could see that working out. I am worried about the catch for Bet Boom. Like, if they aren't winning the lanes and you can't just go force objectives and you have to find pickoffs before you can do that, it's going to be tough until you get, I don't know, like 20 minutes into the game where more Blink Daggers come out, because you're dealing with like an Ember, Naga. Let me double check. So it did end up being a Carry Weaver.
Yeah.
Who's currently got Hive Mind selected. I'd be really excited if he did that. I don't know if that's just temporary, though. He might change it. I'll hold my excitement. But I love the concept of Hive Mind.
Yeah, I actually just completely forgot about the potential to put Coddle into the 4 position, because I mentioned it like immediately. I was like, yeah, I mean, they both play this, Toronto, Tokyo, and Save, so like they could move this to just support, but I like thought for sure they would not want to run Core Wind Ranger into this lineup, but they're gonna do it. And they feel like it's the better mid matchup into the Ember Spirit. I mean, I tend to agree. It should be pretty straightforward for GPK. So Quinn's gonna have his work cut out for him to try and salvage that lane.
Yeah, I think
Cool drafts.
I'm looking a lot towards Tofu this game, because I feel like this is such a good Shadow Demon game. Your ultimate, insane value. Your cleanse, if you get the shard from the Tormentor by yourself, also great value. Lots of good disruption saves. I think if he can have a good game and get pretty farmed, he alone will make Bet Boom's game so difficult. They're gonna have to focus him, which that also will not be that easy. Like, you're gonna have Naga Song to maybe save him. You're gonna be trying to kill the Shadow Demon while everyone else is wreaking havoc on your team. I think as long as Gaming Gladiators gets out of this lane okay, I think they have the tools to deal with Bet Boom.
I agree. I do. I think for the most part, a lot's going to come out of the mid lane rotations. It's always one of those things where typically when you see a Coddle, you're kind of like, oh, okay, we're going to hit level 6 on Coddle and rotate. But this is for the support, so I'm unsure what his item build is going to be. If it is still going to be something like just an early Vessel pickup or not. But here we go, baby. It is time to jump into game number 1 of Gaming Gladiators versus Bet Boom as we take a look at the facets. He's going to go Counter-Strike here on the Centaur as opposed to the Horsepower, which we've seen a little bit more common about this, right?
Yeah, Horsepower's slowly been getting nerfed, but also this game, there's a lot of uncontrollable damage, and you also have Disseminate, which shares damage to the opponents. So if you take a bunch of damage on Centaur and then you double edge whoever's disseminated, I bet it's an insane amount of damage to the entire team.
That would be pretty sick, actually. I'm
like,
okay.
Imagine
I'm down
Sven
for that.
crits you and then you double edge back. You're probably doing the same amount of damage to him as he just did to you.
Ooh, I think that was a misclick, maybe. I don't know. Seller is just giggling. All right, it's okay. He's just scouting with it. Ooh, nice slight dodge there onto Saika, and with that, Blood Grenade out. A lot of damage thanks to the Deluge. And Sven, gonna go into lane a little bit low and
dropped his tangos on the floor to taunt him.
Okay.
2 for 2 on the runes. But you did get some damage in onto the Sven, so you'll have to be a little careful to start, which, I mean, Centaur's a pretty annoying laner, so they might be able to abuse this level 1, especially when Jakiro gets a lot stronger at level 2, right? So maybe they'll pick up an early lead in that top lane.
I feel like this bottom lane's actually going to be really rough for Duraccio. Well, unless he gets a... Okay, I thought he was going to get some free couriers, but yeah, think about it. He would have probably died for that.
Yeah, Shikuchi's too long of a cooldown at level 1. Would have been really risky. I will say they both got sticks down here, which is the right call, because they're just going to be spamming spells from the axes, the Coddle, mana. It's going to be very annoying for them.
Yeah. The first like couple levels is really when you have opportunity to try and deny the Sven some CS, and Centaur's pretty good at that. Great base damage, whereas obviously you lose a little bit on the Wrath of God up until about level 3.5 to level 4. Once you hit that break-even point, it becomes pretty difficult to stop the Sven from farming.
That's true. Though if you also consider that Centaur has really high base damage himself, technically it's a break-even point for Sven, but until you actually surpass the Centaur, that's actually a few levels further on.
Yeah.
So maybe Ace can abuse that. He's a great offlaner. I'm sure he will. Like, any amount of extra damage is going to be put to good use here.
Quinn's actually doing quite well in the mid lane here. Getting good harassment in. This is one of those changes to the Ember Spirit that a lot of people kind of didn't quite understand. Well, hold on. Ace. No, he's fine. When they changed the linger off of the innate, right? Like that little sleight of fist damage he did right there to the Wind Ranger. Typically, the innate would just burn him for an extra second or a second and a half, I think, or something. And people just didn't realize like how much damage that adds up in the lane. And so
I have no idea what the linger duration was.
Yeah.
I was not able to find it. Do you?
I couldn't find the linger duration anywhere either. I was looking for it.
Chat. Ever knowledgeable chat. Does anyone know?
Just like, oh, we removed the linger duration. We're like, the what?
Yeah, it wasn't in the original, so I don't know.
It was listed nowhere, yeah.
Yeah.
But it made sense as to why it felt like he was just dominating lanes with sleight of fist, and yeah, every time you sleight of fist someone, you hit them with the immolation aura, which would then linger and be extra damage for free.
Lotuses. Looks like Gaming Gladiators picked up both Lotuses,
Yeah.
which don't underestimate that, guys. That is a pretty big win when you account for how much money you would have spent on that regen. It's like getting a couple hundred gold each. You might be looking at Jakiro in the top lane. Toronto Tokyo's already got 2 poison stacks on him. I don't think you're even going to need very many more.
Oh, that is a first blood. Yeah, very nice. So this is all right. Once you build up a couple stacks and you get the disruption and the stun, you're gonna get like to 4 or 5, right?
Yeah, it's really hard to get away as Jakiro as well. You're so slow. These guys are synchronizing their courier calls down here. Like every time, both couriers coming at the same time.
Ooh, they've got double bugs on them. Okay, never mind. He's got plenty of regen on the stick there. Both lanes actually benefit from the stick quite a bit, right? With the, the Sakuchi spam, the Deluge spam, mirror images. Like everyone in this lane is just dumping spells.
Yeah, no
Nice
points in
deny.
ensnare from Celery. I think this is something that at the pro level makes a lot of sense because they're not going to get reeled in under tower. In pubs, I think it's totally fine to take ensnare really early because you get a lot of value out of it. But here, where they're going to respect it and you don't have the most aggressive combo with your carry, I mean, Weaver can come online pretty early, but I don't think he cares that much about having the ensnare setup. I think you can just skip it, get that early point in mirror image for the fighting, 2 points in Deluge, and I imagine a point in ensnare here at level 4 when he gets there.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Heroes dropping low.
Yeah, dude, this Deluge actually does a ton of damage, and he's going to get a little bit of health topped off, but Durancio going to try and finish off save, and he's got it. All right. Well played in this bottom lane. I'm kind of surprised at how much he's getting done on the Naga Siren. Like, every single time this lane is breaking out, he's getting, like, 2 heroes on the Deluge. Like, every mirror image, he's getting the split on really well. And it adds up.
Yeah, that's some of the value of that early point and mirror image is making sure you can put 1 illusion on each hero. And if you want, you can put your own hero there, but if you don't want to risk that, you just send the illusions and you can deluge them. And like you said, it's a good amount of damage. 140 at level 2 is not the greatest in the game, but it's also only 9 seconds and only 50 mana. So it's pretty easy to use quite freely, especially when there's a million spells here, so you have infinite stick charges.
Yeah. Ooh, mid lane. Tofu's here. Just going to force GPK out. You are level 6 on Quinn, so you have the potential to play for a, Remnant here, but they really want to just secure the power rune, right? That's why they bring both supports here. It's going to be the illusion top for Quinn. As Celery will just continue to annoy save on the Coddle. pretty even start to the lanes, but it's similar to what we've been seeing from Gaming Gladiators. Like, they come out with a slight CS advantage. And the scan does connect as well. So he knows. He's like, the Shadow Demon is not leaving. He's not going anywhere. Buys a sentry, maybe thinking of putting one behind his tower. Like, a lot of times it's a pretty common ward spot. They're going to look for GPK now. He goes for the wind run, but they caught him on the disruption. Toronto Tokyo is going to come in. The slight the chains, it doesn't connect. It hits the whole creep wave, and now the focus fire out from GPK. Tofu is going to pop him with the Shadow Poison, but very close. And the Illusion Rune, this should help them finish the tower. The Catapult is still here at 7 minutes. Really good pressure put from Gaming Gladiators in this mid lane.
Yeah, all starting a minute ago, pushing off the Wind Ranger, getting the rune, keeping her low, sticking around, and enabled by the earlier kills that Tofu got. So he has these items to do this. The boots to catch up to the Wind Ranger, the extra stats to not be killed in that focus fire before they get the kill, right? So game that snowballs, and with that, they're going to secure themselves their own Wisdom Rune. And actually, they never even left that mid lane until just now, so it's still forcing BetBoom to be over here, which might open up an attempt on Sven.
Ooh. Ooh, that's a lot of axe stacks. Bottom lane Weaver almost got popped there.
One of the lowest strength heroes in the game. That Weaver's got to be careful till he picks up more items.
Do you know who the lowest is?
Medusa. Or at least base strength, it's Medusa.
Yeah.
And I think throughout the game, it's Medusa.
Of course, yeah, that one does check, actually. Searing Chains out in the mid lane. GPK, he wants a wind run, but has to hold it. 2 stacks of the Shadow Poison. Won't be able to connect onto the third, and he's out this time. Nice ice path placement there to kind of split up the fight a little bit. But it's just so much pressure being applied onto the Wind Ranger, and it's forced this Jakiro top, which means you have the 1v1 lane of the Sven versus the Centaur. And you're chilling on the Centaur. Like, Ace has an absolute free farm now. They do scan this smoke rotation.
Immediate smoke. Broken by Toronto Tokyo. They don't know that, though, because it's nighttime.
They're looking for him.
This is a bit deep. I don't think you're actually doing this.
Well, he's going to get a courier. That's a Mask of Death, actually. Morbid Mask. I'm not playing Dota 1 anymore.
Old school over there.
What is that item? Dude, I don't know how I cannot. That's the one item I cannot change my brain on.
If you type it in the command, you'd probably get that. So
yeah.
It's probably coded in Dota as that as well.
Yeah.
Taking a look at Ace, he's finishing up this top tower, and
bottom lane.
Hear a roar.
That's onto the support. I guess you take it. It's better than nothing.
Yeah,
but
it's going to open up the tower as well,
Yeah.
right? Which Ace is finishing the top tower, so you want to at least trade. And Naga would be really annoying with her illusions and the deluge to delay you. Song setup potentially if she hits 6 off that for the team to rotate in, so I think it's fine. You just take what you want, you can, right? You're just going for the Aghanims anyways on Beastmaster, so you're not really like saving your roar for bigger kills.
It's a good ward here, actually scouting this rotation in from BetBoom Quinn. Might be baiting them here a little bit as Durancio is going to go ahead and time-lapse away. Stampede coming through, gives him a lot. Looking for save now. He's just taking a lot of... Dude, where is this Sleight of Fist? Is it ever going to end? Quinn actually kind of wishes it was done sooner so he could go for the coddle instead. He was spent an eternity in the
There's so many stacks here.
Oh my god.
That
There's
was easily
so funny.
1,000 gold here to fight for. It's bringing in almost every hero. 9 heroes are here.
I love the rotation from Ace to be here for this, and GPK can't really play for it. They're going to get the hard camp. Dude, they're getting away with theft, man. Like, Durancio is just playing out on the backside. He actually doesn't have a time lapse left. He's going to go for a courier, but a chains on the 2. He just
No
gets away on
one's
the
died.
Sakuchi. There's no more sentries. I cannot believe nobody dies here.
9 heroes and no one dies. I'm not sure who got the most creeps
Oh,
out of
Gaming
that.
Gladiators for sure, right?
It was chaotic. I have no idea, man. But even if, let's say BetBoom actually managed to get all of them, you're still not that happy with it because you split that XP with Gaming Gladiators, and Gaming Gladiators definitely stole some of those last hits at the least. So to spend that time stacking and to not get all of it feels bad. At least Sven never joined, so he has been free farming in this time. So might be coming out, you know, map efficiency wise, but pretty crazy that we had that many heroes and no one died.
It's so funny, like, he throws this Remnant aggressively to try and chase for the Coddle, and then he's just, like, stuck in purgatory, like, attacking creeps for, like, 10 seconds. It's like, wait a minute.
That was the change to Sleight of Fist, right?
Yeah.
The break between attacks got changed from 0.2 to 0.25. When you're hitting, like, 3 things, not a huge deal, but when you're hitting, like, 20 things, it adds up.
Yep. They're going to be able to grab GPK here. Demonic Purge holding him down the GG branch. Oh, no. I was GPK's GG branch, too.
Maybe he was hoping to set up a cool shackle shot. Wind Ranger's one of the better heroes with the Ironwood tree for that reason, though it did get its cast range nerfed because it was so good for her, for Timbersaw, a couple of the other tree heroes.
Yeah, had no business having that much cast range for a Timbersaw.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I didn't realize it was 800 until I saw that nerf.
Yeah. I kept watching Timbersaws have like an 80% blink at 7 minutes, and I was like, wait a minute. That's not right.
Who allowed this? Good spot for Gaming Gladiator so far, especially if they find the Sven kill, but nice double stun. Should be out of here.
Yeah.
But we see a 4K lead for Gaming Gladiators already, and Ace has his Crimson Guard on the way, which means Wind Ranger is just not going to do damage in these fights. And although the Beastmaster has axes and his Ags, he still wants to do a decent amount of right click plus his boar, so you're reducing a lot of damage here right now. And once you have the pipe, you've got everything answered.
I really like that the supports are playing around Miro, because he's really the only one that can get something done on the map right now. Like, your Sven is just going to be farming, your Wind Ranger is in full-blown recovery mode, and Miro, if he has a +1, maybe he gets a kill with a roar, and he's going to throw it right now. He does have Stampede, though, and there's the Crimson Guard. Ace, is he baiting? I don't know. He might have baited himself just a little bit too long, as here comes the rest of Gaming Gladiators to the backside. They get the route onto GPK's Wind Ranger. Tofu here as well. They're stuck inside their own Macropyre trying to bait in Gaming Gladiators, and they're going to just go for it. The Song of the Siren finally coming through, as they're going to look for another kill, try to finish off this Beastmaster. Miro goes down first. Toronto, Tokyo, and Save will be next. Does he get the creep deny?
Okay.
Nah, goes to Durancio. I mean, it was a bait for sure on the Centaur. Like, maybe he held the Stampede a little bit too long, but it still works out in the end. 3 for 1.
Yeah, it forced BetBoom to commit pretty far for that Centaur. I mean, he's so tanky. So they had to go in real deep for that, gave Gaming Gladiators time to all rotate in. Celery came from the back through the Twin Gate, while everyone else ran through the tower. I wasn't sure about that song, but I guess they were just waiting to cool down for Quinn to have more like Sleight of Fist and the chains again to make sure no one got away. And it worked out well. 3 kills, back on the map.
Quinn just continuing to apply pressure here. Save, gonna get ran down by Durancio. Potentially the roar is out, but there's the Crimson Guard. The stomp, they just turn their attention to Miro. The time lapse, the reel in pulls him so far into enemy lines, but he gets sniped actually on the Weaver. GPK gets a return kill. All right, I mean, that's not bad for BetBoom. You might lose the tier 2 tower. Well, no, Catapult just died. You're fine. Or no, Catapult's coming right now. Okay, if they can play for the Catapult, maybe. Save. In some trouble. Ace. Icon here from the Focus Fire. Right Psycho now coming in as well. Okay, Gaming Gladiators may have overstayed their welcome, extending just a little bit too far. They're going to lose an additional 2 heroes. Both supports go down for the Coddle.
Would you believe the tier 3 is a little dangerous at 15 minutes into the game?
That's, that's a conspiracy theory.
Well, with that kill, Saika, who has been kind of quietly farming most of this game, does come in with a god strength, participates, right back to farming, gets himself that top net worth spot, which is exactly where you want to be as Sven. We're talking about Centaur being very tanky and, you know, Wind Ranger can't do anything. Well, that's a lot of small hits. When you get hit by a single crit that does 1,000 damage, right, that's what Centaur will struggle against, and is exactly why you need this Sven to be having a good game. He still has to be careful of the Shadow Demon, but at least in the way that fight broke out, Shadow Demon was all over the place. Not able to focus the Sven.
They're looking for GPK here. He popped the Wind Run, but you're not close enough on the Centaur. There's no Stampede. You don't have your Blink. So he manages to get out, but they're, again, just trying to force this top tier 2 tower. They want to take this, or at least slowly chip down the tower. Arcane Rune spotted in the mid lane. Quinn's going to make his way over. Gleipnir done on Dyrachyo. I know Quinn is working on his as well. I mean, there's how many times have we seen like double Gleipnir completely change a game?
Quite often. But I don't know if that's because Gleipnir's awesome or because like everyone's building Gleipnir, so that's what you're waiting for before you can actually do anything. It will be pretty good this game for both teams. I mean, the Root versus a Wind Ranger or Sven trying to run around with Warcry, fantastic. But then it works in reverse. They're trying to Stampede away, all the Naga illusions, Weaver, right? So both teams going to be happy when their Gleipnirs finish. And looks like Quinn should finish his first.
Dyrachyo needs to be very careful. There are 4 heroes now right above him, and he's actually walking into his ward. He's going to try and pressure GPK as he's going to walk into a great shackle. The roar comes through. The great save, though, from the Shadow Demon and the Stampede to close the gap on Ace. Weaver needs the time lapse, but he can't do it. In comes the Sven. He's going to just chop through Ace as well. Your Ember Spirit does not have the damage. Rooted up by the Hawk as Quinn in some trouble. Great dodge on the Stormhammer, but he is out of remnants. Solar Binds got him. Slight Chains onto 3, but a Song of the Siren from Celery should get him to safety.
I think that was the last hit. He was in the middle of casting Time Lapse when the next hit from God Strength finished him off.
They have Demonic Purge? They do. Oh, dude, the Disseminate damage. Okay.
It's maxed. It's a lot of damage.
I did not expect it to be level 4. But yeah, that is just 20% of their health.
20% and then the 35% shared, which I think applies to themselves, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's just amp, I'm pretty sure. They actually didn't scout the amplify damage when Quinn was backing. I thought that's what he was going back for, but instead they find a really big kill onto the Beastmaster.
Maybe they'll see it with his courier as it goes back. Nope, it's just missing it. Okay, Celery's taking a peek. Dyrachyo's got a Lincoln's queued up. He does not want to get chain stunned again. I think that was Shackle into Roar into Gods or into Stormhammer. So he didn't really get to do much, but if he had gotten the time lapse off, I'm sure it would have been a very different fight. So Lincoln will help him tank up, help him dodge at least one of those, and should make sure he gets the time lapse off next time.
I feel like that win probability is higher than I would have expected, but more on that in a little bit. As right now, you guys can use this moment to make sure that you're following Fissure here on Twitch as well as on YouTube, whichever one you're watching, as they put together, of course, the Universe Episode 3 series. We're going to see a reel in on the bottom lane. They see the TPs coming through. Quinn with a nice slight chains onto 2 Celery. Does not have the Song to slow this one down, but the Gleipnir buying some space. The disruption on the Roar, but he's going to come right out into an Ice Path, and the Sven's got him. Can they save Ace? He's got a BKB. Absolutely not. Miro just tanking up so much damage here himself on the Beastmaster. This is perfect, but Quinn, the amplified damage hasn't been felt. They're just getting shredded. GPK with a Focus Fire takes down the Weaver as well. 3 for 1 for Bet Boom as they're going to look right for the Roshan.
The big difference this fight is that Saika was able to join in sooner than the Weaver, right, to teleport to the outpost So by the time the Weaver got there, Sven was already killing the Centaur. At that point, you felt like you were on the back foot and stuck around for a little bit to see what they could get done. You know, they get the Jakiro kill. Doesn't quite feel that worth it, especially on top of losing Roshan. Going to be given over to Miero. One of the later Roches for an Ags Beastmaster, actually, but still happy to get it. And you can now just stick Beastmaster on the front, and you're not too worried. Like, even if he dies, he'll respawn, but he's a pretty tanky hero with a pipe and the spell steal from the Ags. So you can just stick him there, wait for the right targets to jump with the Sven, the Wind Ranger. Move it as Tormentor. This one should be okay. Betboom doesn't usually die to the first Tormentor.
It's the second one, right, that we've established. Tormentors 2 and 3 are... the spooky
Danger
ones for
zone.
this team.
Who got that? Save got that? All right, I mean, 2 Solar Binds, not too bad.
Yeah.
Your
that's not
team
bad.
doesn't have the... Well, I guess with the Beastmaster Roar, actually, it is kind of nice to get that extra Solar Bind magic resistance reduction on, like, a second hero.
All right. I mean, we're seeing Betboom. They've completely evened out this game. For a while, the Shadow Demon had a pretty substantial net worth lead on the support of Betboom, which he still kind of does, considering they haven't taken Tormentor and he hasn't gotten the shard. So like he was like 2,000 gold almost in front of the other supports, but like we haven't seen the kind of effect of him in this last fight. Dyrachyo on the bottom lane needs to be a little bit careful. He almost just threw the roar.
He's only got a few more minutes to throw those kind of roars anyways, because Lincoln's is getting closer and closer for the Weaver. He needs about like 600 more gold, I think.
Yeah.
So he's going to get the shard here. It's actually really good for both supports.
Yeah, agreed. They're smoked up on Betboom, looking to maybe play for that mid tower with a wraparound through the jungle. Goes to Tofu, so that's a nice one. Demonic Cleanse is quite good. The problem is it's a lot of just hard lockdowns from the side of Betboom, right?
That's true. But you can at least remove all of the like damage over time from Jakiro. Maybe that Solar Bind. The mischance from Blinding Light, actually, also very annoying.
That's true.
For Weaver. So there are some good effects. Actually, the root as well from like Gleipnir.
Yeah.
That's probably a big one.
Okay, you're selling me. I'm a fan. But yeah, now here we see like Shadow Demon is pretty much 2,000 gold in front of the Coddle. So like, he's had a very good game. Like those early kills made a pretty big difference, and like the pressuring into the mid lane, being involved in a lot of that. So tier 2 bottom will even up the map here as Betboom finally cracked the tier 2. They're actually rotating down here on Dyrachyo, and they're TPing into the outpost behind them on the Centaur, but they're sitting right under their ward. They do see the Weaver, but who's going to get the jump? Here goes in, he gets the roar. The Shadow Demon's not here to save him. Just so much damage. You split yourself in half, and now Betboom fucking real good here as they get the shackle into the focus fire onto Quinn, but the Song of the Siren is going to buy him enough time to get out. Ace, baby, going to turn their shot with a big stomp onto 3. The Slight Chains is out, but the damage is just not there. Ace will finally take down another, but Quinn needs to run. Well, he's still got this focus fire going, and it's a triple kill for Miro. Ace now all alone. Another stomp onto them. Does he get the double? Oh my god! That facet made a big difference that time. Rampage for Miro on the Beastmaster. Well deserved, as he still has the Aegis.
Betboom had such a good ward to start there. Like, it was a good surround from Game & Gladiators, but Betboom could see them split up in that sense, and then could focus a specific hero first with the Observer they had on the cliff. And it ended up being the Weaver, who, the last 3 fights, he gets killed first every single time. And it is so close every single time, where he's, like, in the middle of casting time-lapse as he dies. It might happen again here. Okay, this one's not close at all. But that's how Betboom's winning these fights. Like, Sven is just too tanky to be burst quickly, whereas Weaver, he lives or dies based on time lapse, and so far he's dying with the time lapse.
It almost feels like he's like a little bit like on tilt isn't the right word. It's he thinks he's stronger than he is on the Weaver right now is the main thing. Like he had a really good start to the game, but now with the last like several fights, he is pretty much the lowest farmed core, only barely in front of the Centaur, and he is nowhere close to the Sven.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame him because it has been so close. Like, DOTA2 has always been a player that pushes the limits of what he can do. And sometimes it looks silly, he dies, but other times he gets a bunch of kills with like 5 health, And that's what's happening. Like, so much damage is going into the Weaver, and if he can just get that time lapse off, you would have wasted the shackle shot, the roar, right? Suddenly your team is set up for the win, but it's so close. His calculations are off by like 100 health, and that's what's cost the last couple fights. But with all that said, it's only a 5k lead for Bet3, despite everything that's happened, and it feels like they've been in control of the last couple of fights. It's still a very close game.
It is, and that's true. And I think, like I said earlier when we saw the win probability, I didn't feel like Game of Gladiators was that far ahead. It was like 80% in their favor, and maybe it's because of the Naga Siren and the way it factors that into the win probability, but yeah, it just seems like at that time, like Bet3 have the stronger team fight with this Beastmaster. If he is getting his roar off in this fight and he's just able to do what he wants, like you don't kill this hero. We saw this yesterday in the Noun series. Like once this hero gets rolling and he, has his net worth, he is an unstoppable force in these fights.
And that's classic Beastmaster, isn't it? With that said, they did just finish the Shivas on Ember. That'll help reduce the healing, right? It's not just finished, I think it's a little earlier, but that'll be good to start reducing the healing from the Beastmaster. Maybe you can Song to try to reduce the damage, because there's only a BKB on Sven, which, he might have enough damage on his own in the Song to kill, but that might be a way to disrupt the fight after Roar comes out. Double smoke.
Scouting with the Naga illusions, of course, makes a lot of sense, and they will just walk right by these.
They might have seen the creeps just take... Okay, the definitely saw the creeps just get obliterated by Sven now.
There was a creep wave there.
See the courier.
They have a ward on the high ground, which is going to help, and it gives him the ability to dodge the roar out from Miro. But can you dodge out the fight is the question. Quinn in a little bit of a weird spawn, but so is GPK. Ace moves in, nice stun onto 2. Focus fire is out. DOTA2's got to start helping him. Quinn with a sleight of fist. Is he able to get out? Looking for save. He's going to survive, and the power shot's off the mark. And you finally get to take down the Beastmaster 4v1. That is what you're looking for. Insane plays from Quinn there. I cannot believe he gets out.
I am shocked. But this is finally, like, because Quinn was the focus, Weaver was finally able to do damage in the fight, and Bet3 was split up enough that they almost killed a bunch of different heroes on Gaimin, but didn't actually finish any of those kills. So then Gaimin is able to reset. They have the auras, they have the Song heal, all of that to finally win a fight. And actually right off of that, they're pushing high ground. Ace is just tanking it. He does not care. Reflecting the damage straight back to this tower. I actually think they've got this tier 3 here, and maybe a ranged Rex? You've got 20 seconds on the Beastmaster. Weaver's finally here. It should go faster now.
Yeah, I think you just go for the range. You don't have enough time for the melee, and you don't really want to reset their fort anyway, right? So
yeah. I think you just get out, but they're poking the melee. All right,
Yeah,
just poking. They're getting out. I mean, Roche could be up. All right, so you don't want to risk fighting over this melee barracks plant and then get wiped and lose Roche.
Yeah, really good stuff from them. While they back away, this is a really good time to see if you've entered the giveaway we've got going on right now. You can type !1xgive in chat to find out how to participate.
I know you're all hoping to get that one Shadow Demon skin. Roche is up, bottom lane. He's got the banner this time. 5 minutes down here. Or I guess 4 minutes at this point. But could be a long siege. Or could be a very quick pick off onto Saika.
Do they have the
He's
damage?
pretty tanky.
They're going to try and get him with the reel in. I hear the Demonic Purge. Miro goes in. He's looking for his roar target, but he doesn't find it. He wanted DOTA2. It finally does connect, but he's lost a lot of health. The Disseminate is doing work, and this Focus Fire is just returning a ton back, but DOTA2 still dies. Saika is too damn strong. Miro will go down second, but they've isolated the Sven. He's got no BKB left. They're just going to try and kite him to death. He gets a Storm Hammer, another reel in from Celery, but the chains onto 2, and Quinn will go down. Ace is very strong on the Centaur, though. If he can keep his hands on these heroes, he might be able to find another one. Toronto, Tokyo with an Ice Path is out. GPK goes in, gets the kill. But Quinn's going to buy back. Beautiful grab into this fight. If he can take down GPK, he's going to do it. The burn damage is there. Can Ace chase? He wants to blink, but he just can't.
Slow by these solar vines. You get every core. You had to buy back on the Ember, but you're going to get a tier 1. Should be able to get Roshan off of this as well.
Yeah. I think that's the reason the buyback is okay. Because if GPK lives, you can't really contest the Roche, I think.
Yeah, but now you still have like 20 more seconds where Beastmaster's dead. Well, I say that, their Roche is not really good without Weaver. Who does respawn. Okay, he's TP'd in right away, so they should be able to get this. Maybe you can try to delay like blasting it with Coddle and stuff, but it doesn't look like BetBoom even wants to risk that. So they'll just push out the other lanes for now. And you'll get the banner and the Aegis for... I don't know. Do you feel comfortable pushing, actually? It is kind of scary. I mean, I know they took that top rack, but that was off of a kill. I don't think you really want to siege up into Coddle, Jakiro, Beastmaster. Like, every creep wave is going to get obliterated. And that technically is what the banner's for. But you got to put yourself at risk. And we've seen that if BetBoom gets the chain stun, like, you're dead. Like, even with the disruption saves coming in, it's like, oh, I got another stun. Did you expect that? Like, they have so many that multiple times we've seen Weaver get killed before he can really do too much. It happened again that fight. It took the buyback from the Ember to eventually turn it. But because of that, I just think it's pretty risky to siege the high ground. I think you know, maybe try to take the tier 2s, but I think you still need pickoffs before you can go high ground, even with the banner, even with the Aegis.
Yeah, I think you're a little bit afraid to go high ground, even with the Aegis, because like you did buy back, and you probably don't kill Quinn twice, but now you have like a little bit more map control. They get out some really good wards in the top half of the map. You have the Naga Siren that can split push. Like, you should be able to out efficiency BetBoom for this next 5 minutes. As they grab their Tormentor, DOTA2 gets his time lapse off. Very nice.
I thought he had this earlier, actually. Okay, now you've got the song heal.
Well, I thought they might want to try and play for defending their wards, but because you back for the Tormentor, you're actually going to get those taken away. They get a nice route here onto Celery. DOTA2 in trouble, but a great harpoon on the bottom side finds the Naga Siren, but Saika is stuck. He actually needs a little bit of help. There's the song going to come through, try and hold him at bay, keep Miro in this fight. Centaur, he's too tanky, man. He is not the target you want to go for, and this Sven cannot get his hands on anybody. DOTA2 apparently already dead, as Quinn now in the center of the enemy team. Ace jumps in, gets a lot of damage up from the stomp on the double edge. They get the pop. Tofu got him. Psycho with a BKB trying to find his target, but Quinn, he's got the Aegis. Remnants up onto the high ground. Gleipnir on to save. He's finally going to go down. It's a little bit of a scrappy fight, but BetBoom still got a lot in the tank as Celery's going to get caught from the focus fire. GPK takes him out so quick. Ace, look for the Jakiro. A nice ice path is out. Toronto, Tokyo falling low. Quinn wants to finish him off, but they get the disengage. A great fight from BetBoom.
I'm kind of amazed that Game & Gladiator stayed. So, like, when Sven was getting kited, Beastmaster and Windranger were on the Weaver, so he got killed off right at the start of that. And then that song reset. I thought they were going to get out with that song, but they stuck around and fought. Which, although the fight as a whole, I'd say went to BetBoom because they killed the Weaver, after Game & Gladiators decided to stay, it was essentially they killed Beastmaster for the Naga. So, actually an impressive call to stick around despite being 4v5. To get what I would say is a good exchange afterwards. I guess you lost the Aegis too, though.
Yeah. And now you're really afraid to take a fight because your Ember still has buyback cooldown. And I mean, you did finish up the Guardian Greaves here on Celery. He has the Force Staff. I don't know. It feels weird. Like, we haven't really seen this Weaver have a chance to do a ton in these fights. Like, he's either just getting roared and killed, or, you know, he's playing on the outskirts of the fight because he's afraid of getting roared and killed. You know, a lot of it is just good patience from Miro on the Beastmaster, being like, I'm not gonna like waste my roar, you know.
Yeah, and at some point there'll be a refresher, so
It's a
you'll be able to
Ags
start
for
roaring
Tofu.
multiple people. You won't always have to focus one. I think it's good Ags, right? There's Wind Ranger and Sven you want to ult.
Oh yeah.
So
Plus more
he's
cleanses.
very farmed.
Yeah, I was gonna say, dude, he is super farmed.
Maybe Cleanse can help keep Weaver alive.
He's going BKB.
What's killing him is all not basic dispellable though.
Yeah.
It's like Focus Fire, Shackle Shot, Roar, all of that doesn't care about Cleanse. He's working on Satanic on Dyrachyo. I feel like at some point he can't be killed. Oh, he switched to BKB. Okay,
Yeah,
that's also a
okay.
good pickup. But at some point he can't be killed, right? Like Copium, I don't know, but how many fights in a row can you instantly kill a Weaver? That's somewhere it's gotta stop. Or does it? Does Bedboom just always have the tools to do that?
I mean, we're gonna find out. I guess the Will-O-Wisp is available now for save as he picks up his Aghanim Scepter. So very annoying ability. As the Daedalus on the Sven is done. I mean, you're so strong on Bedboom. It's a 4K lead, 5K lead. It doesn't really feel too much. The smoke gets pumped. They do find the Sven on the bottom side here. I mean, do you have the jump? They're gonna just try and start it here with the Centaur, force out maybe some response here from the Sven. Because, right, you don't mind if they go on the Centaur. This is the big boy. Look at that HP bar, bro. That is like almost 5,000 health.
It's literally 5,000, actually.
It's like, I see
Okay, he
5
lost
tick marks.
He lost the double edge, so now he's
Yeah.
like, back down to just a measly 4,500.
Yeah.
Honestly, not impressive at all.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, he also gets the Havoc Hammer, which is probably one of the best jungle items you can grab on a Centaur. Not only
Definitely.
does it just give you great stats, but the active on this hero is so sick.
Yeah, I mean, Centaur, he's a hero you have to respect the damage long term. That's why, like, even as you lose the Weaver, Gaming Gladiators is willing to fight, because the more double edge stacks you pick up, and now with the Havoc Hammer, Centaur actually does an insane amount of damage in fights if you're ignoring him.
Yeah, he has an AC,
especially when
bro.
you're then sharing that damage with the Disseminate, so you have to respect it.
This might be
Ooh,
the...
and looks...
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No. Mine doesn't matter.
Okay. He's going Aghanims on Centaur, which is not something we see often. But when your teammate keeps getting deleted, you're like, all right, get on the chariot. I'm bringing you into the fight. I gotta keep you alive.
Hop on in, boys.
Get on the bus. I think it's a cool idea. I'm excited to see it.
I mean, Centaur Ags is legitimately good. It's just one of those things that you don't get it until ultra late, right? But I think in most games, yeah, it's worth it. Miro finds the right target. It's the Shadow Demon. Beautifully grabbed. And now the disengage out from Gaming Gladiators. I mean, that was a blind jump with just the Shivas hoping you're going to find the right target. So a really cool grab from Miro. Stampede's going to be forced as well as the BKB from the Ember Spirit. So really nice pickoff.
Yeah, you cannot fight without Shadow Demon. He is so critical to these. It's kind of telling that there's been fights where they lose Weaver and they're like, nah, stick around, we can still do it. As soon as they lose the Shadow Demon, they're like, BKB, Stampede, run. We can't do this. Like, that's how important Shadow Demon is to these fights. I think it's absolutely the right call. Now, with that pickoff, if they get lucky, they might just get a free Roshan on Bedboom. It's coming up here. Let's see if it's an instant spawn. So they're not really in position to check, so maybe it won't even go noticed. All right, minute 10.
He's going in for the courier.
I don't know
He's
about
gonna
this,
get it.
Dyrachyo. This is so scary.
No, he gets the fort. Okay. I mean, he's just like assuming the rest of the team is not here, and he is technically right. So he's just kind of messing with the Sven.
Dire's top barracks are under
That's so scary. Ooh, okay. Weaver, you don't always have to pick damage items, guys. He took the Ascetics cap. This is so critical to keeping him alive. This should prevent the chain stun and allow him to time lapse.
Speaking of chain stuns, goodbye,
Lucky
Quinn.
down here.
I mean, it's a really good ward. There's one up on the high ground, but there's also an almost expiring ward just in that lane. Quinn just not expecting it at all. Thought he was definitely out of vision. That's 120 seconds, right? Because that's his buyback death. Now, he still has buyback available, but this means you either are fighting for the Roshan without your Ember, or he has to buy back again into the Rosh for the Rosh contest.
Which I think he'll be willing to do if he thinks he can win and get Roshan with it.
Yeah, they're smoked. They did see... Actually, did they see anyone back here? I'm not 100% sure. We'll just
I
get the
think
D-ward.
Jakiro used spells on the wave. They might have noticed, but he's already running back. And you still have 70 seconds with no Ember. Roshan is up. And I don't think both teams have noticed yet, but an illusion's coming in. They'll know in a moment. They might be leading creeps right into it. He's just going to be careful about that. All right. Game and Gladiators knows what's on the line here. Scan connects.
Ember's Remnant expired, I think, so they don't have... He doesn't have, like, a quick Remnant back into this fight, so he will have to TP.
It's a long one on this outpost.
Ace puts himself on the front line. Miro just goes into the backside. He does find Celery. A great grab, but Ace with a nice 2-hero stomp, but here comes the Ember Spirit. A lot of damage that breaks onto the Sven. He can't really find his target. He's really looking on the backside. He gets him with a Harpoon. Tofu is dead, but that's the BKB spent here on the Shadow Demon and Dyrachyo. He's free to do whatever he wants now in this fight. They turn their attention to Quinn. That might be a dieback. He needs to run. He remnants out to safety. Another great stomp, but Quinn, he's dead to GPK. Miro with his BKB now turning to Dyrachyo. He's going to try and bring down Toronto Tokyo, but he doesn't have it. He's forced to time-lapse to safety. The fight from Bet Boom is overwhelming, and now Ace caught from the shackle. GPK finishes the job, and guess what, Dyrachyo? I don't think you're making it out of this one. The Axes from downtown, a 5-for-0 as Bet Boom wiped them.
Will-O-Wisp did so much work in that fight. Bet Boom is going to take a quick reset, make sure they're not going to lose barracks to creeps. They've got tons of time. They're actually going to use this to push rather than take Aegis. I'm sure they'll go back for it. Oh, actually, Wind Ranger's in their focus firing. Okay, they'll do both. You know there's no Ember buyback, so you can push the high ground.
So what was
for everything here?
What happened with the Will-O-Wisp? Because I get split caught watching way too much stuff. So where was it?
GPK kid doesn't have space for everything on Roche. He's panicking, eating things. It just got dropped exactly where Game Gladiators was trying to hide, and so even though there's like a pretty big stun from Centaur, like Weaver was getting caught in the Will-O-Wisp, and Shadow Demon, who wants to save people, was getting pulled into the Will-O-Wisp. It was just so annoying for them, disrupting their fight. There's no Fortify.
No, this is... I think it might just be game. Song of the Siren's going to come out here from Celery to try and delay this, but... They have Focus Fire and Sven. That's it, man. GG comes out and Bet Boom will take game number 1.
That's an impressive win.
It really is.
I think a lot of it comes down to how much burst damage they had. They were able to get Weaver so many times in a row, and without Weaver's damage, it's tough to go through Okay. So Sand King got nerfed, but it still essentially does a lot of the same stuff he did before. After people played it, they're like, oh, it's kind of fun, you know? So we still see him picked for the mid and the off lane, leave it as a flex value. What is a hero you could pick and follow him around? Monkey King?
Yeah, I could see that. I could see that.
Maybe Earthshaker?
Just remember, everybody, if you'd like, you can get all the match stats and the odds all inside of the 1xBet mobile app. So if you guys want to join that, make sure to click the link below the chat to download that. I kind of like the Monkey King personally, but okay, just Jakiro. Take it away. It's
Good
such a good
old
hero.
Jakiro. This is a little bit more in line with what Celery usually plays, which is like really strong laner to set up Dyrachyo and then go join in. I think Naga potentially can be that hero, and maybe we can say Game and Gladiators was exploring that. Cope, I don't know. But I think this is, now that you're one match away from being eliminated, you know, maybe you go back to a little more tried and true methods. Jakiro will be fantastic. He's gonna do his best in that lane to give Dyrachyo a better lane, which I'd say last time Miro had a little bit too much success, which I don't think it was really their fault. I think just that's how that draft went, right? Like, you had the spam from the axes versus those heroes. They did their best, but it was not easy. I think Jakiro will be much better at shutting down the off lane while also enabling his carry, and it's something they've played around a lot in the past. A lot of ice paths that last game too were fantastic. It was part of the chain stun to get the Weaver. Even as he pops out of like disruption, you're just straight into an ice path.
I like the bans here again. So they go for the Primal Beast a second time, which this hero is just, I think generally fits a lot of what Game and Gladiators likes to do. Brings some good early tempo. You can move them to either mid or off lane. And they get rid of the Alchemist, which is a Dyrachyo classic, a hero that Game and Gladiators love to play around. Like, this is a tempo team. They love to group up and fight, and Alchemist crushes a Sand King lane. So if they wanted to put this into the off lane, it just becomes a free farm for the Alch. Combine that with a Jakiro, like, you just have way too much damage. So I like that ban quite a bit. In terms of what Game and Gladiators want to do with their bans here, I'm a little bit unsure. We'll get rid of the Grimstroke. Interesting. So we've been seeing more Grimstroke Sand King, Grimstroke DK, heroes that can actually really benefit from the Ink Swell, like these big blink stun initiators. And you've already picked something like the Jakiro, so you don't have like a 5-position Omni that you can respond with to try and help with the chain stun. You could have maybe gone back for the Shadow Demon again if you want to pick that up for Tofu, but not a really strong duo opener, right? You don't want to go Jakiro Shadow Demon as your opener, so you'd have to wait till later in phase 2 to pick it.
Maybe just reveals a little bit too much. You don't. It's not that like Jakiro and Shadow Demon can't be good together. I'd say that's fine.
Yeah.
It's the issue of like, oh, we need an initiator from our support, and it's too late, right? Like, this isn't pub Dota where you just first phase your support. This is pro Dota where the support counter to what you see in the core is very important. So, for example, Sniper, when you pick a flex pick, maybe sounds crazy if you haven't been playing recently, but teams are doing the support Sniper with the scatter shot, so this could be your support duo, but it could be not the support duo, because you could just end up running a mid Sniper on Quinn, and if it ends up being Sand King mid, this should be okay. I'd say Sand King will still get the farm he wants, but he won't be able to shut down someone like Melee.
They get the Batrider.
Batrider, so didn't get banned out, is going to slip through.
This is something that save plays mostly. It's mostly a 4-position Batrider, but GPK can play it, and so can Miro even in the 3. So yeah, that's why they kind of flex it. I like this pick quite a bit. Is it good enough into a hero like Sniper, though?
That's what I'm not sure. It's not a mid matchup I see a lot, but Sniper is a hero who struggles with mobility, and if you get knocked back, one slip up in positioning, knocked back by the Batrider, you're not escaping, right? You're going to die to the Batrider running you down. And I do think the recent change to Batrider, they nerfed his starting strength by 4, but upped his strength gain by 0.4. So I think that encourages the core Batrider, but like you said, Save is very good at it, so you could still do that. They're going to grab themselves the IO. They don't have a pairing for the IO quite yet.
There's a lot in the pool, though.
Yeah.
Like, all of the pairings are in the pool. You look at this and you're like, well, we've got the kind of pick of Marcy, we've got Muerta, we've got Gyrocopter, even things like Tiny and Storm Spirit. So, like, there is so much that you can do with the IO pick here. And the question for Gaming Gladiators is you're like, oh, what do you want to try and force it towards, right? Because Wind Ranger's not available, which she's typically a hero picked into IO, just to like focus fire them down and get the kill. You could look for something like a Disruptor, but we haven't seen a lot of it from the support position in terms of a hero that plays well into IO.
I think it's not bad, but I think you...
There's also just Sven.
Yeah, it's hard because you could try to preemptively call where it's going to be and pick like an Underlord, which is good versus IO, but then they have the counter pick on the carry. They're going to go the Broodmother, which could be carry or off lane.
Dyrachyo played it both times yesterday, right? So
yeah. No. Ace played the first one, didn't he? Oh no, the first one was the Underlord. You're right.
Yeah. He played it both times. And I think the Orchid pickup on Brood is still very common. So great item, great build into the IO. And it's going to be an Ace Broodmother and the Ursa pick here. Which I was going to say, I think I like offlane Brood more into an IO lane, because how do you pressure the Broodmother at all?
That's true. IO, he's not a strong laner, but the way you do it is just War of Attrition style with your extra regen, but Broodmother's like, okay, I'll keep drinking this spider's milk over here. I'll be fine. I got my Q as well if I ever really need it. Gonna see the Razor.
That's sick.
That's a hero who can lane well versus the Broodmother or the Ursa, because technically there's some flex here still. Could see the carry Razor, which is not the most common IO pairing, but I also don't think it's too bad, because IO is actually quite nice with anyone who does attack damage and spell damage. And that could be the Razor, so that could be a cool pairing. It will have a hard time getting to the Sniper. So I wonder if that's encouraging maybe a mid-Sniper now?
Unless you just reload him directly on the Sniper.
It's true, unless
right?
you do that.
It's like, oh, well, we see the Sniper, just get on in there, boys. You know, I think this is likely to be the safe lane Razor. And what we'll
it could just be...
Go ahead.
It could just be like the support bat who goes blink and is like, okay, my job is to grab Sniper and then force staff back to my team. Like, that's what I do, and then I die. But I will have brought the Sniper to my Razor, and then that's enough. Or Sand King will go for the Sniper. You do have a Jakiro who could protect it. Could also just be the support Sniper with the Brood, and then you grab a new mid. But currently, I'm kind of liking that mid Sniper. But if Gaming Gladiators has last pick again, so you'll see everything before you commit.
We've seen him do stuff like this before with the Sniper, right? It flexed both carry and mid. I think with the IO Razor lane, it's a little spooky to run a support Sniper into that, because not particularly known as a hero with blazing speed. So might struggle against that lineup, but we'll have to see. Scattershot is a pretty good slow, pretty good damage early on.
Those
I think this Razor's such a good pick, man.
Slows are not as good versus the IO when you're trying to kill him, because he could potentially tether away. At that point, he doesn't care about the slows. But you do have long range, so maybe you can just keep your distance, slow them when they get close.
Dude, he has to go Thunderhead Razor this game, right? The one that gives Spell Amp with attack speed. Like, with an IO as well, it just seems so good.
If he's going to be the IO pairing, I would want to see that. But maybe they're still going to pick something else, and then...
You still get rid of the Storm and the Lesh, which makes sense, right? Because it's like the IO Razor lane is great, but having another hero from the mid lane that can benefit from the IO later is amazing. So really smart bans from Gaming Gladiators, just not allowing those to come through.
Yeah, GBK Storm is a classic as well, and it's a good hero to get to Sniper if you are thinking about playing it. Now, BetBoom thinks it could be a support Sniper because they banned out the Queen of Pain. Down that line of thinking, who's a mid hero that's good? Oh, okay, Huskar.
Ember pick?
That could have been cool. Yeah, I wonder, is it? Or maybe they're thinking Sand King mid?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? It's either Sand King or they're picking a new mid hero, right? Because they can flex it, but
10 seconds.
Could pick a new support if you want to do Bat Rider core.
that's true.
5 seconds.
Which Bat Ride into Ursa is probably fine. Jakira's a little annoying, but I think you could do offlane Bat.
Oh, that's a good
Oh.
offlane pick.
Okay.
Is it even
Enigma
offlane? It has to
Bat?
be, right? So I know Toronto,
Toronto
Tokyo,
Tokyo
likes to
does
play
like
it.
Enigma.
That's why I'm
actually.
wondering. Like, Toronto Tokyo plays this a lot, but do you want to run an Enigma Razor lane? Like, that sounds terrible. So I feel like it is going to be Miro.
Well, you could lane swap.
Remaining.
You could move around a little bit. You could still run Io Razor, but just move Enigma over.
You may now
Okay.
select your
Go back for the Monkey King
Monkey
into the
King.
mid lane for Quinn. Yeah, he's going to see his GPK Sand King.
Okay, the support sniper's back. Toronto Tokyo has picked the Io. So now it's just a question of support. Okay, yeah. So support Bat Rider, offlane Enigma. That should be a pretty good lane versus the Ursa.
Yeah.
Unless you're able to get some really good dual breaths on the Eidolons and farm them a bit. But otherwise, Dyrachyo is probably going to have a hard time here. On the other side, we got Io Razor versus Brood Sniper.
This is a
I
cool
do think
draft. from
Razor
Bad
should be
Boom.
okay there. Yeah.
10 seconds.
I'm excited to see this Io Razor. That's not a common pairing, but it does sound like a good pairing.
5
Yeah, I mean, every once in a while it comes through, and I feel like I see it have quite a bit of success. Like, this hero in the lane generally makes up for kind of the lack of damage that Io brings. And he's into a Brood Mother, and Brood cannot really contest the Razor, so you're kind of like, all right, well, does our 4th position contest the Razor Sniper? And the answer is also not really. So I think Psycho should have a pretty good game. He is going to go to the Dynamo facet, which is so good. I like it a lot. This is a cool draft. Maybe Dyrachyo can do some crazy stuff on the Ursa, and Quinn should have a pretty good lane mid. I just think like the team fight and the general counterplay from Bedboom is really strong.
Maybe Necrotic Webs will be good versus Io. Reduce a lot of that
true.
healing.
Yeah.
And then you scatter shot him down. Maybe. I don't know. I'm excited to see it. I think the later this goes, I mean, you've got the Enigma, you've got the Io Razor, which scaling which should be really good. I think Game & Gladiators is the one on the timer here. You're looking for an earlier win, and if you can just drag things out on Bedboom, I think it becomes much easier for you, right? To black hole 3 melee cores, right? What are the odds you're not catching at least 1 or 2 of them, and then winning the fight off of that? You've also got Lasso, like all this stuff. I feel the later it goes, you're pretty happy for Bedboom.
I agree. So let's do it. It's time to jump into game number 2 here of Bedboom versus Game & Gladiators, as we will take a look at these facets once again. Everything kind of makes sense, right? The only one that's kind of up for debate lately has been Sandshroud versus Dust Devil. Thank you. That's what it's called. I forgot for a moment. The other one, actually looking at it right now, a little bit surprised about this splitting image on the Enigma.
Yeah. I suppose that the Eidolons are very good in the
30
lane.
seconds to battle.
So maybe as you pick up more Eidolons, lane goes even better? Usually we do see the event horizon, which makes it very difficult to run away from the Enigma.
I think it has been nerfed a couple times to try to balance it out, because it was just, let's be honest, a little overtuned. It was one of the reasons we saw Enigma picked so early
The battle
after the introduction of facets and innates. But saving the top lane, about to get wrapped on, and with a scatter blast,
shot.
it's going to be a lot of damage. Dyrachyo with the body blocks as well. You still got one more scatter shot, right? Maybe. Do they even need it? They're really trying not to commit it. They want to give the kill to Quinn, and they do. First blood for the Monkey King. And an already good matchup, as GPK is going to use his time to just pop the Sandstorm and shove this lane as fast as possible. This is not bad for GPK. He got the full first wave, which Against a Monkey King, typically he'd get probably at least two denies.
Yeah, it is. At the same time, it's like, okay, game first blood. That's cool, guys. But yeah, you're right. The fact that he was late to lane might help him out. Now Monkey King immediately picks up the perfect CS wave in the mid, so.
So Jakiro we have seen in the past as a pretty decent counter to the Enigma. Every time the Eidolons come out, you just walk up, dual breath them, and try to get a couple of the kills.
Yeah, I was wondering if we'd see Liquid Fire. Like, Liquid Frost is pretty much the play nowadays, but it is single target. So yeah. I was wondering if maybe Liquid Fire against the Eidolons could help you, but looks like he doesn't think it's worth it.
Dude, this lane bottom, how did it get here? I guess just a drag, but...
Yeah, I missed it. I was absorbed in the the first blood into the Monkey King laning. I'm sure they did some kind of creep trick. Quinn doing very well in that mid lane. After that first wave that GPK got for free, he has since managed to pick up 2.
Yeah, and that's, like I said, that's kind of expected with the matchup. It is so
Quinn
rough.
actually dusts?
Is he going to go for the kill here? Does he have Boundless? Not 1 second away, so... He had a sentry there, and it got... Unfortunately, he placed it just a little bit too aggressive. Sniper dying in the bottom lane here. Ace going to try and do what damage he can over to the Razor, but does not have the kill threat, and instead they will just turn around and hit him with a plasma field. So that's kind of what I was worried about with the sniper pick. It cannot get away from these heroes. You could drop your Scatter Blast, but Razor with a tethered IO, pretty fast.
Yeah, this is a lane you just need to get to level 6, though, to help Brood start scaling. And maybe the Monkey King, off of such a strong start, will be able to rotate over to help out.
Yeah.
So Sand King now with a few levels, it's becoming much easier for him to farm. And I imagine he'll just start shoving in waves, stacking, and he'll get to where he needs to be.
Yeah, this lane is not supposed to be this good for the Sand King. He's actually doing quite well.
I think losing that sentry hurt.
Yeah, it really did, actually.
He's getting another dust, actually. I think the side lanes must be using the sentries. There may not be a lot in stock.
I mean, you can already see, like, 2, right? Plus the third that was dewarded in mid, so... Yeah, could definitely be low on sentries. I mean, Quinn does have a lot of denies, and I think that's going to bode well for him in terms of being able to rotate and have impact this game. But I think you're right. Ace getting to level 6 is kind of the most important thing. I would expect the sniper to maybe try and rotate mid here at some point as we get closer to the 6-minute power runes, because GPK will not have like the level advantage over Quinn. And Scatterblast is a lot of damage early if you can get to like level 2 Scatterblast by then. As for this offlane, Miro is having a great time. Just as expected, chilling on the Enigma, denying tons, getting great XP.
We're just gonna have to move to the jungle pretty soon. Fortunately, Jakiro can hold the wave pretty well. He'll just max dual breath and just blast it out to delay the Enigma taking the tower, who is going drums. So expect to see a rotation over here where they try to get a couple kills and take the tower all in one go. And we'll see if Gaming Gladiators is fast on the response with that.
feel like we see that fairly often from the Enigma, the early drums pick. It's just such a valuable item on him. Ooh, Duracio's in a lot of trouble. That is 3 stacks of Napalm. The Malefice just doing work as well. He gets really low, but here comes Quinn on the Monkey King. Rotation in. Boundless Strike is out. He needs a couple of auto attacks. The Breathe Fire connects, and that's gonna do it. And that's exactly what you need out of this mid monkey. The Power Rune also spawns top. Good players get good RNG, as we like to say.
He can get anything done with it. He does not have a bottle on this Monkey King, so there's no saving runes for later.
I mean, just taking it away from the Sand King, though, is pretty huge.
Yeah. But we'll see if he wants to go anywhere with it. I guess there's not much time left. I guess you also don't need the haste rune anyways, because you have Simian Stride.
Yeah, it's like slightly faster move speed.
Well, kill the courier. I think it already delivered its items, though, so
Yeah.
not too bad.
Mana boots early. We're seeing this a lot lately. Like, a ton of Agi heroes and a ton of just cores are just picking up mana boots or a null talisman to help with, you know, mana usage. Razor loves to just spam plasma fields, so it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, and with an IO, you're
Double
getting even
efficiency.
more value out of it. Yeah,
almost
so
double.
now you can spam Q even more.
A lot of stacks being made by BetBoom. GPK stacking his hard camp again. Meanwhile, Save double stacking the triangle as he backs up for his Wisdom Rune. So he's going to just play for his own game on the Batrider, most likely. Like, we see this, I think, fairly often from the support Batriders. They just stack a ton, play for a really early Blink Dagger. Quinn dancing around the trees will get found by this static Link. And now in comes the Sand King, but a really good Wukong's command doing work here as Ace now in a kind of a weird spot. Needs to back away. The Plasma Field's doing a lot as well. I mean, he was trying to find the Razor initially, jumping through the trees, but doesn't manage to. I mean, that's a big rotation for nothing.
Yeah, technically, BetBoom responded and didn't get anything either, but seeing as they're a little bit on the back foot, I think they're fine with that. It's also the team that'll go late, and they've got all these stacks that don't have the best stack stealers. Celery's going to be in the area and see if he can absorb any of this. Actually,
dude,
maybe he can kill GPK.
Oh my goodness.
The scatter shot.
Yeah, I mean, it comes in from downtown. That's a really smart play. I mean, they're going to know there's a ward there now, but
it was actually played so long ago. If they don't deward it soon, it might just expire.
I'm really curious. I didn't quite see who got the full stack. There was a big Caustic Finale burst there, so it probably goes to the Sand King. But that was the same time, like, you know, ooh, Duraccio. He ran down here in the top lane, goes for the Enraged TP. It's going to work. He just got level 6. Wow. Barely. I think a small camp creep died to the Plasma Field, and he got level 6 or something, because he was not quite there. And now they're going to look for save on the Batrider. They'll turn it back around. Ice Path, plenty of damage with the help of Quinn. Celery going to get credit to the kill. And now Quinn's going to keep looking for more. Finds Miro.
Black Hole's available.
Big Boundless Strike damage, but he's got a shield run. You cannot stop the Simian Stride. He's going to be able to just continue to chase you down. There's another Blood Grenade just for safe measure. Oh, that's not the black hole you wanted. Oh, no.
Maybe he was hoping someone would rotate. I actually think when Monkey King jumped on the tree, if he black holed there to cut the tree and then runs, maybe he lives, but
this is so much space for Ace as well. I mean, we talked about this in yesterday's game, kind of with the Duraccio, similar scenario where the Broodmother was allowed to just kind of farm on the opposite side of the map, and we're seeing him start to crawl back up in net worth, which is great. Because he is going to have to start taking over the map at some point. A rotation to the mid lane, though. They want GPK again. Ooh, jump into the tree. Celery's going to find him. They have a Boundless Strike. The Ice Path to follow it up. Is the damage going to be enough? GPK with the Burrow Strike onto the high ground, but Ace is waiting.
He's trying to farm spiders.
He's like, get something, I guess. Really nice kill.
Can they steal these?
Miro top lane in trouble as well. The Scatter Blast just keeping Duraccio right on top of him. Just 2 big kills across the map. Which we could actually use this as a pretty good time to talk about our sponsor, 1xBet. you guys can go ahead and use promo code UNIVERSE, that's UNVRS3, and grab yourself a 100% deposit bonus. There's a pinned message in chat for all of that extra details. They're cleaning up so much of this ancient stack. Celery does get a balance strike. There's the Wukongs. They're just going to use this maybe to disengage as a really good reload comes through. Saves not level 6, and Quinn barely gets out on the TP.
That's maybe okay. You steal some of the stacks. This is where scatter shot is not as good as the usual shrapnel. Regular shrapnel does more damage to jungle camps over a longer period of time and would be better for stealing stacks like this. Bet Boom does manage to protect the most important parts, like the big ancient creeps, and they do get at least a kill out of that relocate, and it was really close to getting more than that. So not a bad attempt there, and you don't lose too many stacks. So continuing to just drag this game out.
If Razor manages to stay this farmed, he is going to be so strong. Like, this is probably one of the best scaling heroes in Dota, and if you just manage to get ahead and stay ahead, it becomes very difficult to deal with him. Even the Ursa, like, great single target burst damage, but Razor, I think, can sustain through it.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
A lot of pressure going to come out from the Broodmother now as the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane is gone. He can start spreading the webs, taking away the farm.
Tofu placed a ward in the jungle, but there's actually a fairly deep or a like self-defensive ward from Bet Boom. Like, usually you put it further at the edge, so it actually spotted Tofu.
Is under attack.
They're placing it versus this Broodmother who's looking to take over the map, so they want to see her in this area.
Smoking up the top. They're going to find Save here, and he's not the target you want, but you will go for it. Headshot spam with the Scatter Blast save. Mode Pig starting to get away, but yeah, the kill's going to go to Quinn at the end of the day.
Dire's middle
They're
tower
still
is under
smoked, and they see Miro farming on the side here. Celery given some vision for Quinn to rotate on over. Ice Path comes out. Ice Path will just be sent to scare him, I guess.
Dire are
Dude, the Spider's Milk sound effect is really something on the ears.
I don't think I even noticed the sound effect.
Maybe it's the Spawn Spiderling sound effect. I don't know. It's like just hissing in your ears. It's great. Blink, Burrow Strike here onto Quinn. He's going to go for the Wukong's command. Tries to stun up Save, but here comes the Razor. Here comes the IO. He gets a lot of damage out himself here, and Save nearly dies to the Assassinate, but cannot do it by himself. So really good pick off there from Bet Boom.
That might let them know there's an observer in that area.
Yeah.
And he is working on a shard on the Monkey King a little bit early, but it makes sense to get away from the Razor. And a lot of these heroes who are just going to try to trap that Monkey King, you can cleanly engage or disengage once you have that shard.
Something different from the sniper than what we usually see, right? We've been seeing a lot of Atoses and the Gleipnirs. This time, he's just rushing the Solar Crest. A great item for all 3 of his cores, and we've seen them actually do this with the Broodmother a few times. But
Radiant are scanning.
you are going to be lacking the Gleipnir from your forward position.
Oh, don't worry. He can go back for it.
We'll go back for it? Okay, okay.
Boots a bearing on Miero. I'm just curious if they're going to make very many aggressive plays. I say as they're smoked up, they have relocate.
Ooh,
Are
Ace.
they going to find Ace? The stun doesn't connect. They
It
kill all
was
the
so
spiders.
close. It was so close. But, yeah. Nice dodge. Bottom lane, Celery in some trouble. Ice Path into the TP, and he's gone.
That's the last time that'll work. Psycha just finished an Atos. It's on the way. No one will be TPing away from him anymore.
And they know about this potential rotation bottom, right? There's a ward scouting all of this. They saw Tofu rotate down. They're seeing the Broodmother in the jungle. They're going to look for Quinn. Atos comes out right away. GPK with a Burrow Strike. Quinn gets saved by the Solar Crest, turns it around here, but the lasso doing so much work. Quinn, does he actually just get two in the process? Tofu on the backside gets held inside of this Malefice.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Dude, the damage from just scatter shot as well as that Wukong's just melted these heroes.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I love this version of Shrapnel. It's funny to see. I'm slowly being sold on it. I still think the old Shrapnel is like, I don't know. I feel like I prefer it, but the damage when it happens, plus the Wukongs, those heroes melted.
Miro's looking for a black hole. He pops the Boots of Bearing, and Ace too fast. Won't be able to connect on it. Smoked up in the mid lane here. They do have a ward that will scout Ace. They do see Psycha farming here in the triangle, but they'll have to turn around and settle for the Bat Rider, it looks like. Oh, they don't even get him.
Take out. This Bat Rider's so poor, actually.
Yeah, how far is he from
saving
Blink?
up for his Blink? Still another like 700 gold.
Oh, yeah, it's rough. I mean, that Ancient stack, really, we were saying, was supposed to be for the Bat Rider.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This is what Gaming Gladiators needs to do. We were saying we think that BetBoom's got the better late game, and they have taken all the tier 1s. They're slowly working on the tier 2s. BetBoom doing their best to delay that. It's not a huge lead, though. It's like 3k gold at 17 minutes. I don't think that that's that big of a deal for BetBoom.
Ursa's just getting the Roshan. We'll finish that one up relatively quickly as they just are full control on the top side of the map, right? Two really good wards. One here outside the mid-tier 2 tower, and then, of course, the other near their outpost. Or, I'm sorry, near the Tormentor spawn. Quinn found bottom. Great scout out from Save. They cut his tree, the epicenter. He's going to drop the Wukongs, but this time he will not get a chance to live. They bring all 5. Amplify damage, actually, here on the Jakiro, doing a decent chunk of damage. We'll drop the Ice Path, the Macro Pyre. He should finish off Save. But can they get out on Miro? It looks like he's going to be just fine. A really good grab here on this bottom lane. 2 for 1.
Yeah, that's the downside of Shrapnel / Scatter Shot. It's got a long cooldown on the recharge time, so when you use it really quickly because you take the Scatter Shot facet, you burn through the charges. Sniper teleports in, casts one Scatter Shot, and he's like, I wish I had the other 2. And that fight might go a little better, a little cleaner as the other rotations come in, but this is the downside of the sniper support.
Yeah. And I mean, the Solar Crest is also a pretty big deal in terms of being able to save his allies. Right, like we saw in the fight previously, like he comes in, Solar Crest the Monkey King, it absorbs a lot of damage coming through from the Razor, but you know, without that help, it's kind of rough.
Well, Ratio finds Miero.
Miero's dead. For sure. Very good find from Miro. So, I mean, this ward placed earlier, paying a lot of value now.
Yeah, it was about to launch the black hole as Monkey King was joining, so lucky for him he didn't. That would have been immediately canceled. So he'll still have it when he respawns, and maybe they can think about a fight, but this is what the Aegis is good for. You get black hole, you die, you respawn. That's the one black hole. You're not going to see a refresher for, I don't know, 20 more minutes. And he's still going all auras on the Enigma. So it doesn't feel great to try to black hole right now. And so I wouldn't be surprised if BetBoom just avoids that top lane and tries to shove out the other lanes in the meantime.
Just a quick reminder, everyone, as we jump back into the action, go ahead and follow Fissure here on Twitch as well as on YouTube. The Universe Episode 3 series, of course, brought to you by Fissure Studios. They put a really cool piece of content together for you all, so show them some love. Unfortunate for Tofu as he goes down to the bottom lane.
Trying to get to the edge. He has the shard concussive grenade. Gonna try to
did he? I didn't
knock
notice.
himself down to the low ground, but killed off way too quickly.
Have we seen Toronto, Tokyo, and Saika like separate this game at all? I feel like the Razor and Io have been tethered the entire game.
Just about all of it. They're one level apart. So, yeah, most of the game they've been together. Which is what you should do. It's why Io is a very different support than everyone else. Everyone else would be like, oh, give my carry solo XP, blah, 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 right? Not Io. He's like, I'm with you. We're the same. Because if I fall behind, I die in team fights, and then I do nothing. So you need your Io to be high level, get a decent amount of gold, and your carry will end up less farmed than usual typically because of that, if you don't find successful rotations. But you get buffed up by the Io so much, it's worth it. And Io tries to speed up your farming efficiency to mitigate that split anyways. Which, so far, they've been doing a great job because he's top net worth, but actually tried to relocate in the mid lane and is just going to die for it.
He reload for the Torment, or for the 21-minute Wisdom Rune. So he comes back afterward and dies, which is, you know, okay, I suppose.
It probably worked out.
But,
No, actually, I think you might get more XP for the kill at this point.
Yeah.
21 minutes.
Plus now you get the opening onto the bottom tier with 2 tower. Like, if your
That's
Isle's
true.
alive, maybe you can make like a reload play or something into the fight. Question.
Maybe worth it in a pub game.
Yeah, pubs you probably don't get punished for that. But yeah, mid-tier 2 tower now under threat. They're gonna pop the fortification, which will help a little bit. Slow this down. Amplify damage spawning on the bottom side. It's gonna get scouted out by Quinn there. As the Ursa has a BKB done, and he has 40 seconds left on this Aegis. So the courier is gonna get here. He won't have really much overlap at all, so probably won't be able to put both of them into good use, but either way, still a really nice timing on that BKB. And we're gonna see Bet Boom
from
smoke.
Bet Boom.
Yeah, trying to play for that Aegis expiration, right?
Yeah, they also have the double auras on the Enigma. He finished the Crimson Guard. Got your blinks. See what they can find.
Sending out the spiders, wants to find these heroes. He knows they're there somewhere. Save goes in, goes for the blink, manages to find Ace. That's a big one. If you can remove him from the fight, he gets the pipe off. He's still got the Greaves. He's able to walk away for now up onto the high ground. Can he make it? He will.
Oh my goodness.
Oh boy, he gets force-fed a Lotus as well. Ace is perfectly happy. That's Epicenter, that's Razor ult, that's Lasso.
Yeah, as long as you don't clump up into a 5-man black hole, I think you're good to push whatever objective you want right now as Gaming Gladiators. You see them immediately get to work on the tier 2 while the others are actually smoking to look for more.
I like this. They
Baiting the
definitely
carry.
are looking for a kill here. And if they can find one, which Quinn's going to scout out the Bat Rider. Boundless Strike, a little off the mark, and
Misses.
save gets the blink. Quinn, does he have a way to cancel? No. And GPK on the top side of the map, they will scout him.
Deploying Ice
Path.
Path.
Oh
Wow.
my goodness, Celery. I
he
think
see
that
him
was
start the
blind.
teleport?
I don't know. I don't think he did. He just threw it, and now GPK with the Yules to buy him just a moment, but unfortunately, blinks. Ooh, wait a minute. Simeon Stride, though, is
They'll
going to make
get
it
him.
too hard. Yeah. Right?
Wait, did they run out of detection?
Guys. No.
No way. Okay.
Oh.
I don't think I've seen a grenade. kill
Lobs
like
in
that.
a grenade. Meanwhile, they black old Duraccio, but he got the Enrage off, and Ace going to help try and finish the kill, but now Duraccio is just dead to the Razor. Ace needs a little bit of help, and it's going to come in the form of Quinn. The Wukong's command comes out. He's going to turn attention to Toronto, Tokyo. The IO not going to be able to escape out of this one. Can they find save as well? Gets another blink out. Fights taking place all over the map. I think slightly favoring Gaming Gladiators there.
Think so. You did get a BKB charge out of the Monkey King, but yeah, losing your offlaner and a support. Though you did kill the Ursa, which is it's nice. You got your Razor kill and he got out. Maybe it's not too bad.
Yeah, I think if Razor gets to like the Satanic Butterfly timing and like a refresher, I'm pretty sure he just runs over the entirety of Gaming Gladiators. There is no hero that can stand next to him on the side of Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, he's got a Butterfly queued up later. He's got Shard Satanic Butterfly. That'll be really good too.
Exactly.
3 right-clicking cores. A sniper who's probably gonna go right-clicking at some point. You know.
Now, Broodmother is a hero that like can build a Bloodthorn, but being that he is the offlane Brood right now, he's queued up an Assault Cuirass, so even more auras, the armor to help out a lot with the Razor Eye of the Storm, which is fantastic.
A little bit of sniper or spider scouting.
One of these days, I'll figure out how to do that.
There's a command for it.
Yeah.
And then you alt-tab and use control.
Radiant's top tower is under
Pretty close to
attack.
finishing the AC on Broodmother. That'll be a very nice item for his team.
Dyrachyo is actually in a pretty aggressive position here. The Jakiro illusion almost actually scouting out Miro's Enigma. Ooh, Quinn's gonna go in. It's gone from a Malefice. There's gonna be Lasso as well. He needs help. The Greaves, they're gonna come through, but Quinn's forced to BKB. They get on top of Psycha, but the Razor just pops the BKB and just beats him down. No Black Hole yet for Miro, but Dyrachyo's gotta run. The Razor is really strong. Celery is going to throw out another Dual Breath and Ice Path. Just try to kite this one out. Dyrachyo's going to go back in, but a great Burrow Strike holds him in place. He pops the Enrage. He gets the Tether. The Black Hole's onto 2. The fight from Betboom is just overwhelming as the Gleipnir comes out at the tail end. Ace is dead as well. Tofu will be the lone survivor as he TPs back to the base.
Quinn's gonna be frustrated missing that stun, because not only if he gets the stun, maybe you kill the Enigma. That's why he went for it, because Enigma is such a big part of the team fight. If you can stun him and take him out, fantastic. But by missing the stun, he put himself in a bad spot. He also used his escape to do so in the Boundless Strike. Took some damage, so you couldn't immediately tree dance. Gets pulled back. The whole fight is kind of messed up from there. That Razor had full duration link, stolen damage. They went back in because he had a lot of Fury swipes on him, so they thought maybe they could burst him, but good stun from the Burrow Strike, and then the setup for the Black Hole, which was never even used up to this point. You just, once you lost that, you had nothing. Oh, wait. Relocate looking for the Monkey King in the bottom lane, it looks like. Okay, straight back to Roche.
JK, guys, we're coming back.
A little quick a detour. Bring himself back with 1 inch. That's rare to see. Might find GPK.
I mean, he's really low. They do get him. That's a nice setup from the supports. I mean, a lot of that damage came through from Celery and Tofu as Ace now trying to chase on the Broodmother. Ooh, the tree does get broken. He's going to get lassoed, pulled so deep in. He's going to be forced to BKB. Boundless Strikes to safety. That's what he needs. Psyche will be able to TP out home. The classic.
Didn't find any supports.
Toronto Tokyo is in trouble. If he... Yeah. He's going to pop the Ice Path. Ghost Scepter buys him a moment, but the Gleipnir is out, and Ursa will clean him up. Okay. I mean, that's a great chase from Gaming Gladiators. They lose the Aegis, of course, over to Betboom and the Roche, but they actually managed to get 2 pretty solid kills.
It's the banner, right? Banner Aegis. But we already saw how hard it is to kill Razor once. Now you're going to have to do it twice. You're not going to get to keep the stacks between the lives. I don't know. I think Betboom is at that tipping point where they've held on against the early aggression. It's only a 4K lead for Gaming Gladiators. And you're now starting to outscale. Like, these team fights are going to get really difficult. There's finally a blink on the Enigma. You have to survive a blink black hole. The Razor's going to steal the full damage. Boom should be in a spot to win this now, I think.
Just a quick reminder, everyone, if you guys have been watching, you might want to enter the giveaway here from 1xBet. You can go ahead and type !1x give in chat, and I'll give you some details on how to enter. Dyrachyo is going to go for the Aghanim Scepter, and we see, or no, I'm sorry, not the Aghanim Scepter, the Octarine, which the reason you typically build the Octarine first is because you kind of bank on getting the Roshan with the Aghanim Scepter a lot of the time. So whether or not that happens, we'll have to see, but the Octarine at least gives him the constant spam on his abilities. The Earth Shock, giving him the temporary enrage is very important in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, if you have enraged the whole time, then you're not so scared of Black Hole and Lasso and all of those. So I guess if you do keep it at a low cooldown and you manage to pick up the Ags from the third Roche, that could be a cool way to deal with some of these abilities. Now look at this spider spread. Yeah, so much vision.
Super cool. Ooh. They're looking for someone here. The dust comes out. They find a lot. The lasso, but he enrages it, and now he's going to turn around on Tamira. The black hole comes out immediately, and the Razor is right on top of him. The damage is starting to stack up, and Dyrachyo needs help. In comes the Monkey King, the Wukong's command, holding him down. Dyrachyo's dead. They get Toronto Tokyo, potentially safe for the moment by the Ghost Scepter, but they will finish him off. A 2 for 2 as Razor... He's still really tanky, but able to dance away. Quinn breaks the tether. He gets disarmed, looking now for save. He gets the kill. Ace continue to chase here. Tofu on the front line, just fighting it up into Saika. The disarms constantly from these grenades are super annoying as they will buy back on the bat. Rider, Tofu needs to bail. He's gonna scatter blast and a grenade in a second. He will use it, but oh, the Hurricane Pike! Wait a minute, Boundless Strike is out. Do they have the damage? Tofu's trying to finish him off, and he gets him. Saika, you can't stand up against the 3. Jakiro's up in just a few seconds. Can they kill Razor twice? He's gonna try. Quinn gets the disarm thanks to the sniper. No way! Tofu absolutely carrying this fight on the support sniper.
Everything got blown on the Ursa, and he lived so long because he got that enrage we were talking about off. So Monkey King makes it in, gets that huge ultimate, but then from there it was so close. But these grenades from Sniper, 10-second cooldown, but I believe a 3-second disarm, right?
Yeah, 3 seconds slow and disarm.
Okay, yeah. So once that Razor's BKB ended, he wanted to do damage, but just kept getting knocked away by grenade and then having to wait 3 seconds. And somehow Game & Gladiator dragged that out to win that fight into an Aegis. That is exactly what you want from Dyrachyo, guys. You think he's always throwing, but that time he baited everything with his over-aggressive playstyle. Like, this is how Game & Gladiators functions.
That is the most impact I have ever seen a support sniper have in my entire life.
Yeah, that one was pretty good. I thought it was about to drop because he ran out of scattershot charges or shrapnel charges.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, well, there goes your support sniper. But he's like, don't worry, I still got the grenades every 10 seconds.
He just like walked in on the front line to the Razor, pops the take aim, and just starts headshotting him, and then hits the grenade, and you're like, okay, this is fun, I guess. Like, that is awesome. Dyrachyo will take away the enemy Tormentor, a classic from the Ursa. Gives the shard over to Celery. Not the most useful, but it is the last one that they needed.
Monkey King has a nullifier now, so that Ghost Scepter from Toronto Tokyo will not be nearly as effective. Yules should not save Sand King. Can remove some of these auras too.
Radiant are scanning.
Wow, what a sudden swing. I thought Boom was in a position to win. Caster cursed them hard. Suddenly an 18k lead for Gaming Gladiators.
That the fact that it's so much gold is what kind of shocks me. Like, they get like 2 full lanes of barracks off of that because of just how good they are at pushing with Broodmother and Monkey King, right? You have an Assault Kyros, it makes it even better.
That's the big thing too. It's like usually the carry dying is like, oh, they can't take objectives. Don't worry.
Oh, did he get the Enrage off? He did not this time. The Boundless Strike comes in, gets the cancel. Durachio's gonna BKB Enrage, turn around onto Saika. Can he survive? He's out, baby. The Glimmers.
Endless barriers.
They got him. The barriers for days. Stuck inside this Midnight Pulse, the epicenter of the Sandstorm. It's a lot of damage. But Gaming Gladiators come out with a big win here. They're going to buy back on the Jakiro. The Nullifier is out, and a triple kill for Quinn's Monkey. I think you're right. The Boundless Strike from downtown, dude. Just gives Durachio the split second to BKB Enrage, and he is out of there. They're going to Burrow Strike in.
One more hit.
I mean, Ace is not the target. The grenade to the low ground from Tofu. The Nullifier's out, and that is a dieback. The GG comes out, and we're going to a game 3.
What a turnaround, though.
It was crazy, dude.
That was swift and sudden. And that's the funny thing, right? Usually the carry dies like, oh, okay, they win, but they can't take objective, guys. It'll be really slow. It's okay. Ursa's actually the worst tower taker on his team. Like, Brood is exceptional. And the fact that she survives, even at low health, doesn't matter. You know, she's got the lifesteal, she's got the spider's milk, she's got the spiders to do all the tower damage. Monkey King's better at hitting buildings. So off of barely surviving and winning that fight, the 2 lanes, I thought it might drag a little longer, you know, maybe wait for the next Roche push up, but BetBoom felt the pressure to try to find anything to claw back something into that game, but going for that Ursa did not. That was not the play. He had that Octarine, he had the low cooldown spells, he got the Enrage off, all the auras coming out to save him when he had, I think that's like a less than 100 health. He walks away from BetBoom and then comes back in to help finish off some kills.
Just like Pipe, Glimmer, Soul.
All right, I'm sold on the support sniper now.
Dude,
it was very iffy, but now that I see some good grenade usage, I'm a believer.
Wait till you see want to give Primal Beast away. Every game it's been banned against Gaming Gladiators. The Jakiro also just a really strong hero, which we've seen, so might as well.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm trying to think what you can pick into the Doom. I feel like for the most part, Monkey King is still a pretty solid pick for Gaming Gladiators if they want to go. You don't see the mid lane quite yet, but based on kind of what Bet Boom reveal over this next phase, you could grab the Monkey King on like 16 or 17.
I'd be up for that. I think if you are potentially running mid sniper, your other picks need some more crowd control initiation, right? Because if it does end up being a mid sniper, you're not getting that. So something coming up here. I mean, last time we saw them open with just a strong support duo. You could do that again. You know you're against Doom if you want to pick a support strong versus him.
Another set of Grimstroke bans. This hero's really been rising in the stocks lately. Like, people do not want to let Grimstroke through. I mean, you have the double Doom potential for it, right? So even more of a reason not to let it through, but see it paired a lot with Blink Initiators. The Naga.
Back for the Naga.
Siren. Okay.
She's not, if you do run core Naga, she's not an easy hero to get the Doom off on. And so you should be able to lane okay and jungle pretty well. Like, oftentimes Doom hits 6, and you kind of kick the carry out because, like, oh, I don't want to stand here because I'm going to get Doom and killed. But Naga, she can send the illusions forward. She can stand back a little bit, farm, shove it out faster than Doom can. And then she's like, okay, bye, I'm going to go jungle. Like, you can try to follow me, but I'll see you. My illusions are following you. And I'll just walk away. So if it does end up being a carry Naga, I think should be fine. But we did see them run the support Naga. Man, Dota 2024, we might have a support duo here of Naga Sniper, and it might actually be quite good.
Dude, I'm okay for that timeline. I'm send it, dude, you know. This is where the Heralds were right all along, you know, picking 5 agility carries. And
10 years ahead of their time.
Yeah, no one expected them to be correct in this regard. But here we go. The Bat Rider, again, for most likely save. You're right. It is something that they can flex, but typically it has been for the 4-position Bat Rider. Paired up with the Doom lane. Seems pretty decent. I don't know if it's great against like a support or a core Naga Siren, though, because if they do go Deluge, your Bat Rider is not touching anybody ever, right? Like, he's never going to be able to run them down. Like, the movement slow is way too much. They go back for the IO, feeling that was not the issue. And we're in a similar situation where on 18, they have their pick of the litter. There's so many heroes you can pair it up with. Maybe they'll prioritize a mid hero this time on 18 instead of the carry matchup. And go for something like the Storm or the Lesh, you know, in the mid lane. But we'll see. Still have plenty of time to think about it.
You still need something good versus Sniper at the least.
Great. Okay.
This is Dota 2024.
I was joking on the 5 agility heroes. Gaming Gladiators, please.
Don't listen into the cast. Focus up.
Now we
is that?
We just need the Ember mid, and we're one step closer.
Is this? I don't know, man. Into Doom and Bat Rider seems rough because you're low health. I'm still not sure what. Like, my complaint game 1 was like, I don't know what the Naga into.
They go the Beastmaster anyway.
Okay, Naga into carry combo is with the Deluge. What is it with the Terrorblade? I mean, I guess Reflection lasts a little longer. That feels weird. And you're dealing with a lot of magic damage that is going to be pretty decent versus a Naga. And now your carry can't make up that difference either. I mean, I really doubt it's support Terrorblade. Like, we're past that window. We're now in Sniper Naga support, you know, time. So I'm pretty sure that's your carry.
Okay, they go back for the Razor. I feel like Terrorblade is one of the few carries similar to the Ursa that is good into the Razor. I feel like the Beastmaster lane is a little bit stronger in lane than the Broodmother versus this matchup, right? Because you can sit a little further back and spam the Axis. Sniper synergizes quite well in terms of having the damage. So Razor's not going to be as farmed, but I think the carry matchup is slightly better into the Terrorblade, assuming this is a core Terrorblade, which I'm going to be shocked if it's not for Duraccio.
I don't think it'd be that good as a position for, like, Razor illusions don't do very much. Like, I think that's your, like, one case for support Terrorblade. reflection has to be good in the lane and throughout the game, and then you have to like get a blink and 1 HP swap people, which I don't think is going to be very good this game. You're going to like blink into Firefly and just die. So I really feel like it should just be carry Terrorblade, which I will say, right? You usually want a very well-positioned fight with the Terrorblade, and if you can see the relocate coming in, maybe you can position around it, set up, maybe song, go like stand where you want to stand, and then go boom, 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 right? And you'll do a ton of damage. So maybe that's the game plan, but I worry about the lane.
I really love the acted out animations of Terrorblade. I 100% knew exactly what you were doing.
You can feel it. That's the loss. That's when you know you've thrown the game. You've been winning the whole time, and there's a Terrorblade on a high ground going, and you're like, oh, he's so weak, whatever, guys. And they get hit, and you're like, health bar goes, and you're like, oh no, it's over. We've thrown.
Just too much damage. I will say, I think this last pick, like, we're looking for the mid lanes for both heroes, right? For both teams. Gaming Gliders have last pick for Quinn. Giving him another like favorable matchup, I think, is really important here, because you kind of need your mid lane to go well if you're gonna have a rough, safe lane for your Terrorblade. Like, he's gonna have to make space. So the question of like which of Quinn's heroes is left, obviously the Monkey King's banned, the Pango now banned. The Ember Spirit is pretty dang good for Bet Boom here, so I imagine you might want to ban it. I think go with the Storm Spirit instead. Okay.
At the same time, if it is,
you could just Huskar.
Well, I guess.
But
would you want to into the Doom?
Yeah, dude, I don't know.
But maybe if you think it's worth it to shut him down. Maybe there's another counter pick you could go for instead, though, so then it's like fine.
Yeah, who knows?
They didn't ban it out. I can understand why they banned Storm instead, though, so. Whatever you final pick on Gaming Gladiators, I do think it should be an initiator. I don't think Sniper is going to do that. Don't think Naga can
They do ban
easily do that.
Okay.
Oh, Kunkka.
Haven't seen the Admiral in quite a bit, but has started to show up a little bit more with the kind of the upgraded Aghanim's now. It's quite nice. The Tidebringer cooldown facet has gotten a little bit of love, so kind of annoying to play around. I like it.
And the free rum from the new innate ability has been pretty good at keeping him alive. His pub win rate went up a bunch. I thought we'd see him a lot more in the pro scene, but didn't quite, but maybe here he is. I do think he's good into the potential mid Sniper, because you also just have really good wave clear. Like, Sniper actually does not have great wave clear. So if you can just shove the lane into him and then go farm or punish him, because Kunkka's boat combo is actually quite a lot and could kill a Sniper once you hit 6. It ends up being at least like an even matchup for you. And they could flex it.
Mid Shaker.
So that's what's happening. They're going to go mid Shaker. Or are they? Okay, they are. Mid Shaker usually wins these mid matchups against melee heroes. Though I do think Kunkka is probably a pretty sturdy mid hero who might be able to be okay. You can at least jungle and not get totally shut down.
Yeah, I think it's generally fine. I think the main thing here is he's the IO killer, right? Like, similar to the Monkey King last game, like, he's trying to find these supports, either the Batrider or the IO, and just pop them. And so we might see something similar from Quinn. It's going to be a little bit more difficult than, say, like the Monkey King's like Boundless Strike and the Simian Stride being able to maneuver so fast. But Shaker can do it, especially once he has the Blink and the Ags. So we'll see what ends up happening. Overall, I like Bet Boom's draft a little bit more. I'm unsure of the Terrorblade pick here into the amount of kind of damage they have, but we'll see. It generally is okay enough into the Razor.
Yeah, I think Terrorblade's the part I'm not sure about. I'm with you on that. But maybe there's a combination with these supports that we just don't know about that we're going to see. Sniper Naga support duo is very new to the scene, so
I feel like their offlane's good. I like Gaming Gladiators offlane. I think it's going to own.
Deluge will, so it may not pair with the carry very well, but Roar being stronger, all of Earthshaker's stuns lasting longer, that part will be pretty cool for you.
I agree. Actually, I hadn't really even considered the Earthshaker, but yeah, it's a really good point. If he's like ganking the safe lane early, right? Your Naga Siren doesn't have to make the rotation over. So should be a fun game 3. Should be an exciting game 3. Again, this is an elimination series, so one of these teams is out, which is kind of cracked if you think about it. Like, these are two of like the top teams around. And we're seeing one of them go home so early.
But who? Who, Ricky?
Dude, if I knew, I would be so rich. Are you kidding me? I'd be so wealthy if I knew the answer to those questions.
If you think you know, make sure you're signing up.
Right, exactly. All right, man. This will be fun. Gaming Gladiators versus Bet Boom. Game number 3 about to begin. Do you have a prediction? Is there a draft that you like more?
I believe in the weird supports.
All right.
I'm all about seeing the new supports.
Hell yeah, man.
And I was not convinced on the way they played Io in the last game. And I think Doom might be a little easier to start small plays compared to Enigma, so maybe that'll be the difference. But I wasn't convinced on that Io. Like, the way the whole team comes together to play Io is important. So,
yeah. Any interesting facets here? I think everything is kind of what I expected. Beast mode, Slugger, Condemned.
Looks about right. We sometimes see Arsonist on Batriders nowadays, but that's usually core Batrider.
Yeah.
I think support Batrider still goes Stoked.
All right. Doesn't seem like we're going to see a fight over the runes quite yet. Seems like the odds favoring Gaming Gladiators here just a little bit. All right, never mind. Smoked up for the bottom rune.
The battle begins.
Yeah, it's a little hard to go into this one. We saw the threat last time of the sniper at the first blood, but they end up not wanting to bring too many heroes, so we'll just be 2 for 2 on the bounty runes. Admiral's Rum is going to be an interesting effect on this lane. I'm kind of unsure how it's going to make a difference, but I feel like it should still be fairly favored for Quinn on the Shaker. We've seen this hero absolutely own in mid lane scenarios lately.
Yeah, I will say if you don't own, though, you really do fall off. So, kind of need to own the mid lane. It is so fun to watch creeps get launched.
Yeah, it's a fun one for sure. Oh my gosh.
So here's our concerns with that health bar of Terrorblade. He's dead.
Yeah,
he's
dead. He's 100% dead. Wow, the damage from save. He just gets 6 napalm stacks and gets the kill. Celery's like, all right, guys, I'm taking over. Carry Naga Sirens here.
I'm really surprised he didn't get a stick on the Naga and went for an Orb of Venom, but he's got the stick queued up now off that return kill on the Batrider. But I mean, you push the lane with that Batrider play, so it's now counter pushing out.
Yeah.
So you don't really care that you died. I mean, you got the first blood and you're getting lane equilibrium. Like, that's a really big win. And you're back with more mana to spam down the Terrorblade again.
There's a reason the Batrider has been getting banned against these guys, right? Like, his save is very good on this hero. Bottom lane, Ace in some trouble. Blood Grenade is out. They're instead just going to turn around, do what damage they can. The Shrapnel, is it enough? The headshots are not, and Tofu now in a lot of trouble. He's got a Plasma Field in 1 second, pops a Fairy Fire, manages to get the kill. Wait. The Thunderstrike hit him after he died. Did you see that?
Yeah, that can happen. I don't know if it's like a weird animation or how it works, but got killed. He barely didn't have enough mana. He had one more charge of Shrapnel available. If he had the mana, he was like 20 short. I think they pick up a double kill there. And can get away without losing anyone. But a 1-for-1 trade is maybe not too bad. But then it ended up being 2-for-1. So, maybe not the best.
It's weird that the Razor gets the kill there, too, because that is a lot of gold into his pockets.
Yeah, usually you'd be like, oh, Io got the kill. You know, it's kind of, yeah, it's whatever.
Did you just rush boots on the Batrider? Yep. That first blood gold goes a long way.
Yeah, Yeah, it'll be really good for running people down with Stoked. But also, if you just want to go stack and farm for yourself, I do think one adjustment they could make from last game is Batrider was quite poor. And if he could end up with a bit more gold for a faster blink, that'll make the relocate plays a lot easier.
Which I think they wanted to do, but Gaming Gladiators invaded the triangle. And they kind of like died while taking the ancient stacks. Like Jakiro died, and Quinn barely got out, but they at least took them away from Save, who I think was the primary target for those stacks because he would have had a quick blink. And so maybe he tries to stack it up again. He's off to a much better start, so we'll see. Or he's just going to keep applying pressure in this top lane. Like, you know, we'll find out. Oh, yeah, the Slugger facet, always fun to watch.
He's doing okay for himself on the Earthshaker, but Kunkka's not that far behind. I don't think it's easy to shut down a Kunkka. It's usually one of his strengths as a mid laner.
Oh, they want to dive Duraccio. He's got 3 stacks on him, but there comes the Deluge. They actually forked the wave. Miro taking a decent chunk of damage here. And Duraccio should be able to rejoin if he wants. And this is kind of just the... this is what makes Nagas Iron so good. Like, that Deluge is so much slow.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
You get the meta out of this, though, so I think you're pretty happy about this if you get out on Bet Boom here.
At the same time, I think you're just trying to survive this lane and get through it without being totally shut down, so they commit pretty hard. They don't get a kill. Maybe it's not too bad.
Yeah.
I guess you lost a lot of the wave, though, while you were running away.
Despite the... Okay, let's be real. Despite the first blood and the death on the Terrorblade, he's CSing perfectly fine. Like, he's actually ahead of the Razor slightly, only slightly behind the Doom. Like, his net worth is going to be just fine as he, you know, goes through this lane, and eventually he's going to jungle. It's not going to be a bad timing on the Terrorblade unless, you know, he dies again or gets ganked. Then you're maybe a little bit of a Monka W.
Well, Kunkka's getting close to 6, so if there's going to be a gank, maybe it'll be coming up.
Dude, I'm so excited for Ringmaster to come out today.
Are there odds on that?
I have no idea, dude. It's coming, dude. It's soon. Trademark soon. I cannot wait. It's gonna be good. All right, Quinn's gonna walk back to base in preparation of the 6-minute rune spawn. He is level 6 on the Kunkka. You don't really want to fight that at half health with the boat, right? So he'll TP back out. Actually, he's not gonna make it in time. They're bringing the sniper from the bottom lane to like hope maybe win the 50-50. So we'll see what happens. It's a shield rune top. So that's gonna go to the Kunkka, and he is not going to be threatened by anything for a while.
They're going to go... I feel like you could just dive the Terrorblade with this.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you have Deluge, but if it gets used, he's in... Okay, well, it's unused. So now the Kunkka... Actually,
he got scanned, though.
Okay, he's out. For some reason, I
Good
thought...
read from Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah. For some reason, I was looking at the minimap. I thought the Kunkka was the Batrider, and he was a lot closer, but never mind. Beastmaster's struggling a little bit bottom. I kind of thought this lane would be better, but Razor is just a very strong lane hero. It's not terrible, though.
And it's got the IO giving him a lot of extra health and mana to work with, and they're actually just going to dive Ace now. He's dead.
Scatterblast! Oh, so close. He's going to use another one.
But
the boar is out. Is it enough damage? Toronto Tokyo swaps the tower aggro. It's not going to be enough. Very nice save there from the IO. Meanwhile, Miro in the top lane, he's super dead. He's going to try and get a kill onto Celery, but it's not enough. Good usage. I think he popped a Lotus there. He's going to get a D-ward as well if he scouts it. Yeah, he sees it.
Kunkka's coming up to kill Celery, though. With that X. He's trying to get a deny on the creeps. Nice quick thinking, but... can't quite get away from that X marks.
Yeah. I mean, we were talking about, you know, the mid lane, Earthshaker versus the Kunkka. Typically, when you pick Earthshaker in these types of matchups, you want to be ahead. but it is just a Kunkka who has double bracer and a phase boot, and there is not much you can do to stop this man at this point.
Yeah, he's not really at risk of being nuked down. Like, that's the risk for a lot of squishier mid laners. Like, oh, I'm too close to the creep wave, I get echoed, I get killed. But for Kunkka, especially with his innate ability, you're probably not even getting through like half his health in that combo. So it's allowing him to just walk up to the wave.
And he now has an invis.
They're diving ace again.
Ooh. Well, top lane, Duraccio is going to get found by GPK. Here comes the X, the pullback. Actually holding the boat for the moment as they're just going to drop the Doom instead. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Quinn gets a kill onto save as he went for the dive like you were saying. So a 1-for-1 trade, but still definitely favoring the side of BetBoom.
So far, these lanes much better for BetBoom compared to last time. And this is where there's a little bit of a question mark on what quickly. But I don't know. It won't be easy because neither side lane is doing that well. So Echo has to do a lot of the work on the gank.
Another smoke out from BetBoom as well. I mean, they're just putting so much pressure on this bottom tower, which typically Beastmaster wants to be the one to threaten the enemy, but because of this, if they get this tower, it opens up the whole triangle and the other set of stacks, and it's going to work. Tofu just gets completely dove, gets a lot of damage out onto save with the Scatter Blast, but the X both just takes down Ace. Celery cannot do anything but watch, and here goes your Ancient stack. It's going to go straight into the hands of the Kunkka and the Razor. This is an absolute worst case scenario for Game Gliders. They're going to lose so much momentum on this Beastmaster.
I was wondering, there's not a lot of stacks available to them. And I noticed Sniper went Wraith Band this game. I wonder if he had gone Boots first like he had in the past. Maybe he was trying to play the lane with the extra stats, but maybe he should have just used the move speed to stack. And then, well, I mean, they're being invaded now, but if he had bigger stacks and Beastmaster could farm them, then he could catch back up.
Yeah, absolutely. Make sure to take advantage of that welcome deposit bonus. You can use the promo code UNIVERSE, that's UNVRS3, with 1xbet. There's a pinned message in chat for you guys if you want to use that.
Doom getting. Midas is on the way.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Alright, this wave will get Quinn his blink. Just kidding, he missed the last hit. He does not have it. He needs one more. But with that blink, they gotta start finding some ganks, because BetBoom has already pulled a 3k lead. Maybe you can get a kill for your Beastmaster, or like in that lane. You could help him recover, get that Ags back in.
All right. I'm trying to think like what the recovery is going to be here for Gaming Gladiators, because it's going to be slow. Like a lot of times you need to be playing around your Beastmaster, but he's going to have like at this rate like a 17-minute Aghanim Scepter at best. Maybe I don't know. That is going to be really rough.
You got to find success on this smoke gank here, which currently they're just sitting mid, waiting for the rune. Illusion is not what they were hoping for.
That's the first power rune they've gotten this game. Gonna check the triangle. Nobody here.
Sometimes if there's big enough stacks, it's okay to just echo steal it, but yeah, it's already been cleared out. Kunkka is honestly too tanky to go for. He has to be in a massive creep wave for it to even be close. Yeah, they just give up. Well, maybe they'll get a second smoke and try again. That Boom's okay to just wait it out for their own items. Blink on Batrider is going to come online way faster. He's the one who did those stacks in the triangle. You've got a Doom with a Midas. He's got 3 points in Devour, so he's happy to take it easy right now. I like that he actually has the Blink queued up next, because I was critiquing the way they played with the IO, right? And I think so far, they're already in the lead, and they're itemizing much better to enable Toronto Tokyo to bring Saika into some early ganks. All 3 heroes will be able to set that up once they have those items. And I think that's what they're just waiting for right now.
I mean, the fact that they're actually getting time to recover here is really good for Gaming Gladiators. Like, they haven't really been punished quite yet. But this is the moment where it's like Bet Boom's going to go on the aggressive. They smoke up. They're going right into the triangle. And they might just find Ace again. It's close. He just finished the stack in time. That is so fortunate for him, as he's already having a really rough game. Stellar is just going to immediately Song of the Siren, as they will take the 14-minute Wisdom Rune away. So even though they don't get the kill, it's pretty rough. The lasso comes out, though. They managed to get Ace. Roar being held at the moment. The Doom's going to connect onto him, and Tofu just going to do what he can here to offer a little bit of help. Duranchi up onto the high ground, but Saika comes in with the static link. Doom with a nice blink over, stunning up Tofu. Full disengage. Quinn with an Echo Slam. They're going to get Toronto Tokyo. It is something, but it's not enough. Like, you lose the Beastmaster again.
Well, we say that, but thanks to the gold difference, I think that's actually a net win. Net worth-wise, I think that IO kill was worth more, which maybe does not feel great, but you used Echo too. It really doesn't feel great. I guess they used Doom and Lasso. They put some nice deep wards down though while they were here for Bet Boom. This might enable them to find some future kills. Where's that Ag? Still 1,000 gold away on that Beastmaster.
Yeah, I don't know when he's going to be able to farm this thing up. And Shaker needs his Ags as well, right? Like, you're kind of playing around both of these power items. But Bet Boom are ready to go on all 3 of the cores, and now save with this blink reveal here. Lasso's up, Ace, and the reload comes in. He's going to pop the Roar onto him. The nice mech out from Celery, but it's not enough to save him. Fissure comes through, doing a decent amount of damage.
Echo in 7.
I mean, you're fighting under an enemy ward. Quinn, they see you, man.
You get your blink canceled?
He gets blink canceled. Here comes the X-Boat. Echo is not going to be in time. You lost the Shaker on top of this, and the chase is just going to continue. It's 2 supports versus the side of Bet Boom, and there's just way too much chase. You are now 4 heroes dead.
That's what I'm talking about. This time it's set up by Saves Blink, and they get that relocate in. Anyone can do this now. It becomes really hard for Gaming Gladiators, where typically when you're behind like this, you avoid the enemy team. You split up on the map, you try to farm, and the fact that they're grouping up to take objectives means that they are less farm efficient than you, and that's how you get back into this. But now, you can try to do that, but if even one hero is missing, it starts to get really scary, because you know that IO relocate come in, and it's not one hero missing, it's potentially 3 or more heroes showing up quickly. So it's becoming very, very hard for Gaming Gladiators, especially as they start losing more and more towers. It becomes easier and easier for Bet Boom to invade, and they're placing so many deep wards on Bet Boom because they know this is exactly what we want to do. We want to be able to send one smoked hero, one Batrider support into that area where Terrorblade's farming, and just relocate everyone and kill the carry. Everyone get out. If the Batrider dies because he doesn't have the relocate save, who cares? Support Batrider for the carry, Terrorblade, and you just keep repeating that as you grow a bigger and bigger gold lead.
They're smoking across the map. GPK will see them as he was going to X himself and
immediately cancels.
Yeah, immediately cancels, runs away. I mean, I don't even know if you have the damage to kill the Kunkka if he gets the boat off, right? He has Blade Mail as well. You're just going to take a lot of damage yourselves. You're right next to the tower. Beastmaster finally has the Aghanim Scepter. Like I said, probably around 17 minutes, and here we are. It is 18 minutes. As he is, this is 6 minutes slower than what we typically see out of Ace's Beastmaster. That's how much pressure they applied to him, and they're not done. There's a blank lasso out from the Batrider. The roar, no chance to use it. As well, Toronto Tokyo is actually in a really rough spot, but they do not know. So they will just go grab themselves the tier 1 tower. Look at the ward vision on this bottom lane, dude.
Yeah, this is from that earlier play, and that's how they get this follow-up kill on the Beastmaster. Now, we have seen games where Beastmaster is super shut down, but he finds his Ags finally, and then managed to pick up a string of kills to get back into it. Like, if you're going to recover, I think it's got to be off of that, and that window is closing quickly because it's 7k behind. Pipe is already done, so a lot of your roar damage is reduced. Right, the longer you wait, things like BKBs are going to come out, more auras are going to finish. I just don't know how you're going to do it.
Blink Echo, but Quinn takes so much damage from the Blade Mail. GPK was ready and waiting, and here comes the reload onto the backside. Roar is out, but this is the Kunkka Ags. The cannons are doing so much work. The entire team down to half HP. They have to Song of the Siren and retreat, and Celery will just be the sole sacrifice here, it looks like. I'm sure. Well, he's got to go down, right? Duracchio's in, has the meta. Miro looking for the Doom, but he Manta dodges it, and it finally comes through. They did out a lot of time, but there's the they all just get melted. Goodness. Oh man, you just have no farm on these heroes, and it's just so obvious.
Support Batrider is about to start passing some of the enemy cores.
I mean, he's going to have a Crimson Guard soon on Miro. Like, all of these illusions are just going to tickle this Doom. And Terrorblade has, like, decent net worth this game, but when you factor in the IO, the boat run buff, and what is now going to be a Crimson Guard soon, it is super rough. Don't forget, everybody, you can go ahead and follow, subscribe onto Fissure's channels here. We appreciate them so much for putting together the Universe Episode 3. Make sure to show them some love as the Tormentor will fall here to Gaming Gladiators. The Shard goes to Tofu. All right, I mean, that's a good one. We saw what he did last game with it.
This time you have like X marks to make it a little less annoying, though. Well, we'll see. We'll see if it's enough. Nether lasso on Beast. I'm pretty sure he spent like 80% of his lassos on Beastmaster.
It's going to be really interesting to see like the amount of time spent dead on the Beastmaster this game. Like, he has just been completely shut down. That is 8 deaths on Ace. Like, that, I don't think I've ever seen Ace have 8 deaths by 20 minutes.
Yeah, he's usually such a stable offlaner, but they've done such a good job of shutting him down, deep warding to make sure they can keep doing it, not give him any space. Like, he's had such a difficult game, and it's affecting everyone. Like, Beastmaster is that type of hero, you play around him, but when you can't play around him, you're looking at this Earthshaker who also didn't manage to dominate his lane, so he's not doing the best. And then where do you go? Because you have support Sniper, support Naga.
And Save is now just going to walk at Quinn. Still no Aghanim Scepter quite yet. The reload comes through. Toronto, Tokyo. Takes a quick enchant totem to the face, but absolutely no way he gets out of this one. It's just so straightforward for BetBoom right now, right? They know there's going to be no response from Gaming Gladiators to almost anything.
Yeah. And unfortunately, like, Gaming Gladiator supports are actually quite rich relatively, but these are not supports who will be able to do that much with that. Like, Celery, Naga support buys healing items, which are countered by the Doom, and even if you live, you don't have the damage to get the kill. The
Oh, that TV was close, but not enough. And he doesn't get the Sunder in time. I didn't think it would have mattered, but
I think he just kills after.
Yeah, he just slowly delays his death. Run into the triangle now as well.
Sniper support, like, you can give him a lot of gold, but he's got limited shrapnel charges for his scatter shot. maybe he should just start building carry. He got his Solar Crest, he got his Shard. Might be time to get that Gleipnir. Because I think if you're winning this, you are sitting high ground and holding while your Naga and your Terrorblade are cutting waves and clearing every creep wave with Scatter Shot Gleipnir.
They do have...
I don't see a window to win this for Gaming Gladiators for another 15-20 minutes.
Yeah, I feel like their game plan right now is definitely to just slow down and try and delay BetBoom's ability to go high ground. Like, Roshan is, of course, a really big objective for them, but they have a really bad Rosh team, right? Like, Razor does nothing to Roshan. Oh, no, not again. They have found the Beastmaster. Song of the Siren out from Ace. The Doom comes through from Miro. They're like, yeah, no, this Beastmaster's not getting away, buddy. Celery now in trouble as well. He's going to actually pop the BKB on the Razor just to guarantee it. Who needs Rosh when you can just keep killing them, you know?
That's some famous pub words, man. Throw on high ground. I'm sure they'll go for Rosh at some point. Like you said, they're bad at Rosh, but once you pick up enough gold, you become good at Rosh. They're reaching that point. Rotation's bottom. Can they kill the support Bat Rider?
The Crimson Guard pipe, is it enough? He's actually going to live 20 HP. And Darachi with the Sunder now over onto Miro Quinn, trying to offer some help. But he just doesn't have damage. It's all taken away from Save. And now they walk away. Heads held high. 2 kills under their belt. They just GG out.
Yeah.
This is one of those moments where I don't know if it's just you're mentally broken in this game or what, but there was just, talk about, you know, going out with your tail between your legs. That was a rough game 3 from Gaming Gladiators.
Pretty unfortunate for Gaming Gladiators there. That was not their usual performance. That's also not their usual heroes, to be fair. Excuse me. So maybe they were trying some stuff that they thought was good. We said it was a new patch. Might be just a bunch of cobium, though. Like, ultimately, their lanes did not pan out. They tried to make some plays. Just those didn't pan out. You could have them wait longer. Like, we'd say, oh, that's an early GG. And it kind of is. Yeah, 17k lead for BetBoom. I do not see. That was the 2 cores ganking a support Bat Rider, guys, and they did not get him. So what could you do, right? So it's pretty understandable to maybe just, you know what, I don't think it's happening, guys. Let's call it GG. Unlucky. It will mean they are eliminated. And great on BetBoom. I think they really pulled it together, improved on their last game. We critiqued the IO, how it was playing. They're like, okay, listen to that. We totally get you. Like, we're gonna play way better with the other core heroes we pick. Everyone's gonna be able to set up relocate, and we hate Beastmaster. We hate him specifically. Screw that guy. We're gonna gank him endlessly, place a bunch of deep wards, set up endless relocates off of that. Huge improvements from game 2 from BetBoom, and defeating Gaming Gladiators is no small feat. So they'll get a nice boost of confidence doing that.
Yeah, it was absolutely a fantastic performance from them. So BetBoom, of course, will advance in the lower bracket, but we have our upper bracket series coming up in just a moment. It will be Nouns versus Tundra. So everyone stay tuned for that. We'll see you after the break.